Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that have trespassed against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Give a call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the fourth report of the Petitions Committee for the 48th Parliament, together with 106 e-petitions, 1 paper petition and 9 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Of the e-petitions being presented, 2 attained over 100,000 signatures, which is a testament to public engagement in this democratic process. Of these 2 petitions, 1 addressed an issue of significant national importance: domestic violence. The over 1,000 signatures to this petition showed strong public engagement and appetite for action on this issue, with petitioners requesting the establishment of a national framework for a domestic violence disclosure scheme. I am pleased to inform the House that the committee also certified 70 new e-petitions at its last meeting. These e-petitions are now collecting signatures on the e-petitions website. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petitions Committee at the next sitting week.
Call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1. Stopping wind farms in State Forests Bill 2025.
Give a call to the honourable member for Calais.
Mr Speaker, I present the Stopping Wind Farms in State Forests Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
No problems, Member for Kennedy. We'll just make sure that happens. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to stop wind farms in state forests and for related purposes.
Call to the honourable member for Calais.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, in the last Parliament, I introduced a game-changing bill which would stop the building of wind farms in softwood pine plantations, which are state forests. I introduced it because of the pain, anguish and anger that many of our local residents are feeling over wind farm proposals in these areas. That pain and anguish has not gone away, and politicians of all persuasions have failed to act. So I'm bringing this bill back to this House, and it needs to be passed into law. I'm not against renewable energy, but what our communities are crying out for is reasonable common sense and balance. I've attended numerous community meetings and consultations over these proposals, and what residents are experiencing is very concerning. Fly-in, fly-out, ticker-box consultation from developers without meaningful engagement and genuine dialogue has been a feature of our residents' experiences. City people may think that putting turbines in state pine forests means that they're out in the back blocks, far from impacts on local residents. But this is not the case at all. The developers are putting them close to the power lines and road access, which means they are extremely close to towns and villages and community members. They are literally surrounding communities. Many residents are seniors. Some families have been living in these impacted areas for generations. Others had moved in to experience the quiet country life that we all know and love. Their peace has been shattered. In the case of the Sunny Corner wind farm, some residents were given maps which showed 300-metre turbines less than 1 kilometre from their homes. I had one resident approach me with a map to tell me he'd sunk all of his super into his small plot of land and that he now wouldn't be able to sell it because of turbines in such close proximity. And he pointed out one which was just 700 metres away. People in the cities just don't understand the stress and anguish that residents feel when confronted by these developments so close to their homes. I've had residents tearfully tell me that they can't sleep because of the stress and the strain. There is a real human cost to this that is too often lost and overlooked and ignored. In the case of the Sunny Corner wind farm proposal, the developer Someva has clearly placed turbines in locations that will cost them the least, yet impact residents the most. Profit is being put ahead of people, and it's appalling. It's the same around Oberon, where the developers of the Pines wind farm have managed to turn a whole region against it. When I attended a so-called consultation at Black Springs Hall, I asked the developers whether it was true that they were shopping turbines outside of the boundaries of the state forests. I was assured they were not. These assurances proved to be false. Shopping turbines outside of the boundaries of state forests is exactly what they have been doing, to such an extent that the developers are now pushing the proposal towards the small, close-knit farming community of Trunky Creek. The community is in shock. I recently attended a community meeting at the Trunky Creek Hall, and the anger was real. The hurt was real. I've been working with local residents in other impacted communities for many years, and while I've had some success in getting wind farms moved or modified for local residents, these examples are sadly few and far between. I believe that this is because for all the so-called consultations and calming words of city-based consultants on the ground, decisions about turbine placement are made for the most part in foreign boardrooms far, far away. It's a business decision. Moving turbines away for impacted residents costs money. I recently met with the developers of the Kerrs Creek wind farm near Molong. I wanted an update on how far they had gone to meet community concerns. They tried to tell me how much they'd compromised, but it was just words. After over a year of engaging with this company, they'd hardly budged. And why? Because it's all being developed by RES, which is controlled by the McAlpine group of companies in the United Kingdom. Does the McAlpine company really care how the people of Molong really feel? Clearly not. All of these companies that I've spoken to try to smooth it over by saying it's all okay. We're going to try to sponsor the local footy team or the like. But that is cold comfort to the retirees who've just found out they're going to be surrounded on three sides by 300-metre turbines. It's a patronising and condescending attitude to hard-working Australians who just want to be left alone in the communities they love. So how did we get here? A failure in politics and politicians. That's how we got here. Politicians not doing their jobs. The problem is that wind farms are regulated by state planning laws. In 2021, when the New South Wales National Party passed a law to put wind farms in state forests, they did so without properly regulating and setting out the rights of impacted residents and neighbours. Exactly the same thing happened when the National Party created renewable energy zones in New South Wales. They again abjectly failed to properly regulate them. And they caused more pain for residents with the failure of Energy Co to properly consult and compromise. Energy Co is a New South Wales government company that's building power lines across the regions. The National Party did all of this. It should not have come to this, and it would not have come to this if the National Party had done its job. But it has failed. Rather than pretending to ride around on white horses, the National Party should apologise, own up to its failure and come into this House and support this bill. All of the major parties have had a hand in this. They are all guilty of failing these residents. and it's been an ongoing failure across the political divide. All parties need to bear responsibility for it. The result of this failure is conflict and controversy. They have left others to pick up the pieces. You've got friends fighting with friends and family members pitted against family members over the back fence. It's a tragedy, and it all could have been avoided if politicians had simply done their jobs. Why is anybody building anything on prime agricultural land? The state planning laws and regulations need an overhaul. Because successive state governments have abrogated their responsibilities, this bill steps in to fill a void created by their failure. My bill enables the federal government to use its constitutional powers to make laws to stop turbine developments in these state forests. This federal legislation would override failed state legislation. Clause 3 of the bill is the operative clause. It uses the corporation's power within the Constitution to provide that a corporation must not construct, install or commission a wind farm in a state forest. To put it beyond doubt, without limiting the definition of state forest, it includes the Sunny Corner State Forest near Portland and Lithgow, the Vulcan State Forest, the Mount David State Forest and the Ganang State Forest. They are all in the Oberon area, and also the Canobolas State Forest near Orange. But the bill and the operative clause are not limited to those named state forests. It's for any state forests. And it's now up to all parties to get behind this bill. It's time for the major parties, notably the National Party, to fess up to their failures, stop the infighting, stop the bickering and the plotting, and start being an effective opposition and come and support this legislation, because our communities are tired of the failure. They're tired of the false promises and the empty words. They want their voices heard. They want these wind farms in state forests stopped. I commend the bill to the House and cede the rest of my speaking time to the honourable member for Kennedy, who will second it.
Is the motion seconded? Call the member for Kennedy.
Yes, seconding the motion, I take great appreciation of the honourable member for moving this legislation. The infamous case of Cholumban, which was notorious on the front of Spectator magazine, national magazine, a most notorious case. The biggest wind farm in Australia was proposed to be put within a few hundred metres of some of the remnant jungles on Earth. There are very little jungle left on Earth, and they're going to put this giant wind farm a few hundred metres from Cholumban. So we praise Minister Plibersek for stopping that proposal from going ahead. And to quote the university professor who was leading the battle against Cholumban, he said, "You've got to stand back and say, what is happening here?" What is happening here is that a beautiful nature wonderland is being turned into an industrial wasteland. And to put proof positive of what he is saying there, the dismantling of the wind farm, which is long producing no electricity anymore, worn out, they took the blades down, dumped them on Kidner's property without any permission. The company that did it vanished, so the Kidners couldn't sue anyone. It made national television, but this beautiful area of nature wonderland bordering on remnant jungles, very little of it left on Earth.
Order.
There's huge blades stretching right across this room.
Members' time,
dumped
unfortunately, has concluded. Thank you. I'm going to give the call to the clerk. My apologies. The time allocated for the debate. The question is the bill be read a second time. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Now I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Protecting Voters Bill 2025.
Call to the member for Curtin.
I present the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Protecting Voters Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 and for related purposes.
And the member for Curtin has the call.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Our democracy is precious and fragile, and we need to do everything we can to protect it. One of the reasons I ran for Parliament in 2022 is the declining trust in our institutions and in our politicians. People increasingly feel cynical about politicians and their motives. In a rapidly changing world where democracies are being eroded rather than strengthened, we must evolve our democratic rules and processes to protect the public interest. Australians want fair and transparent elections. They place their trust in our election processes, and that includes postal voting. Now, there's a common practice in our postal voting process that makes people suspicious, degrades trust in the AEC, and confirms the growing belief that political parties will do anything for power. The private members' bill I'm introducing today will fix this problem. It addresses a major complaint to the AEC and implements a majority recommendation from the final report of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. I'm going to go through why this matters, what that practice is and how we're going to fix it. Since 2004, the number of Australians voting by post has more than tripled. In 2004, only 5% of voters voted by post. By 2022, this had increased to 15%. Many people prefer to vote this way because they might have limited mobility, they're away from home, or they just want to avoid the crowds. Postal votes are an increasingly important part of the electoral system, and the integrity of this voting process matters. Currently, political parties and candidates are allowed to distribute postal vote application forms and, crucially, to collect them. It's become common practice during an election campaign for a party to send a bulk mail-out of unsolicited mail to every home in their electorate. Along with campaign materials, the mail-out may contain an application for a postal vote. And it's only if you look very closely that you see that the postal vote application form has a tiny authorisation by a political entity. A reply-paid envelope, often addressed to something vague like processing centre, is also included, so unsuspecting voters complete the application form, pop it in the reply-paid envelope and post it back to the processing centre. But this is when it gets dodgy, when the integrity of the process is weakened. The processing centre is not the AEC. If they were being transparent, the processing centre should be called the politician's data harvesting centre. Unknowingly, the voter is sending to a political entity their name, address and date of birth, their phone number, their email, their security question and answer, and a copy of their signature. Now, this data can be stored, used or shared, all without the voter's knowledge or consent, and more than 600,000 voters were duped in this way at the last election. I get so many emails from constituents worried about privacy and data breaches and their data being stolen by online scammers. Yet here we are in Australia with our data being harvested by our own political representatives. When I explained this practice during the campaign, people are horrified and outraged that this is not only legal, but it's routine behaviour by the major parties. Now, this loophole is particularly bad because political parties, their contractors and volunteers are exempt from the Privacy Act, including the Australian Privacy Principles, which regulates how personal data is collected, how it's used, and whether it can be disclosed or sold to third parties. So this means that political parties can collect, store and use personal data without informing individuals. They're not required to notify voters if their data is breached, and there's no legal obligation to secure that data that they collect. Now, not only can they store and use the data for micro-targeting, profiling or future campaigning without consent, but they can also sell this personal data to third-party data brokers or analytics firms. And we have no idea if they currently do this because there's no oversight. But searches of the PO box that the reply-paid envelopes are directed to shows some connections with companies that trade in personal data. Now, we must be particularly careful about what data we let political parties harvest and whether people are providing that data with full knowledge of how it is being used. The AEC hates this practice. They hate political actors using the postal voting application process to access personal data. In April 22, the AEC Commissioner Tom Rogers wrote to all registered political parties warning against distributing potentially misleading postal vote applications to residents. He referred to reports of incorrect forms being distributed to voters, the AEC's purple colour being used on some forms, and voters being directed to generically named websites en masse with the potential to mislead. In a submission to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Reform, the AEC said the distribution and collection of postal vote applications by candidates and parties creates eligibility confusion and privacy concerns amongst voters. This is not how a healthy democracy should function, and this bill puts a stop to it. This bill amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act to ensure that only voters themselves, not political parties or candidates, can submit postal vote applications to the AEC. It prohibits third parties from on-sending an application for a postal vote on behalf of a voter. It's a straightforward fix. It doesn't cost anything, it doesn't limit political communication, and it doesn't interfere with anyone's right to vote. What it does do is protect Australians' personal information. It restores transparency to the postal voting process, and it helps rebuild trust in our electoral process, something we should all be working together to strengthen, not to exploit. With this bill in place, parties can still send postal vote application forms to voters to assist them, but they cannot include sneaky reply-paid envelopes that direct those forms back to them or their associates, so they can't harvest voter data. The form must be sent to the AEC directly. The AEC can then send the necessary papers so the voter can vote by post. The relationship between the voter and the AEC is protected under this bill without political actors inserting themselves into that relationship for political gain. Now, there are many other areas of electoral reform that need to be addressed, and I'll be dealing with some of those in my submission to the JSCEM inquiry and evidence to that committee. But this is one problem with a simple, straightforward and immediate fix, and I urge the government to address this issue before the next election. It fixes an unpopular and unethical practice that's despised by voters and the AEC. We need to make it stop. I commend the bill to this House and cede the remainder of my time to the member of Kooyong.
Is the motion second? I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm proud to second this important motion by my friend and colleague, the member for Curtin. Speaker, Australians are proud of our electoral system. We cherish the system of compulsory voting, along with the freedoms and the protections that go with it. So it is a wonder that the Commonwealth Electoral Act permits political parties to intervene in the process of requesting, receiving and returning postal votes. It allows parties to combine postal votes with party political material, to collect Australian voters' personal information and to on-sell that information to unknown third parties. The party's involvement is all about getting voter information. It is not about facilitating voter access. If it were, the parties would send those postal votes straight to the AEC, but they do not do that. Parties do not make it clear to postal voters that they will be processing applications in this way, that they are harvesting voters' personal information for campaigning purposes. Parties do not make it clear to voters that they can and do on-sell voters' personal information for a profit. Many post-election campaigns received by the AEC relate to privacy concerns. At the 2025 election, the details of more than 670,000 voters were harvested by political parties. One wonders how many of those 670,000 might have complained had they known what was being done with their data. The AEC has warned that third-party postal vote applications cause confusion, privacy concerns and processing delays. Adding potentially insult to injury, the tight timeframes between an election being called and the return of the postal votes, when extended by the party's unnecessary elongation of the process, means that submitting a postal vote via a party means your vote not actually being returned on time. As with so many integrity measures, federal legislation is behind the states and territories. Most voters are unaware that combining postal vote applications with political material, while it's allowable under Commonwealth legislation, is specifically outlawed by the Victorian State Electoral Act. The AEC would like it gone too. Speaker, it's extraordinary that third-party postal vote data harvesting has been allowed to go on for so long. This bill amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act to ensure that postal vote applications can be sent to the AEC only by voters. It's an important integrity measure. It's a simple fix to a significant problem. I thank my colleague for raising this issue, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for the debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll call the clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1. Repeal Net Zero Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the member for O'Connor.
And I rise today to speak in support of the Repeal Net Zero Bill 2025. Mr Speaker, my electorate of O'Connor is ground zero for net zero. We've already seen the total demise of the nickel industry, with 14 out of 16 nickel mines in my electorate closing, thanks to cheap, dirty nickel being produced in Indonesia. Of the 2 remaining facilities, Murrin has lost $61 million in the last 6 months and has just declined a $35 million government grant to transform its gas-fired power to renewables. The iconic Kalgoorlie nickel smelter and Goldfields nickel mines are shuttered, and Ravensthorpe First Quantum nickel mine and processing operations on the south coast has folded. Mr Speaker, thousands of jobs have been lost across my electorate, and going forward, the safeguard mechanism will single-handedly destroy even more productive industries between now and 2030. Of the 219 largest emitters in the country captured under the safeguard mechanism, 36% are in WA, with over 20 of those facilities in my electorate of O'Connor. They include the gold miners of the historic goldfields and Boddington, the largest gold mine in the country, lithium producers at Mount Marion, Worsley Alumina Refinery and Premier Coal in Collie. The safeguard mechanism is forcing companies to buy expensive renewable energy, build their own renewable power stations or buy expensive offsets, which is literally converting productive O'Connor farmland back to bush. Meanwhile, the capacity mechanism is incentivising renewable energy projects across the agricultural areas of my electorate. Under the capacity mechanism, taxpayer dollars are underwriting the profits of largely multinational or international companies to build wind and solar farms across some of the most productive farmland in the country, where this year's grain yields will potentially be the highest ever and stock prices are at record highs. These wind and solar projects are creating considerable community division. Last week I visited Narrogin, which will soon host 3 wind farm projects. And there is open tension between those who accepted the wind farm windfall and those who want to continue farming as their forebears did. Some residents are concerned about visual and noise pollution or are fearful of potential adverse health effects. And landowners and volunteer firefighters who have lived through raging bushfires know a wind farm makes agricultural land and adjacent wildlife havens undefensible by air. And where are the guarantees for environmental restoration at the end of the life of these renewables? Will farmers and shire councils be left with the environmental remediation burden after cashed-up multinationals have cut and run? But the renewable energy fallout doesn't stop here for the good people of O'Connor, where the most popular vehicles for work and leisure are the Toyota Hilux and the Ford Ranger. Labor's vehicle emissions reduction scheme will drive up the price of these vehicles, as electric vehicles are simply not suitable in my electorate, where people can drive up to 600 or 700 kilometres just for a doctor's appointment. At the end of the day, for my electorate, it's the hard-working businesses and taxpayers of O'Connor underwriting these projects. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, these imposts effectively constitute a carbon tax. Treasury recently referred to the cost per tonne of carbon, which is effectively the same as a carbon tax of around $65 per tonne to achieve targets of 43% emissions reduction by 2030, then up to $323 per tonne to reach net zero by 2050. Now, people may recall, and I'm sure the people on the other side will recall, when the Gillard government was unceremoniously dumped in 2013, the carbon price was $23 a tonne. Madam Deputy Speaker, now to the impact on agriculture. The CSIRO recently modelled that a carbon cost of $70 per tonne of CO2 would add $150 to $200 per tonne to the cost of urea. The Grattan Institute modelled similar effects with agricultural chemicals up 5 to 15%, lime and on-farm diesel up to 5 to 15%. And just this weekend, climate czar Matt Keane floated the removal of the diesel tax rebate. For a 4,000 hectare WA wheat sheep farm, this could add more than $200,000 a year in additional costs by 2030. So to achieve these net zero goals, we're already decimating the mining industry across my electorate, inflicting serious damage to our agriculture and transport industries, and hitting the hip pocket of everyday people living in O'Connor, all for a climate goal that most of the international community is coming to realise will never be reached. Madam Speaker, the only thing we're on track for is impoverishing our great country for no gain to the global climate.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm a fitter and turner by trade. I'm a bloke who's worked alongside miners, tradies and power station workers, and now I stand here as their representative in this parliament. Sometimes, though, when I come into this place to explain net zero to those opposite, I feel more like a kindergarten teacher than a member for parliament. I don't know if it's selective hearing, a genuine misunderstanding or just plain ignorance, but whenever we talk about reducing our emissions, those opposite leave out the most important word, net, in net zero. Net zero does not mean shutting down industries. Net zero does not mean zero emissions. Net zero is about one thing, Speaker, offsets. It means we take as much carbon out of the atmosphere as we put in. It is simple, it is practical, and industries in the Hunter are already doing it. One of the lines I always hear is that net zero will close down coal mines. That's rubbish. The Minerals Council of Australia and many coal companies have already set themselves net zero targets by 2050. They did this even before government legislated our national target. So I ask those opposite, why would the peak mining body set net zero targets if it meant destroying their own industry? Why would companies sign up for it if it meant going broke? The answer is obvious, Speaker. They wouldn't. Because net zero is not about shutting up shop. It's about running mines, keeping people in work and reaching net zero through offsets and better technology. Back in 2021, the Minerals Council set out practical steps to get there. These included energy efficiency, switching to renewables, carbon capture, methane abatement, electrification and investing in negative emissions technologies. In other words, the industry itself is leading the way. Another old chestnut is that we should build a new coal-fired power station. Now, Speaker, coal power is something that has a special place in my heart. Our power stations have kept the lights on for generations in the Hunter. They create good jobs, built communities like Lake Macquarie, Cessnock and Muswellbrook, and made the Hunter the powerhouse of the state and Australia. For that, I will always be grateful. I am not in favour of any of the power stations shutting down earlier than they have to. And if business came forward tomorrow with a solid plan for a new coal-fired power station in the Hunter, I would happily look at this and have the conversation with them. I am not opposed to any source of power generation as long as it stacks up financially. But the truth is, the market has moved on. Our coal stations are ageing and are having many unplanned maintenance outages, and new ones are no longer the cheapest and most efficient way to generate power. At the same time, Australia is leading the world in rooftop solar, and right in the Hunter, families are leading that charge. From Curry to Cessnock to Toronto to Singleton, people are putting solar on their roofs because it saves them money, Speaker. Not one is calling solar woke in the Hunter. They are too busy cutting their power bills. We have plenty of sun in this country, so why wouldn't we make the most of it? And for those who ask, what about when the sun doesn't shine? The simple answer is, it's called a battery. It stores solar energy so you can use it at night. With our cheaper home battery scheme, it has never been more affordable. Hunter households are taking it up at one of the fastest rates in the nation, with over 106,000 batteries that have been installed since the 1st of July. A proud coal mining region is providing you can honour the industry that built us while embracing technology that makes life cheaper and easier. That's the real story of net zero in the Hunter, Speaker. It's not about sacrifice. It's not about turning our backs on coal. It's about building on our strengths. We can mine coal and use offsets. We could keep our power stations running as long as the market supports them. We can also be leaders in solar, batteries, renewable gas and new industries that will take us into the future. That is good for jobs, good for families and good for the hunter. Speaker, the hunter has always been the engine room of New South Wales. We powered the state through coal and now we're proving we can lead the way to net zero as well. Not by shutting down, but by stepping up, Speaker. Not by walking away, but by making smart choices. That is what net zero means for us, and that is why it's good for the hunter, and that's why we'll continue to support it all the way. And to the coal mining community out there, remember, whilst people want to buy our coal, we'll always supply them our coal. We have the best coal in the world, and we need to make sure we keep using it. Cheers.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for more.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a time when the member for New England stood for something. A country maverick who crossed the floor more than anyone else. A man who wouldn't take a script from anyone, not the press gallery, not the suits in Canberra, and certainly not his own party. He was loud, but it came from conviction, from a genuine belief that the bush needed a fighter. And for a time, he was that fighter. He still stands for something, but it's no longer the people he once championed. The conviction remains, but the compass is spun. The fight that once came from the soil now comes from the studio light. The bill before us, the so-called Repeal Net Zero Bill, is the product of that drift. It tears down, it doesn't build. It looks backward, not forward. It scraps the Climate Change Act, abolishes Net Zero Economy Authority and deletes every reference to net zero it can find, as if deleting the words will stop the weather. There is no courage in it, just confusion. It's a long, long way from the plain-spoken pragmatism of the farmers, workers and small business owners who actually keep the regions running. I represent more, a coastal electorate where people know the value of hard work and fair reward. They know when someone's offering a fair go and when they're just selling nostalgia. They don't want another round of arguments from last century. They want cheaper bills, steadier jobs, and a government that treats clean energy as a tool, not a target. In Joondalup, small firms are cutting costs with solar. In Kingsley, retirees are counting every dollar. In Mullaloo, apprentices are wiring up industries of the future, not patching up the past. When they talk about the past, it's in words like shutdown or decommission. The member for New England says net zero is pointless. He says we'll be stronger if we walk away from the world. He says renewables are the future landfill. But while people suffer through drought, tariffs, and the embarrassment of being a century behind, it's his words that seem pointless. Once, the member for New England stood up for rural Australians in this chamber, but this bill gives them only an echo. Distant, unclear, and the sound of politics stuck in neutral. A squeaky wheel performance of masculinity chasing overseas strongmen instead of shaping Australia's future here at home. Net zero isn't ideology, it's industry. It's 33% of Australian homes now topped with rooftop solar. It's farmers earning carbon credits to diversify their income. It's regional towns like Geraldton and Cowbarry turning wind and sun into wages and opportunity. Since Labor came to government, renewable generation has risen nearly 30%. Investment hit $12.7 billion last year, including $9 billion for new large-scale projects. Over 4 million homes now produce their own power, the highest per capita in the world. That's not ideology. That's the Australian instinct to get on with it. The National Party, once a party of practical men and women of the land, has walked away from net zero entirely. In doing so, they've walked away from their own community's economic future. Instead of backing farmers and regional workers, they've backed fantasies. Instead of standing up for regional opportunity, they've surrendered to political nostalgia. And every time they turn their backs on net zero, they turn their backs on regional jobs and investment. Yes, the member for New England once stood up for the bush. He stood for independence, decency, and the right to have a go. But this bill is not that. It's not maverick, it's mimicry. Not rebellion, but retreat. A retreat that would leave this country he loves weaker, poorer, and more divided. And now we see it plainly. The retreat is complete. Australia deserves better. The bush deserve better. This parliament must do better. I oppose this bill because standing up for regional Australia means standing up for its future, not dragging it back into someone else's past. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3 for a motion relating to housing.
And I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion that's published on the notice paper in my name. Deputy Speaker, the longer you're in this place, the more time you have to reflect. And in preparation for my speech today, I reviewed my maiden speech in this place that I gave on the 4th of September 2023. I want to read part of that speech. And I said, I was fortunate enough to buy my first property during the time of the Howard government, but I fear that the great Australian dream is being snatched away. We must strive as a nation to increase home ownership. There is no better way to illustrate the collective ambition of our nation to have individual freedom and responsibility than to have people own their own home. Give as many people as possible the opportunity to have a stake in our nation. And just over 2 years on, I reflect on those words and think that that sentiment about home ownership and the opportunities that should be presented to Australians are more important now than ever. Australians should ask themselves, who is the better custodian of housing in Australia? A coalition who genuinely believes in the Australian dream, or the Labor Party, who for the last 4 years has a track record of failed policy, fewer homes, higher mortgages and higher rents? Sadly, under Labor, the great Australian dream is turning into a nightmare. Minister O'Neill was hapless in home affairs, but she is hopeless with homes. Now, the first plank of their failing plan is to blame everyone else. They're now framing the housing crisis as, quote, 40 years in the making, when in fact it's only been the last 4 under this Labor government. Its policy is taglines that fit on a corflute, but nothing more. Labor's centrepiece, the Housing Australia Future Fund, is now under a formal performance audit into its design and delivery by the Auditor-General. Now, when the Auditor-General steps in, you know something has gone badly wrong. In addition, in the last couple of weeks, the Chair of Housing Australia has resigned, and Labor has continued to keep secret a $24,000 report into poor governance and wide-ranging issues at Housing Australia. Labor promised 1.2 million new homes in Australia over a 5-year period, but Treasury and industry experts have confirmed that they are likely to fall 400,000 homes short of this target. By the end of today, that target will have slipped by another 220 homes. Just this week, they will have fallen another 1,500 homes short of their target. And all of this failure while presiding over one of the biggest population surges Australia has had in decades. The second plank of their failed policy seems to be to spend more and get less. This motion speaks to a pattern today that Labor has spent more than ever to build fewer homes than under the last coalition government. New parliamentary library analysis shows almost $60 billion in headline and off-budget housing spend for fewer homes than were previously delivered under the coalition. Completions are falling year on year, despite the cash splash. That is the definition of policy failure. And one of the things that Labor doesn't actually like to talk about is the impact on homelessness, because when there's a housing crisis, it hurts everyone. Frontline Services report the worst in living memory for homelessness. Monthly service demand is up 10% since 2022, 14% for women and girls. And the third plank now, based on the Minister's social media this week, is that she's backing in hard the Premier's plan in Victoria. The Jacinta-led Labor government now is going to provide the solution to housing in her home state. Well, that shows the poor lack of judgment that this minister has exercised since she was appointed.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Thank you, Deputy.
Call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I now call the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've got news for the member for Fadden, because when the member for Fadden talks about the fact that the great Australian dream is being snatched away, those doing the snatching are sitting right opposite. Those doing the snatching are those in the coalition. Those doing the snatching, those who are opposite are the ones who have turned that Australian dream into a nightmare. And the member of Fadden for Fadden has to take a cold, hard look at what the coalition has done when it comes to housing. Not only have we seen decades and decades of neglect when it comes to investment in housing, but what we've also seen is a coalition who talks a big game, who brings something to this chamber and then can't look themselves in the eye to see what they've done when it comes to housing policy. Because let's have a look at what we've seen from this coalition over not just a couple of years, but over many, many years, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in 9 years in government, what did we see? 373 homes built in 9 years. That is part of not an Australian dream, but an Australian nightmare. What did we see? We saw that they didn't even have a housing minister for most of the time that they were in government. That is not part of an Australian dream, that is part of a coalition nightmare. Deputy Speaker, we saw them fail to support 20%, not 20%, we saw them fail to support free TAFE. And free TAFE is about making sure that not only our young people have cost of living relief, but it also makes sure that we are building the trades and building the skills of the future that we need to build those homes. That is not the Australian dream, that is a coalition nightmare. And so when the member for Fadden gets up here and talks about housing, what we know is that they talk a big game, but when it comes to housing, when it comes to actually fixing the fundamental challenge, which is supply, that they have never done anything to make a real difference. In fact, when we look at what the coalition's track record is on housing, it has only ever acted to make housing less affordable. Less affordable for the young people in my electorate who are worried that they will never own a home. Less affordable for those parents with adult children who are worried that their kids will not be able to get that Australian dream, will not be able to have a future to build with a home. And Deputy Speaker, on the 31st of October, just a few days ago, one of the members of my local team, Kane, and his partner, Jackson, bought their first home. And you know how they bought their first home? They put down a 5% deposit. Within 1 month of a Labor policy coming to fruition to allow first homeowners to put down a 5% deposit to own their own home, they were able to do that. And Deputy Speaker, Kane and Jackson were like many other young people. They were like many other young people who had been scrimping and saving to put together that 20%, and they couldn't do it until Labor introduced a 5% deposit for first home buyers. That is the difference when we talk about what we've seen from across the chamber and what we've seen from Labor. Because home is symbolic of security. It's symbolic of safety. It's symbolic of stability. But it's also something very tangible. It's the colour-bond roof on the bricks and mortar or the VJs of an old Queenslander. Deputy Speaker, home is important because it helps us build for the future, it helps us plan. And when we talk about 5% deposits, what 5% deposits do is that they get people into their first homes, but they also mean that they're not contributing to someone else's mortgage, they're contributing to their own. Deputy Speaker, what have we seen when it comes to Labor? We've seen 500,000 homes built since Labor was elected. 500,000 homes compared to that 373 measly homes over 9 years from those opposite. And we are on our way to delivering the 1.2 million homes, an ambitious target that will help make houses more affordable. Deputy Speaker, we've seen the Future Fund delivering more than 55,000 social and affordable homes. And Deputy Speaker, we are training more tradies who have the skills to build more homes. So, Deputy Speaker, when the member for Fadden talks about being passionate about that great Australian dream, if he wants to do something, if he wants to deliver on housing affordability, he better come over this side of the chamber, because that's where the business gets done.
And I call the member for McPherson.
I rise to support this motion because the Australian dream of home ownership is slipping further out of reach under this government. Labor's appalling housing failures are all the proof you need to see that they have no idea what they're doing on housing or the economy more broadly. Labor talk a big game on housing, but the reality is that their backwards policies are in fact taking away from supply and driving up property prices, further disadvantaging first home buyers. In just 3 years, the government's presided over the biggest boom in Australia's population since the 1950s, while overseeing an historic housing construction collapse. Despite their $60 billion housing investment, they're spending more than ever to deliver fewer homes than the previous coalition government. Labor's flagship housing policy, the Housing Australia Future Fund, is one of the greatest public policy failures of our time. $10 billion of taxpayer money tied up in a fund, yet no member of the government was willing or able to tell us how many homes it's actually built. At Senate estimates, we discovered that Labor is not even building homes. They're buying them. They're buying homes. You can't make this up. The government's competing with its own people to buy up existing supply, driving up prices. Deputy Speaker, Australians don't need their government bidding against them at weekend auctions. They need their government building more homes. Nearly $60 billion of taxpayer money has been poured into housing schemes that are failing to deliver results. Labor's spending more, building less, and blaming everybody but themselves. Labor know the key to increasing housing supply is through deregulating the industry. But instead, they bow down to their union mates to pile on 5,000 new regulations and 400 new laws, nearly 3,000 pages of construction codes. They smother builders in paperwork and then wonder why fewer homes are being built. We've seen an historic collapse in building completion, with close to 200,000 homes built each year under the coalition, compared to the barely 170,000 today under Labor. And at the same time as construction's fallen, Labor's presided over the biggest population surge since the 1950s, driving up demand while strangling supply through red tape and poor policy design. And so what's the result? Families in my electorate are paying more, they're waiting longer, and they're falling further behind. As the housing crisis deepens, the minister hides a $24,000 report into bullying and mismanagement at Housing Australia, one that Treasury admits exists but refuses to release. This is a government that's addicted to secrecy, allergic to accountability, and incapable of delivery. Labor's reckless expansion of the home guarantee schemes, another example of good intentions, bad economics and worse governance. The Coalition created this scheme to help low-income Australians with small deposits. It was a targeted, sensible policy. Labor's turned it into a $60 billion, uncapped, non-means-tested, free-for-all system not targeted to those who need it. The Reserve Bank Governor has already confirmed the obvious. This will push up house prices and leave first-home buyers with larger mortgages. Labor's policy helps no one, except the banks, the unions and super funds, all lining up for a share of taxpayer-backed housing debt. Deputy Speaker, no discussion of housing under this government can ignore the elephant on the building site, the criminal and corrupt CFMEU. This union's been allowed to run rampant across construction sites, driving up apartment prices by as much as 30%. It's unconscionable that taxpayer money is being funnelled through this fund to enrich the same union whose conduct has driven so many builders to the wall. The Coalition's bill before the Senate would ban half investments tied to the CFMEU's financial arms. If Labor were serious about integrity in housing, they would support it. Deputy Speaker, for generations Australians have believed that if you worked hard, saved carefully and contributed to your community, you could own a home and therefore a stake in your economy and your country. But that social contract is breaking. Instead of enabling Australians to build their own future, Labor continues to fuel dependency. We must restore government as an enabler, not a provider, a partner in people's ambition, not a replacement for it. We must restore the great Australian dream of home ownership, because a government that cannot house its people is a government that's lost its way.
Call the member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, whenever we talk about housing, we need to acknowledge a few things. One is that this is a housing crisis generations in the making. It didn't start in 2022 when the Albanese Labor government was elected. This has been going on for decades, because for decades we've had poor housing policy by all levels of government, and for decades this country simply hasn't built enough homes. People in my community and across the country are doing everything right. They're working hard, they're saving, but they're still finding it hard to afford to rent a home in many circumstances, and even harder to buy a home. The queues in my community for rental properties are staggering. That's not because the Albanese Labor government was elected and that's when this started. That's because there haven't been enough homes built in the cities and the regions for decades. Young people feel like they'll never be able to own a home, let alone find an affordable home to rent. Parents tell me that they struggle to give their kids the same stability they have, and that all comes down to housing, and that all comes down to successive local, state, federal governments that have not built enough homes. One of the main reasons I decided to run for federal government was after a decade in local government, I know we needed a federal government that took action on housing, not just talk about it like those opposite, not like those opposite who didn't have a housing minister for half of the time in their last term of government, but I wanted to be part of a federal government that took ownership of this problem and had policies to help deliver on it. And now at 2 elections, we've been elected with policies to attack this challenge that we face. Because we can't just keep on turning up to this place and talking about it. We actually have to do things about it. And that's what this government is doing. We've allocated $43 billion to date to deal with this generations-old problem. And it's built on 3 pillars. We want to make it easier to buy a home. We want to make it better to rent a home. And we need to build more homes. Now, if you listen to the member from Fadden and the member from McPherson, there's no ownership of their contribution to this crisis here, right? They're just sitting here slinging mud, throwing out acronyms, blaming some report, this other report. There's no solutions in their sprays because for 9 long years, they did nothing. They didn't take ownership of the housing crisis, and in fact, they made it worse. In their 9 years, 373 social and affordable homes were built. That's it. Not per year, not per month or week. In the entire 9 years, that's all they built. They walked away from the housing challenge. During the pandemic, when industry experts were saying to boost our economy by funding the construction of more housing, they came up with a policy to fund renovations for people that already owned homes. Ignored experts saying build more social housing during the pandemic. It'll help our economy and it'll help solve the crisis. But they did nothing. The opposite can be said of this government. Real delivery. We've set that really ambitious target of 1.2 million homes. We're delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes through the Housing Australia Future Fund. And those opposite say it's not working. It is, and I'll give you an example in my electorate. Link Wentworth Housing, we're going to build around 150 apartments, and before the Housing Australia Future Fund, half of it was going to be social homes, half of it was going to be market, because that's the only way they could make it stack up. With the Housing Australia Future Fund, a signed agreement, now it'll be half housing, half social homes, half affordable homes, removing the need to have that private market housing to fund the construction. The HAF will help them top it up. We'll have more affordable homes in Bennelong because of the Housing Australian Future Fund. There'll be over 1,000 build-to-rent properties that are currently under planning or construction in my electorate alone, let alone across the rest of the country, all because of policies that those opposite not only voted against, but are now complaining are not delivering when they are. Instead of whinging, we're getting on with the job and we'll keep on doing it.
And I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Bennelong, who I agree with him. We shouldn't be whinging, we should be working. But not whinging doesn't mean not having a decent critique either. And in my electorate of Indi, housing pressures continue to be one of the most pressing and commonly brought issues that come to my office. Homeowners continue to feel the pressure of interest rates and the high cost of living. Renters struggle to imagine home ownership at all, with vacancy rates critically low and rents continuing to rise. And when it comes to social housing, thousands of people remain on wait lists in towns like Wodonga, Wangaratta and Benalla. And, Deputy Speaker, homelessness is at rates we have never seen before in rural and regional Australia. There is no doubt there is so much more to be done to make housing affordable and accessible in Australia. However, while the motion before the House points to failure, I'm determined, as I said, to focus on solutions, and solutions that work for the people I represent in rural and regional Australia. I'm not here just to describe a problem. It's why, since 2022, I've called for a $2 billion regional housing infrastructure fund to help local councils build the pipes, the pavements, the poles that unlock new housing. It's not glamorous, but it works. When you fund sewerage, water and roads, you turn zoned but vacant land into build-ready land. And that's how you add supply in regional Australia, because regional Australia needs solutions that focus on specific regional needs. You don't have to look far in my electorate of Indi to see the reality of infrastructure constraints. In Toowoomba, new developments are paused because there simply isn't enough water capacity in town. In Benalla, millions of dollars worth of drainage works is required before further homes can be built. Of course, we need to be mindful of how we build and where we build, but with greater investment in critical infrastructure, there will be little new housing. Without it, we have to have critical investment in infrastructure. Regional councils can't afford this infrastructure alone. This is where the Commonwealth needs to step in. It's where they need to step in more if we're to make real progress on the housing crisis in regional communities. So I welcome the government's announcement of the $500 million housing support program in August 2023. It's exactly what I was calling for. It was a good start, but it didn't land where it needed to in specifically targeting regional Australia. Now, the Coalition committed $5 billion to enabling infrastructure during the recent election, and I hope, as the member for Fadden and his colleagues continue to work through their policy review, that they hang on to this one. We're also now a couple of years past the creation of the government's flagship housing policy, the Housing Australia Future Fund, and I worked constructively on that legislation and secured amendments to put regional voices on the record. I also sought to guarantee a fair share of funding for regional Australia. Now, while the government would not back those improvements, I'm going to keep pushing them, though, for stronger, targeted regional funding. Unfortunately, the jury is still out on the HAF. For most Australians, it is unclear how this $10 billion policy has delivered and what it will deliver. It's not clear how communities in my electorate have or will benefit. If the government wants ongoing support for its HAF, it's going to need to do a whole lot more to communicate how and where it's making a difference. Because if the HAF doesn't start making serious progress, we have little chance of meeting the government's target of 1.2 million homes by 2030. Ambition is well and good, but it's getting investment into the regions where funding is desperately needed that will make a difference. So the path is not to abandon or undermine the target, as the opposition seeks to do, but to do everything we can to meet it. So what needs to change for regional Australia? First, establish a regional housing infrastructure fund. Open it to local governments to co-fund the infrastructure that make developments viable at scale. Second, ensure that 30% of housing funding flows to the regions, because that's where 30% of the people live. Third, we should require Housing Australia and its investment mandate to explicitly recognise enabling infrastructure as an eligible activity. Speaker, the housing crisis does not stop at the limits of Sydney or Melbourne. In Indi, the housing crisis makes it harder for health services to recruit, for farmers to find workers, for families to find somewhere to call home. We can change that. We can change that if we stop treating the regions as an afterthought. We need to centre regional housing and investment in the critical infrastructure that's holding back new homes right now across rural and regional Australia.
I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, the great Australian dream has traditionally been to own your own home. That is the dream of every young person who's just finishing school, who's starting work, to get a deposit together and buy themselves a house. And there's no doubt that there is a housing crisis and a housing problem that we're facing. And this government is doing all it can to overcome that challenge. But that's not to say, Deputy Speaker, that this problem began in May 2022, when Labor came to this side of the House and formed government. This has been an ongoing issue for many years. And I recall the debates, mainly tailored around homelessness in the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison years. And we know for a fact, and even in the Howard years, that traditionally by the coalition side, it was to handball it to the states. And I remember many questions being asked in this place from the then Labor opposition. And I recall the answers from this side of the House from the coalition government of the time, wiping their hands clean of housing and saying this is solely an issue for the states to combat. Well, Deputy Speaker, in my home state of South Australia, in 1993, when the Brown-Olsen Liberal government came to power, right through to 2002, when the Rand Labor government came to power, 10,000 public houses and housing stock was sold off. 10,000. You don't rip out a whole massive hole of 10,000 homes without creating some form of problem. I don't know what it was like in other states, but I can tell you that was the case. So, Deputy Speaker, as I said, there is no doubt there is a housing problem, and all of us in this place, as we go door knocking, speak to people in forums, etc., we know that it's harder for young people to buy a home. And I also hear from young people themselves who apply for the rental properties with dozens of other people competing for that very same property. And it's not just young Australians. Families with kids are worried that as rents go up, they may be forced to move at the whim of a landlord, and they feel bad that they can't give their child the stability they enjoy as children. Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we understand profoundly how upsetting it is for families. As opposed to the others who, for 9 wasted years, they only built 373 houses, affordable homes over that entire period. And during this term of Parliament, they've continued to show that they don't understand what needs to be done. Only last week in the other place, they tried to completely scrap the Commonwealth housing agenda, to scrap 5% deposits for first home buyers, they tried to scrap, Deputy Speaker, the Help to Buy program, helping the people who need it most. And they also tried to scrap the social and affordable homes we're already delivering thanks to the Housing Australia Future Fund. And we know that the long-term fix to housing is to build more homes. We know that we have to build more homes, and we have to encourage everything from private enterprise to governments to absolutely build those homes. Now, we on this side have an ambitious national target. We're determined, together with the states and the territories, to build 1.2 million new homes. And that's the only way we can solve this housing crisis. We need more stock, and we need to work in partnership with all levels of government, local government, state governments, the private sector, to get those homes built. In South Australia, a former colleague from this House, the Honourable Nick Champion, is also the Minister for Housing, Urban Development, Housing Infrastructure, Minister for Planning. Combining these portfolios under one minister makes perfect sense, and we've been working very closely, the federal government with the South Australian state government. In my electorate of Adelaide, I've been pleased to join the minister on a number of occasions to launch projects such as Uniting SAs, Uniting in Bowden, together with Renewal SA's Bowden Precinct, creating and providing more affordable homes. More than 500,000 homes have been built nationwide since Labor was elected, Deputy Speaker, and we're delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes, thanks to programs like the HAF that the opposition have tried to tear down. Deputy Speaker, we have a plan to make it easier, lower deposits through our 5% deposit scheme, smaller mortgages for 40,000 Australians through the Help to Buy, and $10 billion investment into 100,000 homes.
I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and it's interesting to hear the member opposite reflect on his experience in South Australia, because mine, coming from the great state of Western Australia, couldn't be more different. Some 9 years after the Labor Party came to government in WA, there are now fewer social homes in that state than there were when the Coalition last left office in 2017. And the honourable member reflected on targets and ambitions and aspirations, and it seems to be a recurrent theme, whether it's in housing or emissions, that we talk a big game, but the reality experienced by Australians is a sad miss on that high bar. Because we on this side of the House as Liberals want this country to be a country of home ownership, not because it should be easy, but because if you do the right thing, if you work hard, you save and you build a better future for your family, then you too should be able to join the league of home ownership in this country. Of course, there are circumstances in which it suits a particular person at that phase of their life to rent or to board with family, friends, someone else. But the reality is that the market for housing in Australia has been distorted by the Labor Party spending more taxpayer money than ever before. And at the same time, we're achieving worse outcomes in housing than ever before. The simple reality is that the Parliamentary Library has belled the cat. Some $60 billion has been shovelled out the door by the Labor government. That's $23 billion in the budget. But of course, some $34.4 billion just quietly snuck off to the side of the budget at a time where there are less homes being built in this country than under the previous coalition government. Because we understand you have to back the private sector to do what it does well. You have to get out of the way of developers, whether they be mums and dads looking to earn a little bit more through a side hustle, all the way through to our biggest developers, to ensure that the supply of housing meets demand. That's the supply side, of course, but the reality is that this government have also overseen a record surge in demand for housing through net overseas migration. And I note in this debate today that those on the government benches studiously avoid talking about the other side of the equation. This is a market. It's supply and demand. You can't tackle one side and completely ignore the other. But the reality is, as I say, more money out the door, more people coming to this country, fewer homes built, and yet they wonder why house prices are through the roof and rents aren't far behind. In just 3 years, their first term, the government has presided over the biggest boom in Australia's population since the end of the Second World War. And at the same time, the housing industry in Australia has delivered less homes. So, again, as I say, it is no wonder that we have a very serious problem. But it shouldn't come as a galloping shock to those opposite, because Treasury gave them the advice that said they will fail to meet their own aspirational target of some 1.2 million new homes by 2029. So since Labor came to power, not only have they had their own Treasury telling them that they're not going to meet this, we've seen building construction prices up by 20%, homelessness getting worse, not better, the lawlessness and the thuggery, the intimidation and the rorts perpetrated by the CFMEU getting worse, not better, because, of course, one of the first things they did was bin the ABCC. So we took away the cop on the beat, trying to keep the construction industry clean. We've had record migration, we've had a collapse in the supply of new housing, and yet still we hear all this talk about an aspiration, an ambition, doing more than ever. Well, the reality is that Australians don't sleep at night under a roof of hot air from this government. They need a home to live in. The Coalition is a party that believes in home ownership because the home can be a cornerstone for a family, its place in the world, and of course a platform from which we can raise kids and send them off into the world. Yet the reality is that in my electorate in Forrest, I keep hearing about people with jobs, with kids, who are forced to live in cars in car parks. It is a shame on this government.
Call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak about Australia's housing crisis and the action this government is taking to combat it. We are building more homes, supporting renters and investing in social and affordable housing at scale not seen in decades. This progress is making a real difference in everyday lives, because every house built by this government is proof that progress is not just possible, it is happening. That progress matters because housing is now a life-defining challenge for so many Australians. People are working hard, doing everything right, still they have not been able to find a place to call home. Young people line up around the block for rental inspections. Families who once would have owned a home now find themselves in long-term rentals. Parents tell me they cannot give their children the stable home that they grew up in. The Albanese Labor government understands how hard this is. We have a $43 billion housing agenda that is tackling the crisis from every angle. The Commonwealth is no longer a bystander in this challenge, and we are the most ambitious government on housing since the post-war period. At the centre of this work is building more homes. More homes means more affordability for everyone. Through the National Housing Accord, we are working with the states and territories, councils and industry. The goal is 1.2 million new homes by 2029. We are cutting red tape, training more tradies and delivering the infrastructure to unlock supply. The Albanese government is directly supporting the delivery of 55,000 social and affordable homes. The Housing Australia Future Fund, the HAF, is driving that work. It is funding homes for people who have been locked out of the market through no fault of their own. It supports the nurses, teachers and key workers who hold our community together, helping them live near the people they care for and close to the places where their work changes lives. In Victoria, federal investment supports the Big Housing Bill, and in my electorate of Melbourne, projects in Carlton and Fitzroy are replacing outdated housing with modern, secure homes. Labor is backing home buyers. The 5% deposit scheme began on the 1st of October. It was delivered months ahead of schedule, and now first home buyers are cutting years off the time it takes to save a deposit and avoiding paying mortgage insurance. We are also rolling out Help to Buy to help low and middle income earners purchase a home with a smaller deposit and a smaller mortgage. The government has delivered the largest increase to Commonwealth rent assistance in 30 years, a rise of over 40% since returning to government in 2022. Yeah. This is real relief for more than 500,000 households. Social and affordable housing is at the heart of our government's plan. Affordable housing gives people on modest incomes a chance to build a life without sacrificing everything else. Social housing provides safety for those in greatest need. It supports women and children leaving domestic violence. It protects older women, the fastest growing group at risk of homelessness, because the only real answer to homelessness is housing itself. Across Victoria, demand remains high. More than 63,000 applicants sit on the social housing register. Every new home built under the HAF is another family with stability, another child with space to grow, another community made stronger. In Melbourne, I see the impact every day. My work is to make sure new developments include social and affordable homes. This is work that means a great deal to me. Before entering Parliament, I helped to raise a pipeline of over $110 million through the Homes for Homes model, creating real pathways to safe and secure housing for more Australians. The next phase of this plan will keep building on that progress. We will expand the HAF pipeline. We will strengthen renters' protections through a national rental framework. We will continue to grow social and affordable housing each year. Speaker, the goal is simple. Every Australian deserves a safe, secure, affordable place to call home. Behind every policy, every number, every brick, there is a person waiting for a key. Our job is to make sure they get it. Thank you.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, government election commitments.
And I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to government election commitments in the terms of which appears on the notice paper.
Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to move the motion before the House today, recognising 6 months since the federal election and how the Albanese Labor government is delivering in its second term of government. The election in May was a historic moment in Australia's political history. The Australian people returned a significant Labor majority, recognising the importance of protecting Medicare, easing cost of living pressures and investing in a future made in Australia. And that is exactly what we are delivering. On strengthening Medicare, last Saturday, our latest reforms targeted at improving bulk billing rates came into effect. For the first time, the bulk billing incentive has been expanded to all Australians, and a boost introduced to payments for practices that bulk bill every single patient. This investment will deliver 18 million more bulk bill GP visits each year nationwide. In my electorate of Banks alone, 14 GP practices have already indicated their intent to become Medicare bulk billing practices, making it easier for people in my community to see a doctor without fearing the cost. This is combined with 50 more fully bulk billed urgent care clinics across the country, medicines made even cheaper from the 1st of January next year, a $500 million program for women's health, and more free and accessible mental health support. Together, these initiatives are part of Labor's plans to deliver for the health of every Australian. Deputy Speaker, easing cost of living pressures is at the top of the agenda for so many Australians, and rightly so. For the government, this begins with responsible management of the economy and the budget. The results already speak for themselves. Getting inflation down to half of what was inherited from the previous government. 7 straight quarters of real wages growth, the lowest average unemployment of any government in the last 50 years, and more than 1.1 million jobs created in just 3 years. Alongside 2 budget surpluses and a single deficit that was significantly smaller than originally projected, the improvement of the overall budget position by $209 billion and lowering the national debt by $188 billion. This is a record that the former coalition government could only dream of. As a result of our sensible and considered approach, we have also been able to roll out cost of living relief for all Australians. At the centre of this, multiple rounds of tax cuts for every taxpayer already delivered, with 2 more rounds to come in 2026 and 2027. Supporting raising the pay of minimum wage workers and award workers earlier this year while protecting penalty rates, as well as quarterly energy bill relief, taking money straight off people's expense bills. And importantly, Deputy Speaker, the first piece of legislation in this new parliament was a 20% cut to student debt for every Australian with a HECS balance. We delivered as promised, making life easier for young Australians. Australians know that with a Labor government, they will have the leadership that is focused on ensuring that they earn more and keep more of what they earn. Further, Deputy Speaker, the future Made in Australia will maximise the economic and industrial benefits as we move towards net zero by supporting clean energy and advanced manufacturing. While there are some people in this place who prefer to talk down our manufacturing industry, this government is doing the opposite and working to make sure Australian people and Australian workers reap the economic rewards of Australia becoming a renewable energy superpower. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, not everyone is as focused as we are on this side of the House. While the Australian people sent those opposite a clear message at the election, the Liberals and the Nationals simply aren't listening. In recent weeks, we've seen the Liberals and the Nationals battling with and amongst each other over which leftovers of the Dutton era they want to serve up to the Australian people once again. Whether it's abandoning the net zero, reviving the doomed nuclear scheme, or just wanting to fight pointless culture wars, there is a clear pattern.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion.
And reserve your right to speak. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Barker.
I understand the reluctance to second this self-congratulatory motion. I mean, the member for Banks just accused me of not listening. I listened intently to his 5-minute dissertation, and what I heard, and what people in the gallery I'm sure heard, and what the people of Australia heard, is Australians have never had it better. Well, if you believe that, you're talking to a different subset of Australians than me. Electricity prices through the roof. I want to talk about Medicare because in my community it's a real issue right now, but the member opposite also talked about a future made in Australia, and those of us on this side, he suggests, want to talk down manufacturing. We want to talk it up. It's those on the other side who want to close down Australian manufacturing. And if you don't believe that, go and talk to any smelter in Australia right now. Tomago might be the place you start, but it's not the place you finish. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not here to address the member for Banks's comments, or enthusiastic as he is to talk up the progress of the Albanese Labor government over the last 6 months, but I want to address the first point he makes. The government delivering, he says, on their election commitments. And the first proof point he points to is strengthening Medicare. I want to take him on a journey to my electorate. Southeast South Australia contains the second largest city in South Australia, my hometown of Mount Gambier. On the 3rd of May 2025, Mount Gambier had an urgent care clinic. That urgent care clinic, Medicare urgent care clinic, was closed in June. Closed. I mean, it never met its obligated opening hours, never, extended hours that never were, but it literally closed in June. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'd think over the 6 months, if that had occurred, and given that the government proudly claims that it has strengthened Medicare over the course of the last 6 months, that it would have reopened. But I'm here to tell the member for Banks and all those opposite that it remains closed. Closed. Now, thankfully, those opposites have been able in the 6 months, since 5 months since the close, the 6 months in government, to issue a new tender for the urgent care clinic in Mount Gambier. But I'm told on the grapevine, quietly, despite the fact that the minister issued a press release celebrating the tender, that the facility won't be open till next year. So we're about 200 days right now where that facility's been closed. I mean, the weeds are up to here. I offered to go with my whippersnipper and tidy it up, but the offer wasn't accepted. 200 days to this point, but it'll be something more like 7 months before that facility reopens. Now, that would be bad enough. Bad enough. But right now, in South Australia's second largest city, the state that the minister relevant to this portfolio hails from, every single GP clinic in that community has issued a public statement that they're not able to accept any new patients. I had a constituent who contacted me recently. He's a patient of a particular clinic, but because his doctor has retired, he's no longer able to return to the clinic. Now, do I blame the clinics? Absolutely not. Do I put a call out to people living in that community to show respect to frontline staff at those clinics who are often the subject of rather terse conversations when they have to inform a person living in that community that, sorry, you can't see a doctor, you won't be able to see a GP, you'll have to drive 100 kilometres that way or 50 kilometres that way, or better still, travel to Adelaide. Do I put that call out? I do. But I tell you who I apportion the blame to. Minister Butler. Because one of his first actions, the member for Banks scoffs, but hear me out. One of his first actions as minister in 2022 was to change the distribution priority areas, meaning that a doctor who was obligated to work in an area of need like Mount Gambier in my electorate was no longer required to practice in Mount Gambier, could practice in Adelaide. And the member opposite scoffs. But can I tell you, on that day, I received 2 phone calls from the 2 largest clinics in Mount Gambier. You know what those phone calls said? Tony, we've just had a number of doctors resign en masse and we won't be able to service the people of Mount Gambier. He's to blame.
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. It's always fascinating to listen to the member for Barker, or as we like to think of him, the numbers man for the member for Hume. And he's up and about, the member for Barker. He might have a busy couple of weeks coming up as the member for Hume's numbers man. You know, he might be dusting, rolling the sleeves up and making a few phone calls to some of his colleagues. And look, I know that the leader of the opposition's team must have been absolutely thrilled that the member for Barker was the member for Hume's numbers man. That would have been one of the first signs that maybe they're going to have a successful campaign. But anyway, let's move on to more important things. And I'm so proud to second the motion, or to be part of this motion led by the member for Banks, who is an outstanding new member of this place and one who is going to make a huge contribution to this parliament and serve the people of the community that I know he loves and respects, and feels very grateful to be here in this place. And it has been 6 months since the election, Acting Speaker. And when you think about the job that the Australian people asked us to do, it was all of the simple things that made a meaningful difference to the lives of the people that we are privileged to represent. All of the simple things that help Australians with the cost of living, with getting through the day and helping their families and their communities get through and doing this amazing country of ours. And when I was speaking to the thousands of people in the lead up to the election, asking them simple questions like, what matters to you? What do you care about? What's really on your agenda? And I remember speaking to hundreds of young people, people at university, people with student debt, and the thing that came back was, look, 20% off HEX. That sounds pretty good, and it wasn't everything. It was meaningful, and it was the first piece of legislation that we brought into this place. And over the next few weeks, students are going to be receiving text messages with their HEX amount coming off, and that is a fantastic legacy and one that is going to save people thousands of dollars in student debt. Yeah. And of course, the other big policy that kept coming back was when I spoke to so many young couples in my electorate, the thing that they said time and time again was, look, we'd just love to be able to buy our own home. And in McNamara, we have such a high percentage of people who are renters, and what we know that the big barrier of getting into the housing market is saving up enough money to buy a deposit. And that's why the 5% deposits are so important, and 2% for single parents, because we want people to be paying off their own mortgage, not somebody else's. And I know that this policy is going to help thousands of people get into home ownership. And then as the year finishes, we'll also be opening up our shared equity scheme, a help to buy scheme that's going to help people get into the market with about around 70% of the total cost of the price of the home as well, which is another fantastic investment, one that happens at states across the country, one that obviously those opposite were very quick to criticise. They're very quick to criticise the home guarantee scheme, very quick to criticise any effort to help Australians get into the housing market. And if you want to see a reflection of just how out of touch those opposite are, you just have to listen to their commentary around saying that the help to buy scheme or the home guarantee scheme is all about the sons and daughters of billionaires. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And we on this side of the House are proud to do our bit to help ensure that people are able to get into the housing market. Yeah. I also, Acting Speaker, spoke about it last week, but I went to Elsternwick Medical Centre, which is one of the big medical centres just on the border of McNamara and Goldstein, which, thanks to our investments in Medicare, has now become 100% bulk billed. We opened up a headspace in South Melbourne. The headspace in Elsternwick has also had a revamp. We are investing in free, local, high-quality healthcare services, and you only have to look all around the electorate of McNamara to see that coming to fruition. And the community is answering in with their feet. And over almost 80,000 consultations happened last year, and we're expecting even more, with 100% of them being bulk billed at the Elsternwick Medical Centre. Obviously, there are a number of local commitments as well that we are getting busy on in McNamara. We are redoing the South Melbourne Town Hall for the Australian National Academy of Music. We're restoring the See-Up Temple in South Melbourne. We're investing in the Jewish Arts Quarter. We're investing in Joy Media, an amazing community radio station for the LGBTIQ community. There is so much going on, and it's been an extremely busy 6 months, but the work is just getting started, because when the Australian people at the election spoke, they said, we want a government that is focused on the things that make a difference to the lives of us and our communities. That is exactly the work that we are doing.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Indi.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, and I thank the member for Banks for reminding us that today marks 6 months since the federal election, and it's a timeline moment to assess how this government is responding to the mandate given to it by the Australian people. Building Australia's future includes investing in infrastructure, services and economic settings that shape the quality of life across the nation. And I will continue to push this government to deliver more for rural, regional and remote Australia so that we can build the hospitals and homes we need, secure the workforce required for essential services and ensure that the energy transition delivers lasting benefits while protecting nature and ensuring comprehensive community consultation. Building this future also means safeguarding our democracy and the pillars of accountability and transparency, pillars that foster trust in our institutions and our elected representatives. And in opposition, Acting Speaker, this government promised a new era of transparency, and I applauded the government in its early days in delivering the National Anti-Corruption Commission, long overdue reform and a cornerstone now of our integrity framework. But this achievement alone does not absolve the government from action on other integrity measures. 1 year ago, I delivered a speech evaluating the government's performance on integrity and transparency, and just last week, the Centre for Public Integrity published its integrity scorecard, And well, frankly, the results really do make for very sober reading. On 5 of 6 measures, this government is failing or stalling its commitment to fairer, more transparent government. I share the Centre's view, and I quote, that with genuine reform and leadership, the government can still deliver the transparent and accountable democracy Australians were promised. I urge them to do so. Now, there have been wins. The establishment of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission is commendable. It will ensure all of us, each and every one of us, are accountable for our conduct. But there are many areas in which this government is lagging on integrity and transparency. Just last week, we saw this government's recalcitrance to release the Briggs Review, more than 2 years after we were told it would be made public. This government talked a big game on ending a culture of jobs for mates, but we're yet to see any meaningful action. If we are to ensure Australians can keep more of what they earn and deliver more to ease cost of living pressures, effective spending of public money is more important than ever. Yet, Acting Speaker, pork barrelling persists. The government recently released guidelines for a new $550 million program to deliver its election commitments. Though branded as merit-based, the government's major and local community infrastructure program is an invitation-only program retrofitted to deliver the government's hand-picked election commitments. In the last term of Parliament, 2 programs disproportionately targeted marginal and target electorates. But perhaps the biggest, greatest disappointment of the Albanese's government second term so far on this anniversary is its unjustified attack on the freedom of information system. The right to access government's information is a key check and balance on the executive and public service. And admittedly, some areas of the FOIA system do need reform, but the government is once again using it as a cover for more secrecy. Expanding cabinet exemptions, for example, directly contravenes the recommendations of the Robodebt Royal Commission and will further obscure public knowledge of how important decisions are affecting our country and how they are made. This bill has no friends. In fact, it is desperate and dateless. It has no friends outside the walls of government. The government should drop it and go back to the drawing board. I continue to implore the government to act on protecting whistleblowers. Little has changed in the past year to further the Prime Minister's commitment to expand whistleblower protections and the public interest test. On electoral reform, this government has little credibility. Under the guise of transparency, the government passed significant reforms that frankly entrench the major parties' financial advantage. Instead of recognising that more Australians than ever are voting outside of the major parties, or maybe because of this, the government negotiated a stitch-up with the opposition to make it harder for new players to get elected. So there is much more work to be done if this government wants to leave a positive legacy on integrity. They've taken a few too many wrong turns, but there's actually still time to right the ship. And so I encourage every member of the government to steer in a better direction on integrity and transparency.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend, the member for Banks, for bringing this motion to the House. And of course, today does mark 6 months since the re-election of the Albanese Labor government. And this is a privilege that we do not take for granted, and we know how much work there is to do to deliver on the policies that Australian people voted for on the 3rd of May. It's really important that our job as a government is remained squarely on the people in our communities, on Australians and their issues. We're not interested in manufacturing culture wars or talking endlessly about our internal tensions. We are just focused as a team on delivering for all Australians, supporting aspirations and providing opportunities for all. We've been hard at work, building on the strong foundations laid during our first term to create a better, fairer and more prosperous Australia for everyone. Over the first 6 months of this term, we've remained focused on those commitments we've made. We've the first law we passed in the new parliament would be to cut student debt by 20%, and that's exactly what we did, with over 3 million Australians saving an average of $5,500. In my own electorate of Chisholm, that has meant 26,053 people benefited from this change, and that is one of the greatest recipients in Victoria as an electorate. Which shows just how important that policy is, and I'm really proud I was able to deliver for my community. We're delivering real help with cost of living. We're making medicines cheaper, boosting the minimum wage, protecting penalty rates, and expanding paid parental leave while adding superannuation to it, which is really critical for addressing inequality that many women experienced in their retirement. Just last week, Deputy Speaker, we introduced legislation to deliver superannuation payments on payday. Now, this is going to make a really big difference too. It is a significant reform that will see young people, casual workers, women workers, particularly advantaged by that change. We're strengthening Medicare. We're making sure that every Australian can access quality, affordable healthcare when and where they need it, with the biggest investment in bulk billing in Australian history and 50 new urgent care clinics to add to the 87 we've already opened around the nation. This takes pressure off hospitals and it helps more people see a doctor for free. We've delivered $500 million for women's health. We're investing in 31 new and upgraded Medicare mental health centres, expanded headspace centres, and training more mental health professionals. We're making it easier for Australians to buy a home, with 5% deposits for all first home buyers, and we're building more homes right across Australia. Our plan, Deputy Speaker, is all about helping Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn, with secure jobs and responsible economic management that supports wage growth while cutting income taxes. Our government is focused on building Australia's future, easing cost of living pressures and building that prosperous future for all. In my own electorate, I know how much our policies are benefiting the community. Since we've made medicines cheaper, more than $425 million on 69 million cheaper scripts has been saved in Victoria. This is saving money for our communities and protecting their health. And on Saturday, we know that many GP practices across the nation chose to become fully bulk billing practices, thanks to our record investment in Medicare. This is a really big deal, and it is really important for our nation. And I've had the Health Minister visit practices with me in my community, and I know what a difference this is going to make. We have an urgent care clinic in Mount Waverley, and I know that is very well utilised. And we've got another to come in the Stonington Council area too. We will be getting a Medicare mental health clinic in Glen Iris to join the existing mental health infrastructure funded by our government, such as the Headspace, which is just a couple of doors down from my office in Mount Waverley. There are many other projects we're delivering to, and when I'm here and when I'm in my community, I'm squarely focused on the delivery of the commitments I've made to my community. The coalition, those opposite, they didn't seem to learn anything in the last 6 months. They're more divided and divisive than ever, but that's okay, because what I do every day is listen to my community and focus on delivering the commitments that I was really proud to campaign on earlier this year, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Macpherson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's telling that at the top of those opposites' priority list is to move motions in this place which pat them on the back and congratulate them on their time here as being the government for the last 6 months. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the federal member for Macpherson, I'd like to start by saying 6 months is quite the milestone since the last election, and I thank the people of Macpherson for giving me the opportunity to represent them in this place. It's an honour that I never take for granted. But in light of the motion that we're seeing here today, it also reminds us of the 6-month record of this Albanese Labor government. And it's a record that the Australian people can see is not good. The Albanese Labor government has failed on a number of fronts, but particularly on the economy, and cost of living, health and defence, just to name a few items on this terrible scorecard. In relation to the economy and government spending, we've seen spending having ballooned to 27% of GDP, with revenue limping along at 25.5%. Now, aside from a temporary spike during the global pandemic, that means that government expenditure is at its highest levels since the Second World War. When I came to this place and delivered my maiden speech, I spoke about the fact that we want to make sure that government doesn't leave a burden for its future generations.
Yeah.
Now, what we've seen is the gap alone adding a $40 billion a year amount to the national credit card. We're seeing debt at over $1 trillion and $1.2 trillion at the time of the next election. And what does that mean? It means that for each of us here, every 60 seconds, looks like the power prices have gone up too much for this place as well.
The lights have gone out. Where's Bowen?
But it means that every 60 seconds,
I'm sure they'll come back
we
on
have $50,000 of expenditure just on the interest that we need to pay. We have a culture of dependence. Half of Australian voters now rely on the government for their primary source of income. That is not sustainable. We need a government that is actually going to increase the economic pie, generate wealth. And as I said in my maiden speech, governments don't create wealth, businesses do. And it's the private sector that needs to be supported and incentivised. But instead, what have we seen this government do? The private sector, where real wealth is created, is shrinking, with only 1 in 5 new jobs being created there, while the rest are taxpayer funded. Now, I don't think those opposite had it in mind when they put forward this motion that we now need to celebrate being the country with the largest proportionate public service in the developed world. Now, I have respect for the public service, and my mother has served in the Australian public service for over 30 years. But we need to make sure that we generate wealth in this country, and the private sector is the place to do so. On the cost of living front, in my electorate and across the country, food's up by 15%, housing by 19%, insurance 37%, gas 38%, and as we've seen in this place today, electricity is up 39%.
Lights are out.
The lights are out. On the health front, in my electorate of Macpherson, despite those opposite claiming all the credit for Medicare and claiming all the credit for health and health management, bulk billing in my community has dropped 12% since Labor came to government. Right. And in some communities across Australia, and I feel for our regional colleagues, that amount has dropped by nearly 20%. On defence, the men and women of the Australian Defence Force, they represent the height of our national character, but they need to be supported. We have countries and allies around the world looking at us, asking us to join their path of leadership and commit a certain amount of money to ensure that our defence force is well equipped. And we're not doing that. Australia barely spends 2%. This motion that's moved by the Labor Party does nothing but congratulate themselves on this horrific record. And the Prime Minister appears to be living in some sort of a dangerous fantasy, oblivious to the soaring debt, to rising taxes, bloated government, collapsing productivity and energy delusions. For the sake of the Australian people, I really hope the government's next 6 months are better than the last.
Yeah. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank my friend, the member for Banks, for moving this motion to mark 6 months since the election of the Albanese Labor government. While those opposite cherry-pick facts and only look at the negatives, we haven't wasted a day delivering what we promised at the election. So as the members opposite would know, the Saturday just past, the 1st of November, we delivered on our commitment with the largest investment in Medicare in its history to triple the bulk billing incentive to address exactly the kinds of declines in bulk billing rates that the member opposite has raised. We do things about the issues that are facing Australia. Those opposite just complain about them. We know that our reforms will mean that there's more bulk billing and that by 2030, 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed. This includes 17 clinics in my electorate who have expressed interest in going fully bulk billed. More free GP visits for people across my electorate in Box Hill, in Blackburn, in Doncaster, and we're continuing to roll out our other reforms. We delivered 87 Medicare urgent care clinics in our last term of government, and we're slated to open 50 more across the country in this term. We're delivering cheaper medicines as well, so that Australians will save on out-of-pocket costs, with PBS-listed medications costing only $25 per script to fill. Not only are we delivering, but we've moved forward some of our commitments so that from the 1st of October, we're helping Australians buy their first home with only a 5% deposit. This will cut waiting times in saving for a deposit and, importantly, save on expensive mortgage lenders' insurance. It will get first home buyers into their first home sooner and give them a leg up over investors. Now, nationally, over 190,000 first home buyers have taken advantage of this scheme, including 300 in my electorate of Menzies, and I'm so glad that there are more young people, more people who are buying their first home thanks to our support. We've also rolled out the Solar Home Battery Program, a huge success, with over 100,000 people around the country having taken up our 30% rebate, that price point providing a real incentive for them to get a solar home battery. It's good for the environment, it's good for the hip pocket. When I've been out door knocking in my electorate in Warrandyte, so many people expressed interest in getting in on it. This included Glenn in Lower Templestowe, who was really proud to show us his solar home battery system and talk about how it's going to save him hundreds, if not thousands of dollars per year on his power bills. In Menzies, 536 people have got themselves a solar home battery, again, thanks to our reforms. Last Friday, we introduced the Environmental Protection, Biodiversity and Conservation Act into this parliament, delivering on our election promise that we were going to prioritise the environment, that we were going to make sure that we're protecting Australia's beautiful natural environment and unique biodiversity. This will importantly create an independent environmental protection agency. Again, because we listen to our voters and we listen to the Australian people. I was out door knocking in Surrey Hills just on Saturday, a part of my electorate that cares deeply about climate change and cares deeply about the environment. Again and again, I heard from people who said that, yes, we need an independent environmental protection agency, and we don't want the Liberals, we don't want the Greens to team up to block this important legislation again. Their message was really clear. We need to get this done. We're also getting on with delivering election commitments in Menzies. In the election campaign, we committed $1.1 billion to mental health supports, a really important area of healthcare. This includes new and expanded Medicare mental health centres, which will include one in Box Hill in my electorate of Menzies and a further 31 around the country. We're also supporting organisations to get their paperwork in to deliver on our election commitments. That includes, for Box Hill United Soccer Club, to resurface Sparks Reserve for a synthetic pitch so that they can play more of the year and practice more of the year. Soccer is absolutely huge in Melbourne's east, so we want to make sure that more people can get out and play. We've committed $3.5 million for Bulleen Templestowe Basketball Club, for female-friendly change room, $187,500 for Warrandyte Arts to upgrade their pottery centres, and many more election commitments that we're delivering for the people of Menzies and for Australia. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The time allotted for this debate has expired, but there being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the following bills: Telecommunication Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025 and Environment Protection, Biodiversity, Conservation Amendment Board of Management Functions Bill 2025. I now call the Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, consideration in detail.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that this bill be agreed to. The member for Wentworth has the call.
I ask leave of this House to move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Wentworth.
I move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Wentworth has the call.
Deputy Speaker, I appreciate that we need to create a system that enables decisions to be made efficiently and fairly. And I believe that, I think I acknowledge the government's point that the Nixon review found that the system of review currently in the ART was being exploited to those by some to draw out and extend processes again, and particularly they highlighted student visas. And they recognised that with student visas now accounting for 40% of all lodgements, this can potentially have the impact of holding genuine reviews that are needed in limbo for months, often at great distress. So I acknowledge, I do find there are good grounds for finding efficiencies within the ART system, such as increasing the scope to review cases on the papers. However, I do have concerns currently in how this legislation is drafted, and that is where it goes to the heart of my amendment. Because there are obvious concerns about mandating that a type of visa class must be decided purely on the papers. As the Law Council of Australia argues, the blanket refusal of oral hearings for all cases represents a disproportionate response to the issue at hand. And that brings me to my amendment. The legislation is currently drafted includes student visas, but also allows, within regulations, other visas to be captured by this blanket refusal of oral hearings. And I think this is of real concern, because there may be, there can be a case argued that student visas can be determined on the papers, though there are some, I'll be honest, who argue that that is really not the case, particularly seeing that 50% of all study visa cancellations or refusals have been overturned, says that this is actually an area of great contention. But the fact that other visas could be included on this could also be problematic. And I go back to the Law Council of Australia, who said, while they support the government's decision to exclude protection visas, argues that it is likely that vulnerable applications could be captured by expanding these powers to other classes, including provisional partner visas, bridging visas and employer-sponsored visas. All of these things could be captured without coming back to the House. And to quote from the Law Council's submission to this bill, "These decisions go to the core of how the tribunal operates for potentially wide groups of people and relate to its overall design as determined by Parliament only a year ago. Such decisions should not be left to delegated legislation." Now, while I acknowledge that these regulations are disallowable, for something so fundamental to the role of the ART, I would agree again with the Law Council, who argues that, and I quote, "Decisions that remove the ability of whole classes of individuals to have a hearing should, if included in legislation at all, be determined by Parliament under primary legislation." And so for this, for these reasons and for those arguments as argued by the Law Council, that has driven me to draft this amendment, which would remove the Minister's ability to expand this requirement to other temporary visa classes, instead needing further changes to be made in primary legislation as recommended by the Law Council. And I think we should just take a moment to reflect on what is the purpose of the ART and why this is important. The ART is the final place that individuals, where they feel that the state has not been fair or accurate in their dealings with them, it's the final place that individuals can make a case, and the state has to come up and be honest and adjudicate this fairly to make sure that the state has not overreached or that the state has not made a mistake in these places. This is up for citizens of our community just taking those actions. And my concern really with what this legislation in relation to the ART is that you're saying this legislation now says to people, that they will only be determined on the papers, and this isn't the case. This is given, the vulnerable Australians who may be making those representations to the ART, may be representing themselves, as I know many from my constituency have gone to the ART representing themselves, that they may have no opportunity to be heard, in this current legislation, and this could be extended to other visa requirements, other visa classes, is of real concern. So I argue really that the government in this case should listen to the Law Council, should listen to the protections that the Law Council is arguing for, and should support my amendment in this case.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The Attorney-General has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for her contribution. The government will not be supporting this amendment. The government considers the regulation-making power necessary to ensure that the government can support the Administrative Review Tribunal appropriately respond to changes in its caseload in a more flexible way. As a regulation, it would of course be subject to disallowance by the Parliament as is appropriate. Importantly, the ability to apply the on-the-papers process to other visa types could only apply to reviewable migration decisions, expressly excluding protection visa matters in recognition that these are generally more complex.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister about the sort of case that I'm trying to make in relation to vulnerable Australians who go to the ART to be heard on issues outside of student visas, and the fact that the government is has given itself the ability to grant it, to do it via regulation to exclude entire classes, to include other groups of applicants who would no longer be able to ever be heard in front of the ART themselves, and consider whether, particularly given the breadth of vulnerability of some of those people who might be included in that, why the government feels that it is appropriate to do this from a regulatory point of view as opposed to from a point of view of coming back to this Parliament and making the case. And I would love the Minister to engage on the question of why the government even drafted and determined the ART in its current form if it wanted, if it's willing to so quickly go back and say, okay, this should be, people should no longer have a hearing, and we give ourselves, the government, the opportunity to pass regulations on that basis, that whole groups of people should no longer have the opportunity to have a hearing. No longer when the ART professionals looking on the merits of the case say, I have additional questions here, these are important questions, I would like to be able to put them to the applicant, but under the legislation I will no longer, this is not going to be possible. And I just really want to understand which vulnerable groups the government has considered, because the acknowledgement that you've excluded temporary protection visas, I think, goes to the point that the government recognises there are some people who should not be able to be heard, who should not be able to be only considered on the papers. But really my question is, what about those other vulnerable people in those other classes? Why should they not be able to be determined on, to have the opportunity to be at least considered, including for a verbal hearing, as well as rather being excluded on the papers simply through regulation?
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. All those in that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Member for Flinders.
Leave is granted.
I'll now put the question. All those that opinion say aye. Sorry, Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Macquarie. Sorry. Member for Macquarie, apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If there's one thing that businesses and individuals have complained about regularly over the 15 years I've been involved in politics and the 20 years before that I was in small business, and so is something that we all pretty much agree on, and that is the need to reduce red tape. It seems like such an obvious thing to do, but many governments have tried and failed to reduce duplication and inefficiency. Not only does this bill achieve what many have failed to do, but it does it in a context of improving productivity. And in fact, it does so much more than that. The Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2025 is the latest example of tangible reform to come out of the Economic Reform Roundtable, which identified that fit-for-purpose regulation is a key enabler for Australia's economic potential. This bill takes a whole-of-government approach to amending regulation to ensure that it remains fit for purpose in the 21st century. The government understands that regulation that is not fit for purpose or duplicates processes frustrates Australians and also drives up the cost of doing business. So the aim of these changes are to improve productivity and support economic resilience without reducing necessary protections. The bill contains 60 measures which amend 28 acts, repeal 2 acts and affect the operation of 13 Commonwealth agencies. It reflects our commitment to connecting government services so Australians can get the help they need faster. But one of the most important things this bill does is provide a first step towards the implementation of a tell us once approach to government services. Now, it supports this implementation, this idea of just tell us once, within Services Australia, reducing the number of times Australians are asked to provide the same information across its programs. And I became a big fan of the tell it once principle a few years ago after a visit to Estonia. And Estonia has really led the world in ensuring that its citizens have a very smooth interaction with government agencies. Now, it isn't appropriate to replicate everything that they do, but one of the key things they did was adopt a principle that you only have to give a piece of information once to government. In fact, they go even further, saying that piece of information has to be useful to at least 2 government agencies. And so it's an extraordinary digital system that they have based on this idea that they call the once-only principle. And in fact, the state is not allowed to ask citizens for the same information twice. In other words, if you give your address or a family member's name to the Census Bureau, the health insurance provider won't ask you later for it again. And no department of any government agency can make citizens repeat information already stored in their database or that of some other agency. Now, of course, we're not in a position to go quite as far as Estonia. We have 3 tiers of government. We have a very different population. But that principle of tell us once is underpinning some of the changes that we are supporting here in this bill today. And I want to give some really specific examples. I promise I'm not going to go through the 28 different acts that are amended and the 60 measures, but I am going to give some tangible examples, Deputy Speaker, of what's involved. One example of the measures in this bill is about removing barriers to digital evidence of Australian citizenship. And in order to do this, we need to amend the Australian Citizenship Act and the Electronic Transactions Act to remove barriers to digital evidence to show that you're an Australian. And what this does is pave the way for Home Affairs to develop a technical solution which is going to allow for the issue of digital evidence of your Australian citizenship, making it easier and a more reliable proof of citizenship, reducing the costs, obviously, and giving further security for citizens. So the development of a digital solution will be required before digital citizen certificates can be issued to Australian citizens. And of course, privacy impacts will be considered during this process. But to achieve the outcome, we have to fix two acts because of stuff that's in them. One that was made in 1999 and one that was made in 2007. And that's an example of just one of the 60 changes that this bill deals with. Another example, and I've been through them all, there are a number that relate to healthcare identifiers. They're quite technical. So I'm choosing the ones that are reasonably straightforward. And this is one I really like, called the Simplifying Information Sharing for Connected Service Delivery. This one involves changes that address a limitation that means that certain offices in Services Australia can't share protected information for the purposes of a Centrelink program or a Medicare program. And that means it limits their ability to deliver programs that meet the end-to-end need of their customers. So the change ensures that legal arrangements for sharing protected information are brought into a more contemporary operational structure. And it also ensures that the arrangements for recording, disclosing and using protected information for other Centrelink programs and Medicare programs are aligned with the arrangements already in place for a whole lot of other programs. So I'm going to give you an example of this one because this one involves amending one of the 1999 Tax Acts, Paid Parental Leave Act, Student Assistance Act of 1973, Child Support Assessment Act of 1989, the Child Support Registration and Collection Act of 1988, as well as the 2010 Paid Parental Leave Act, which I think I've mentioned twice there. But let's bring it alive with an example, Deputy Speaker. So let's take Michael. He is a mutual customer of both Medicare and Centrelink. He receives family tax benefit for his 7-year-old child and has a current bank account recorded with Centrelink. He hasn't updated his bank account details with Medicare. Now, he is one of approximately 980,000 Australians who are owed unpaid Medicare benefits, totalling more than $270 million. Legislative changes can allow Medicare to access the payment destination information of the current mutual Centrelink customers for the purposes of delivering that unpaid Medicare benefit to people who may not even know that they are eligible for these funds. So what will happen with these changes is Medicare staff will confirm with Michael that the bank account is the same as the one he has recorded for Centrelink, and he then receives a refund for previous medical costs and appointments. So a tiny part of our system where one bit doesn't talk to the other means that we cannot give this streamlined approach through Services Australia. Another example, when I've asked for, give me tangible examples of how will this actually affect everyday Australians, and here's another example of this change. Let's take Jane, who's left her family home to escape family and domestic violence. She is afraid that her ex-partner might find her and her child. She changes both her and her child's surnames, moves to a new house and creates her own new bank account. She needs to tell all the government agencies about her updated name, address, bank account and relationship status. Implementing the changes in this bill will support streamlining that information sharing, Instead of needing to contact Centrelink and Child Support and others separately, she can update her details once and consent to them being updated for other programs also. So this is the practical result of just some of the changes contained in this bill, Deputy Speaker. I want to give one example of this tell us once approach which is an amendment to the Social Security Administration Act of 1999. So this will allow the implementation of initial changes to reduce the need for people to provide the same information to Services Australia multiple times, and it may also improve the speed at which their claims are assessed. Currently, in some cases, when a Services Australia customer wants to transfer from one social security payment to another, more appropriate one, they're required to submit a new claim and provide information that has previously been provided. They need to replicate that. When they're processing transfers, staff must conduct checks relating to many elements of the claim. This is, as it was the first time the customer did it, a very time-consuming process, both for the person involved and for the staff. And it can, and I know it does, cause frustration for my constituents who've had to do this by having to re-provide information they've already given. And people literally say to us, but they already have that. They already know that information about me. So even if it's the same agency, but a different payment that they're seeking. So by improving the legal arrangements for transferring customers between payments, we can alleviate these frustrations for both my constituents, but also the people who work so hard at Services Australia. Deputy Speaker, these are just some of the examples in this omnibus bill. Hopefully I've got time to just finish with one other example, which relates to an area that every MP knows is highly sensitive, and that is around childcare subsidy and child wellbeing. Now, this is about changing language in our legislation, and it's an amendment to one of the Family Assistance Tax System Acts. It relates to a child at serious risk of abuse or neglect, but it changes that phrase to a child in need of wellbeing support. So let me explain what this is. We want to encourage families who may have been deterred by the stigmatising language in the Act to apply for the additional childcare subsidy that would support their child getting greater access to early childhood education and care. It's designed for vulnerable children. Research conducted by the Department of Education highlighted issues with the additional childcare subsidy, child wellbeing language, particularly for people from First Nations backgrounds and domestic violence victims. The language in the Act literally says you have to say that your child is at serious risk of abuse or neglect. But changing that to the phrase, a child in need of wellbeing support, is far less stigmatising language. And if something like that can provide better access to families, and especially to that child, to get into early childhood education and have the benefits of quality early childhood education, then that might sound small to many people, but one of the really significant things in this very large bill. It's something that was also highlighted by the Productivity Commission's 2023 review into early childhood education and care. So, Deputy Speaker, there are many, many more, but time prevents me from going into the detail. There'll be a whole lot of people who really love the one amending the Marriage Act so that there can be further uptake of digital ID services for people getting married rather than all the paper stuff. So a whole lot of things that drag these bills into the 21st century that recognise we have incredible capacity digitally that will increase productivity, using our data and digital technologies to improve access to government services. But I think it is worth remembering that the context of all of this is allowing government and individuals and small businesses to be more efficient, more productive, doing more in the same amount of time. So, Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House, the first of a series of reforms that will improve productivity across government and the economy.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Wentworth has the call.
Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this bill and would like to inform the House that I'll also be making amendment towards it. I'm supportive of this bill because it contains a number of practical and positive changes, including the implementation of the Tell Us Once principle for businesses, which is a long overdue step that will increase efficiency and reduce duplication. Good regulation is absolutely critical. When it is done well, it improves the lives of both citizens and businesses by making systems more navigable, reducing red tape and allowing more time and resources to be spent on creating value. Reforms like this matter. But I want to be clear that this bill, as it currently stands, is extremely modest, and the scale of the challenge that we as an economy face is extremely large. So if the government is truly going to make a difference from productivity through legislative and regulatory reform, it has a very, very long way to go, and it really needs to up its ambition. I'd like to talk about 3 areas where it needs, in terms of how I believe the government needs to address regulation and how the government really needs to step up its ambition. It's about the government needs to prioritise the areas which can make the biggest difference to the economy. It needs to update its speed of addressing these issues, including by utilising AI, and it needs to change incentives fundamentally. But also it needs to change the mindset where government is no longer a monopoly. Government is effectively a monopoly provider of services to the economy, and it acts like that. It behaves and it abuses its monopoly powers like many other organisations across the economy. And it is time that the government acted like a service provider to citizens as customers rather than as a monopoly provider with all the abuses that come from there. And I'm going to use a particular example that goes to an amendment I'm making this bill to show how ridiculous, frankly, I can't think of a better word, government sometimes behaves in its bureaucratic activities as opposed to trying to address the issues that our citizens face, doing those as easily as possible. So let me start with ambition on regulatory reform. I was extremely heartened when the Treasurer stood up and spoke about the book on abundance and the message that was clear, which is that supply-side reform is required to deliver things that the community wants, including cheaper energy, housing that is affordable and accessible, the things that I think the entire community wants. Doesn't matter which side of politics or what sides of politics you are. We all want, I think, our families and our young people to be able to access housing. I certainly want us, all of Australians, to be able to access energy as cheaply as possible while doing the right things in terms of emissions reduction. And it was right for the Treasurer to acknowledge that supply-side reform is really critical to this. And I acknowledge, I think it's really positive that you see a government on the sort of progressive side of Parliament talking about red tape reduction, because this is normally the area that is left to the sort of conservative or side of government. So I think that is really positive. But the question now is whether the government is going to act enough to really fulfil on the issues that it actually identified. And so let me talk about those 3 areas where I think it needs to work hard. Firstly, it needs to prioritise the areas of the economy that need reform most urgently from a regulatory regulatory reform point of view. Now, these include the EPBC Act, housing, and I'll say industrial relations. And I want to give the government credit for the fact that they are starting to address, trying to address the EPBC Act and the regulatory reform there, and they have made modest steps in relation to housing. However, I do want to call out that from a housing point of view, there is much further ways that they need to go, including by incentivising the states effectively to make the regulatory reforms that are required. And the current way that they are incentivising the states is just not working, because all the states currently are not going to meet the current incentive structure that the government is planning to use. So the government has to rethink how it is going to incentivise the states to reduce regulatory burden. But the other area that it should be addressing, honestly, is industrial relations. And this is a real blind spot, I believe, for the government, because we have in this country, we have always had a pendulum approach to industrial relations reform, where we have, one side of the major parties comes in, brings in lots of red tape. The other side of the other parties come in, changes a lot. This is really, it's incredibly unproductive, and it's very damaging for businesses and also consumers, because what we're doing at the moment is just having a pendulum swinging approach to legislation, rather than basically sitting down, honestly, getting the Productivity Commission to look at our industrial relations settings and say, okay, what are the impact on productivity of our industrial relations settings? What is the impact on growth? And what are the trade-offs that we're willing to make? Because we will always make trade-offs, I think, to protect workers. That is really important. But at the moment, we can't even have a civilised examination of the evidence to see where could we make a difference here in a way that is, what are the trade-offs that we're implicitly making in an ideological way as opposed to in a way that is fact-based. And I want to call out the government's reluctance over the last 4 years, or coming up to 4 years, to actually look at award simplification. This is an area where the government could legitimately show to businesses that they're serious about trying to make things better for business as well as for workers. This is an area where, when I try and talk to my niece and she asks me, am I being paid correctly? It took me hours to try and work out whether she's being paid correctly because of the complexity of the awards. That complexity serves nobody except lawyers, and it stops actually as a country us moving forward. This is an area where the government could take action in a way that continues to protect workers, but it hasn't to date. So the government needs to be, if it's serious about regulatory reform, it needs to get more serious about housing reform, and it needs to look at industrial relations as well. Secondly, it needs to up its ambition on speed. It has been 6 months since the election. It has been probably 5 months since the Treasurer spoke on these issues. There have been, as I understand, around 400 areas of regulatory reform identified by the regulators as potential areas of reform. But we need the government to be showing what is the plan to address these areas and how quickly they're going to deal with this, because this is hard. And this really comes to the third point I want to make, is I believe we need to change the incentive structure around regulatory reform. There was a lot of discussion at the Economic Reform Roundtable about the idea of balancing risk and growth. And this is actually, I think, quite a fundamental question that we are trying to face as a country, because regulation is there for very good reason. It manages risk. But regulation in various forms can also have a very big impact on growth. And we need to acknowledge that difference, and we need to consider how those two interact. But as regulators, the incentives are all about risk. And so it is up to the Parliament and up to the government to indicate that growth and opportunity is also needed in terms of how we think about our regulatory settings. And I think this is where we need some explicit guidance to regulators to do this, and I believe we need some incentives to achieve that as well. And I think to achieve those incentives, I think what we need to do is actually have some hard measures around and targets around this. I asked the Treasurer last week about what targets he would put in targets potentially around regulatory reform. He said he's talking to the Productivity Commission about this, and I think that is an appropriate step. But what I want to know really is, when is he going to come back to the House and report on those measures? Because regulatory reform, red tape reduction, it is really hard, because all the incentives across the economy, particularly in this House, are if there's a problem, let's regulate. Oh, because it's no cost to anyone. I often hear this. It's like, oh, well, if you just put in a regulation, it actually doesn't cost the budget anything. In many cases, it doesn't cost the budget anything, but it costs businesses something, and that is the problem. And that is why we do need to change the incentives around regulation. We need to change the guidance to the regulators, but we also need to create some hard targets for the government to be held accountable to. And I support the BCA's real push on this and other business groups around this. And I want to try and talk about the sort of second point I want to make on this is really one that was made, I think, by the previous speaker, which is government is a service provider. Government, but it is a monopoly service providers. And I think across the economy, we are suspicious as a country of monopoly service providers because we know that if you let a monopoly run a service, you often get poor service. And that is what we get too often from government. I have had so many conversations with members of my community who have gone to Service Australia for a particular issue and have spent literally hours on the phone and then are cut off and can't get back on the calls, and all these issues relating to how government interacts with individuals. And the truth is government is not accountable to this because how do you hold government account to this if you're just a citizenry? That is what we have to do. And I believe we as a parliament need to reorient ourselves away from, towards, what are the things that make a difference in people's lives? What are their touch points with government, and how to make it as easy as possible to deal with government as possible? So how can we do that? And that really comes to my amendment because it is a terrible case where government is working completely against the interests of the country and of individuals. So I have a constituent. She is Major Caitlin Peddle. She is a member of our armed forces. She was posted overseas while she was pregnant, and because she was posted overseas rather than deployed, because pregnant women cannot be deployed, because she was posted overseas rather than deployed, she was refused paid parental leave that is open to all Australians because she was going to be overseas for more than sort of the requisite amount of time. She was serving the Australian people overseas, but because of the technicality that she was posted overseas, she was not eligible for paid parental leave. Now, the services are a really important part of my electorate. I have 3 enormous bases. I have Watson, Catterbull and the Randwick, the Victoria Barracks in my electorate. I deeply respect the impact that the Defence Services contribute to our community, and they are really important parts of our community. But the feedback I get constantly actually from the Defence Services is that we don't pay enough attention to families when we look at defence. So let's see what Caitlin's experience was. She then appealed this decision and she won. She won that, which was great. And you say, okay, this is great, this is positive, she gets her paid parental leave. Services Australia, in its infinite wisdom, decided to take her to the federal court to overturn this. She won the first time, then Services Australia got her on appeal, and then they won. And so Caitlin Peddle has been rejected from having $14,000 odd worth of paid parental leave paid to her as a member of our Australian Defence Forces. Services Australia has spent tens of thousands of dollars fighting a member of our Defence Forces from getting paid parental leave. Let's be honest, paid parental leave is open to all Australians who any Australian actually, who fits the criteria. She fits the criteria. The only reason she didn't was because she was deployed overseas for Australia, and because she was out of the country for the certain amount of weeks, she was no longer eligible for this, and Services Australia took a completely bureaucratic, narrow interpretation of the law and took her to court. I mean, I just think they go, what a waste of money, and what a perfect example of government fighting against what it actually believes. I can't think of a single person in this House who would argue that a member of our Defence Forces, when posted overseas, shouldn't be eligible for paid parental leave. But this is how the law is currently drafted, and Services Australia, pursued this law rather than actually accept the sort of natural justice of it. I have been trying to get the government to change this law for over the last year, and we still haven't made any changes, and I still have not had from the government any amendment or any sort of change that would make a change for the future. So I am putting forward an amendment in this piece of legislation that will, as I understand it, based on the drafters, give rise to the fact that this situation won't happen for other people in the future. Now, I spoke to Caitlin this morning, and she, I've got to say I have full admiration for her. She said, look, it's not about me. I just want this not to happen for future for other people. She said, I know that there are other people out there who are also being denied paid parental leave because they have been posted overseas. And she's just trying to fix this wrong. And I am just asking the government to do something about this, because I have been asking you to do this for the last year. I've been asking very politely, and I think that this is an example where the government needs to act, and it should be acting today. So I ask the government to support this amendment, or to come up with a better answer and a time frame under which it was going to be delivered. So I think in closing, I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that government is a monopoly. It is an imperfect monopoly, and it abuses its power. And I think we need strong incentives to make sure that government actually acts in the interests of the country and of its citizens. And when it sees bureaucratic knots being tied amongst its citizens, it should act. And if it's not willing to act on these little issues where it's a clear path, I have little confidence that it's going to act on the big issues that are more difficult to fix. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the regulatory reform omnibus bill. Now, I stood for election and I became involved in politics because I believe government can be an enormous force for good. Good government encourages the flourishing of society, it encourages the flourishing of community and the individual. It is focused on serving the members of the community, on being accessible and accountable. Good governments make good regulations, achieving the big picture by paying attention to the details to disincentivise negative behaviour and incentivise good outcomes. That is what this bill is about at its core, making sure that governments are working for individuals and working for business. My purpose has always been to make sure that people can rely on the systems that have been built to serve them, because trust in government is built through access and accountability and fairness. I was recently at a Halloween celebration at Jackson Court in my electorate in Doncaster, and somebody came with a pretty clever costume. They had a couple of pieces of cardboard. The front said MyGov, and the back said, "You have a message from MyGov," because that was supposed to be a scary costume. Now, we don't want people to have that experience of government. We want government to be a helping hand, not a bureaucratic labyrinth to navigate. In an age when there's declining trust in government, this is more important than ever. As a former public servant, I know how important it is that Australians can depend on services that are reliable, fair and trusted. People regularly contact my office, just as I know they contact the offices of the other members here, asking for assistance to access government services. It's a role that I'm happy to play, and it's an honour to be able to serve my constituents. But government services shouldn't be so hard to navigate or understand that people need an interpreter in order to be able to access them. Every interaction with government should leave people feeling supported, not frustrated. It should be designed with empathy and efficiency to make life easier. This bill builds on the work that the government began following the Economic Reform Roundtable, which focused on streamlining services, getting investment flowing and boosting productivity. The bill delivers better regulation, less red tape and higher productivity while keeping the focus on people. I thank the member for Wentworth for her contribution, talking about reduced regulation, and the member for Wentworth would be happy to hear that this bill contains 60 measures across 28 acts. It repeals 2 acts entirely, and it affects 13 agencies. These are reforms that cover a broad range of areas from healthcare to citizenship, from digital identity to childcare and social security, all to make things easier. This bill simplifies information sharing across government, taking an important step towards the implementation of a tell us once approach across government. For too long, Australians have had to repeat their details across Centrelink, Medicare, child support and paid parental leave, and this reform ends that duplication. It saves time for the public, like the members in the gallery, and for staff. less time and stress standing in line or on the phone or entering details onto government forms. So, for example, when someone updates their bank details with Centrelink, that information will be automatically shared with Medicare. This will have tangible flow-on effects beyond just efficiency and save time. Around 980,000 Australians, so almost 1 million Australians, are owed $270 million in unpaid Medicare benefits. Many may not even be aware that they are owed these entitlements. Thanks to these changes, someone owed, say, unpaid Medicare benefits can have those funds deposited into the same verified bank account used for family tax benefit payments. A person escaping family violence will only have to update their relationship status, their address or bank details once and authorise these changes to apply securely across programs. It reduces the burden on people during some of the most difficult times in their lives, and it reduces the risk of them having to recount difficult details repeatedly. When a person moves from one payment type to another, verified information can now be reused instead of requiring a new claim. This means faster processing and less frustration. Older Australians who lose their Commonwealth Seniors Health Card due to temporary overseas travel will have it automatically reinstated upon return if still eligible, sparing them unnecessary paperwork. Each of these reforms, while admittedly pretty technical, builds a government that listens, it adapts and it respects people's time. It reduces barriers, simplifies access and restores confidence that government services can be fast, fair and reliable. I recently visited the Services Australia office in Box Hill with Assistant Minister for the Public Service, Patrick Gorman. There I saw dedicated public servants focused on supporting people who came to them for assistance. I saw client-centred innovations, such as recruiting staff with language skills like Mandarin or Farsi, that were appropriate to the community. I saw the co-location of services such as NDIS. And I'm pleased to see the government is matching the dedication of our frontline staff with reforms which will make their, and more importantly, their clients' lives easier. We're also amending the Australian Citizenship Act 2007 and the Electronic Transactions Act 1999. Australians currently rely on paper certificates that can be lost or misplaced. This amendment is for anyone who has dived into a desk drawer or ruffled around in the filing cabinet to dig out a birth certificate or a citizenship certificate. We know too that these documents, particularly the older ones, do not have the security features that we would expect in modern life. I think my birth certificate looks like it could be typed up on any computer with just a font that looks like a typewriter. This will clear the way for secure digital proof of citizenship. It will make it easier to confirm identity when applying for jobs, passports or government services. It will reduce costs, strengthen privacy protections and increase reliability. And Home Affairs will be able to build a secure system that issues digital certificates while safeguarding personal data and preventing fraud. Our government is about making modern reforms to keep up with technology and risk. We are a government that will always invest in healthcare and is always looking for ways to make our system better. This bill modernises healthcare information system. The Healthcare Identifiers Act 2010 will be updated so healthcare providers automatically appear in the National Healthcare Provider Directory unless they choose not to. This opt-out model ensures a complete and accurate directory, making it easier for doctors, pharmacists and allied health professionals to connect, coordinate care and use secure digital tools such as electronic prescribing and referrals. The Secretary of the Department of Health will be given new authority to set national data standards after consulting with state and territory governments. Health information across Australia is currently fragmented and inconsistent. National standards will enable secure, accurate data sharing so healthcare professionals can access what they need when they need it. This will lead to faster diagnosis, safer treatment and better health outcomes. The bill also doubles the timeframe for diagnostic imaging referrals from 7 to 14 days. This is an important reform that will reduce the burden on GPs and their patients. We know people have busy lives and it can be difficult to make time to see a doctor, let alone if you need to have multiple scans or appointments. This strikes the balance between ensuring people attend vital diagnostic scans and also making sure that there's not too much burden on them. It gives people a bit more breathing room. People won't have to return to their GP for a new referral if a week passes, and in that way it will reduce costs, it will save time, and it will keep the focus on care rather than on paperwork. It also addresses non-operational pathology collection centres. So if a centre is closed, inaccessible, or no longer collecting specimens, the Minister will have the power to revoke its approval. Pathology centres play an important role in healthcare for diagnosis and treatment and management of medical conditions. So this ensures that new functioning centres can open and patients can access services when and where they are needed. The legislation authorises secure information sharing between the Department of Health, Services Australia and other integrity bodies, implementing the recommendations of the Phillip Review. This will strengthen Medicare's integrity, it will allow earlier detection of fraud, protect public funds and maintain confidence in the system that millions of Australians rely on every day. This legislation improves access to health and childcare by making the rules simpler and more practical, but also kinder. The additional childcare subsidy now replaces the phrase child at risk of abuse or neglect with child in need of wellbeing support. This small change removes stigma and encourages families to seek help. It keeps the same eligibility rules, but uses strength-based language that supports dignity and supports trust. The reforms confirm that healthcare identifiers can be used in insurance or employment settings only to support ongoing treatment, not to make adverse decisions about a person's care or work. This protects patients from discrimination while ensuring their care is continuous and properly recorded in My Health Record system, ensuring better sharing of health information. Deputy Speaker, these are just some of the reforms under this bill. The bill will help increase government efficiency and improve productivity in a range of ways. Taken together, these reforms represent a government that values efficiency, integrity and fairness. They are about more than a process, they are about putting people at the centre of what we do. They mean a single mother can update her details once instead of 5 times. They mean a pensioner can get their healthcare card reissued without having to fill out another form. And they mean a doctor can access accurate patient information without delay. This shows that good government is not just about cutting services, it's about improving them. Now, those opposite often argue that cutting departments, cutting government services will make them work better, and we reject that. You do not improve public service by hollowing it out, we improve it by designing systems that work for the people that use them. This bill is proof that smart reform can deliver better outcomes without cuts. It demonstrates that regulation, when done properly, can empower rather than constrain. It can make government more human and more efficient at the same time. At its heart, this bill is about trust. Australians should be able to trust that when they deal with their government, they will be treated fairly, their time will be respected and their information will be secure. They should be able to trust that their government will help them, not hinder them. We are building a government that talks to the Australian people, that listens to the Australian people, so that Australians do not have to tell their story twice and information is shared across services. A government that connects programs and systems so people can move through life stages without getting lost in bureaucracy. A government understands that every form filled out and every call made, every appointment delayed is time taken away from what really matters, spending time with friends, working, playing sport, getting involved in the community, spending time with family. These are the sorts of things that we want Australians to be able to focus on, not to have to spend time filling out forms and navigating government bureaucracy. Deputy Speaker, this is what a Labor government does. We make a government that works for people. Those opposite will talk about deregulation as if it were an end in itself. We understand that regulation is about fairness and function. It must protect the vulnerable, it must safeguard public funds, it must safeguard people's privacy, it must safeguard people's identity and medical records, and it must enable innovation. This bill does that. It supports faster services, it supports stronger integrity and a fairer economy. It does that by making sure that information is shared across government services, across health services, that people's digital records, whether in health or whether or not with their bank account details, their government services, can flow freely between departments, reducing the amount of time that people need to spend online filling out forms or filling out paper forms or standing in line at Services Australia offices or waiting on the phone to Centrelink. So this is why I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Gorton. Oh, sorry, Chifley.
Sorry, last minute roster change, Deputy Speaker. You appreciate that. Thanks, Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to speak on this, because obviously, well, I was going to start one way. Let me start another. If you've been in this place long enough, what's old is new again. It should not be particularly surprising that from time to time governments of both political colours will determine that there is a point at which we're going to attack red tape. I do remember my friend, the former member for Kooyong, being very energetic, doing his bonfire of the red tape vanities routine in times past. Only Josh Frydenberg could get a lot of media coverage pushing for red tape reduction. He did a very good job on it. We swore that we would cut it back. And I do see that I liken this process a lot to weeding. You do one cut and then you have to come back a few months, years later to attend to the growth of red tape again. What's probably brought this on in many respects is I hold to account Ezra Klein, the US writer who has written this book Abundance, which I've got in my Audible list of books to listen to on my drives to Canberra. I haven't got quite to it yet, but apparently he's made some sort of impact, because now it's the thing for us to reimagine red tape reduction, and that's what we're doing. It is about getting the balance right on red tape reduction, because one person's cut to red tape is another person's cut to protections, and it's also a cut to systems that have been put in place in response to issues that the public have raised. Do I think it's a bad thing that governments cut red tape? Of course not. I think it's important we always find efficiencies in the way that we do things, efficiencies that will improve the resources required to get things done, the speed at which we provide services to the general public. I think it's always important that the public sector in particular rethink its approach to the way things get done, and it doesn't matter which side of politics is in there. I often see it as, if I may put it in rather stark terms, in many respects the public service sees the political parties as renters. At one point in time they occupy a bit of real estate, but their systems will always go on and will always stay the same. So it is incumbent as well on whichever political party forms government to look at whether or not those systems are fit for purpose, and clearly one of those things has been looking at red tape, and off the back of reading Abundance, we've had this surge in focus, which is great, but let's see what that actually yields. Tell us once is great. Governments of both sides have been pursuing this for a decade. We have had hand on heart commitments by the other side of politics in government that they get this right before. supported by a public service that said, in all honesty, that they would get this done. Here we are, 10 years later, committing to do this again. Do I think this is wrong? No, I think it's very good. I think it's important for the general public that if they're contacting, for instance, Services Australia, that they're not left on hold for an extended period of time waiting to get service. That, as the population gets digitally savvier and can work through these systems, that they just do that once, that it get captured by a system, that it's recorded, and that there aren't multiple attempts to get information recorded and also to get action on what a member of the public wants when they engage with a federal government department. This isn't a challenge, by the way, just for government. Red tape also exists in major corporations where people are forced time and again to record information with organisations to be able to obtain a service that they desire. So this whole notion that government is awash with red tape and the trope that this is an inefficiency of federal government, I don't think people need to believe that of itself. Big organisations develop a multiplicity, a multi-layered approach to getting things done. It's not always a guarantee that the private sector gets this done better than the public sector. So it is a challenge. But if we get Tell It Once right, it does make a difference to the general population. What also is important is that systems are modernised in terms of recording that data. And again, a challenge, regardless of what side of politics is in power, is the amount of money we dedicate to the turnover of old, antiquated IT systems. It costs a lot of money to get that done, and sometimes governments decide that they won't do that, or that they'll defer it yet again. And again, we've had both sides of politics do this. Some of those bodies exist within the remit of Services Australia or other like bodies where the money hasn't been put in place. So you can cut the red tape as much as you want, but if the system, particularly legacy system, takes time to accurately, efficiently record that, then that is going to be a challenge. So again, I make the point, what is said in theory, the cutting the red tape, the idea that we'll make it easier for the general public, all very good, all support, but we also need to make sure that we make the investments in the systems to make that happen. So that is critically important as well. The other elements of this bill that are noteworthy relate to some of the changes that have been made in Schedule 4, Part 6, around improving energy performance, and that there will be measures to introduce demand flexibility as a new object of the Act, and demand and flexibility to be enabled. Consultation would occur. This aligns with the National Energy Performance Strategy and reflects our commitment to the evolving regulatory framework with the emerging energy needs and technologies. Now, the reason why I'm supportive of this is because right now, just as the latest trend is to read Ezra Klein's text on abundance, the other big trend at the moment is that we'll improve our technological capabilities by allowing many data centre flowers to bloom in this country. There are a lot of US tech players that are very keen to set up a raft of data centres across this country. The promise is that if we get these data centres built, that our capability in areas such as artificial intelligence and what that might lead or unleash for the nation will be a good thing. All great in theory, but it's a basic theory. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that. If we are going to cut red tape and we are going to bring on these data centres online a lot quicker, we also need to know that they use a heck of a lot of energy, particularly if they are platforms supporting the operation of generative AI, and that we do need to stagger the way in which these centres are built, because right now we are going through an energy transition. Right now, it is terrific to see that renewable energy is forming more and more of the energy generation base of this nation. But a lot of these data centres tend to soak up a lot of energy use, and it's become a hot topic in the US, where a lot of these centres are getting built, and the concern is that there's a lot of investment in this for what benefit comes out and the amount of energy that gets chewed up as a result. And I quote from Louisa Kinnear from the Australian Energy Council, who says that point. In the US, data centres are a major source of demand growth, resulting in shortfalls of energy capacity. The US consequently faces a dilemma in a time where it can take many years to develop and build new energy assets. How can it service this rapid uptick of energy demand while keeping energy prices affordable? She goes on to say Australia too is grappling with the extent to which data centres might drive future demand, although we're not seeing the levels of demand growth being experienced by our American friends yet. A number of major US tech firms who are experiencing the type of problems that Ms Kinnear's identified from the Australian Energy Council have sought other jurisdictions to be able to set these data centres up. You can go from Amazon, Google, for instance, that are looking to set up new data centres. Obviously, other generative players would look to do the same. And so this is something that we do need to keep tabs on, because if we are boosting renewable energy supply and we are seeing that new supply gets taken up by new centres, that's an issue. It's also a challenge in respect of trying to, at this point in time, we have a target of building 1.2 million new homes by 2030. We also have a raft of state governments that are undertaking infrastructure investment and rolling out that investment in different parts of the country. And so there's a demand on skills availability between the housing sector and infrastructure. And the building of these new centres is not a small thing. It does require skilled people to be able to undertake that construction work. And so it's not just a call on energy, it's a call on skills as well. And particularly if that occurs in regional areas where the ability to call up those skills may not necessarily be available. So I do think, as much as we obviously value the role of data centres supporting local business, and I think there is a case to be made that a lot of these firms could do more to demonstrate the residual benefit to Australian industry of that processing power through their centres. While there is a benefit there, we should also be eyes wide open on the challenges. And letting it rip in terms of data centre development in this country sounds great on paper. It doesn't necessarily guarantee a smooth energy transition. You've got to ask the question about what it does in terms of skills. And you've also got to do, because data centres use a lot of water as well, making sure that resource is available. Bearing in mind that water systems, it should not be assumed in cities, that just because they're available in cities, that is an equal and standard case in our regions. Water supply is obviously, in different parts of the country, just as big a concern. So the fact that there is a demand flexibility incorporated in this omnibus bill is very important, and if it is a measure that can provide for a sharper, clear-eyed assessment about the way in which we roll out the construction of these new data centres, it, I think, will be a valuable thing. I don't say this, I say this as someone who very much values the role of technology, in particular its uptake by Australian business, but getting it right, getting the balance sorted out is very important, and having measures like this in the bill, if they allow for a much more measured and balanced approach to the rollout of these things where they become an issue in other countries and we don't import that issue into our own, is very important. So I'd leave my remarks at that. I think the bill is an important way in which to send a signal about being able to reduce the number or the range of regulations that are put in place. I suspect in time we'll probably also have a fresh look at one-in, one-out rules when it comes to red tape. That is, if you are bringing in a new set of measures, where are you reducing measures elsewhere, so that that is a constant way in which you improve on the growth or counter the growth of red tape. That has been something that has been embraced in times past. From the UK, where the Blair government championed this, we did have some of that here in this jurisdiction, particularly at the federal level, and whether or not we reinvigorate that approach is another question altogether, and probably a question for another time, but it is worth considering. So I certainly commend the bill to the House and grateful for the chance to make a contribution on it.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Now I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2025 brought forward by the Treasurer, and I commend him for doing so. And it's great to follow the words of my friend, the member for Chiefly, as well. The Albanese government was re-elected earlier this year on a promise that we would keep fighting to make government work for Australians, not the other way around. This bill is another important step towards delivering on that promise. In August, the Treasurer chaired the Albanese government's Economic Reform Roundtable, 3 days around the Cabinet table with representatives and experts from the union movement, businesses and the community sector. This followed more than 40 mini roundtables led by ministers across a range of portfolios. After all these conversations, there was a clear point of agreement. What we heard time and time again was that our economy needs better regulation, our government services need streamlining, and compliance costs need to go down. This bill is a result of a massive body of work, but the positive change it will create across the country will be so much greater. In our first term, the Albanese government fought inflation and reformed the budget. And in our second term, we're focused on making our economy more dynamic, resilient and productive. We've worked together with the Australian people to deliver 2 surpluses after 9 years of deficits. We've got real wages growing again after a decade of deliberate wage suppression and wage stagnation. Living standards are recovering after falling sharply under those opposite. On this side of the House, we take responsibility to work through the challenges that have arisen in our economy, whether those challenges are inflation, business investment or strengthening budget sustainability. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. The bill before us now will make government work better for Australians in a few different ways. Firstly, the bill supports Services Australia moving towards a tell us once approach to how it delivers services. This will reduce the number of times Australians have to provide the same information to government agencies, such as Centrelink, to access basic services. Centrelink does incredibly important work for Australians. That's evident every day in my electorate of Gorton, from the young families getting that little bit extra they need from the family tax benefit, to workers affected by redundancy who are supported by JobSeeker to find work again, to older Australians accessing all-important healthcare with their seniors' healthcare card. My electorate is home to some of the most dedicated, responsive and genuinely caring Services Australia staff I've ever come across. The team at our local service centre, the Water Garden Service Centre, are there every day supporting our constituents, and we couldn't be more appreciative of the work they do. I had the pleasure of visiting the Water Garden Service Centre and meeting the staff in person recently. While I was there, I heard about all they do to make the system work for people they support, from having an ATO officer in-house to bridge the gap between Services Australia and the ATO, to arranging in-person language support for members of our COG community in the western suburbs. But there are serious limitations as well. Constituents who contact my electorate office are often fatigued by interacting with multiple agencies and communicating the same information again and again. Oftentimes, it's stressful situations and unexpected life events that create a need for people to communicate new information to government services. Financial hardship, housing challenges, family breakdowns. Not long ago, a constituent living in Truganina brought in a document detailing more than 20 interactions with Centrelink and other government services she'd had while trying to get the support she needed after her redundancy. This shouldn't be happening. In times like these, having to communicate new information multiple times to multiple different agencies compounds the stress that constituents are already feeling, creating frustration and disillusionment. This frustration puts more pressure back onto our government agencies, like the team at the Water Garden Service Centre, and makes their work of trying to support constituents and get them the assistance they need all the more challenging. That's why this legislation is so important. It lightens the load on everyone, from staff in our service centres and government departments to everyday Australians navigating these agencies and systems. This bill amends several acts to expand the situations where information can be shared between government agencies. Ultimately, these reforms will mean that someone applying to receive their Medicare rebates and Centrelink payments won't have to hand over the same personal details repeatedly. They will just need to advise Services Australia once, just once, and it'll be sorted, improving the experience of government services and agencies for all Australians and lightening the load on everyone. Further to this point, the bill before us will make our medical system work better for Australians. On this side of the House, we've put access to medical care at the top of our agenda. We've given Medicare the biggest boost since it was created and opened more than 90 urgent care clinics, including 2 accessible to my constituents in Gorton. Getting in and seeing a doctor is one part of the picture, but sometimes medical care needs to go beyond that. We're making primary medical care more accessible for constituents. But the steps after that first doctor's appointment need to work for Australians as well. We've heard Australians when they told us that under the existing legislation, there sometimes just isn't the time to get scans and imaging done. Work gets busy, family needs you, life gets in the way. We get that making time for that appointment isn't always that easy. And that's why we're doubling the amount of time that patients have access to imaging services when they get a referral. This means families will have additional time to make appointments for scans or medical imaging before they expire. And when there just isn't time to get that scan or imaging done, they won't have to start the whole process all over again, making the system work for Australians and working to reduce the demand on GPs so everyone can get into a doctor when they need to. Third, this bill will further reduce the regulatory burden on Australians and industry, working to make processes simple, intuitive and up-to-date, as they should be. One type of regulation that will become much easier to navigate under this bill are legislated document requirements. Right now, Australians still need to submit hard copy documents to prove details about themselves or their identity in a number of different situations. For example, when they get married, like I did last year. That means getting out your passport and texting mum frantically to ask what happened to the hard copy of your birth certificate. We know that this system is out of date and we need to keep up with a world that's gone digital. That's why this bill will modernise some of the processes to allow secure digital options to be used where they're suitable. With this bill, we'll also continue to increase productivity and government efficiency from several different angles. This bill will make sure NBN mapping is publicly available online so that Australians will have better information about their NBN rollout and can have greater visibility into when the NBN will be coming to their community. It will grant fuel companies greater flexibility to respond to fuel supply disruptions, which will allow greater knowledge for communities when they're filling up at the petrol station. It will increase information sharing between healthcare providers to make sure that Australians receive the highest quality care. This means that if you see one doctor in Deer Park and then change to see a different doctor in Caroline Springs, your health data will be shared between clinics, meaning your GP will have better historic healthcare data when you're in the assessment room, providing a more accurate diagnosis and overall better healthcare. And it will improve the regulation of Medicare to clamp down on fraudulent claims, so less people will be taking advantage of our system through deceptive conduct. It's a multitude of measures which will benefit a multitude of government processes. It's an all-encompassing bill, including 60 measures. It amends 28 acts and repeals 2 redundant acts. And through all of this, it will deliver real improvement to the operations of 13 federal government agencies. These are all common sense changes that will make a genuine difference in people's lives. including the lives of my community in Melbourne's western suburbs. Streamlining government processes so they spend less time filling out superfluous paperwork and spend more quality time with their families instead. While the opposition has been divided and distracted since the opening of the 48th Parliament, we have been getting on with the job, and we know how important our job is. For almost a decade, the now opposition ran a government that was incapable of delivering the services that Australians expected and deserved. Across Centrelink, Medicare and the NDIS, the previous government's time in office was defined by delays and inefficiencies. Across Centrelink, Medicare and the NDIS, for 9 long years, backlogs grew and Australians suffered. People in Melbourne's western suburbs suffered. And when government agencies weren't just failing Australians, they were actively harming them too. The appalling robo-debt scandal should not be forgotten. It will never be forgotten, and it should never be repeated. Robo-debt was designed to raise revenue by clawing back debt from people who never owed that money, preying on some of our most vulnerable Australians. The impacts of this tragic coalition government failure are still being felt in communities across Australia, and including in my community in the western suburbs. When the Albanese came to government in 2022, we took on the job of rebuilding the capability and capacity of our government agencies following 9 long years of cuts and neglect. We added 3,000 staff to Services Australia. This reduced backlogs and improved service access for people across Australia, including in my community. We also directed Services Australia to release quarterly performance data to increase transparency. Where the coalition neglected, we built. We established the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt to rebuild public trust and make sure that what happened is never allowed to happen again. We rebuilt the Australian Public Service, which had been hollowed out by an over-reliance on consultants and contractors. And we're reforming the NDIS, a scheme that the coalition didn't want to see succeed and make cuts to every step of the way. We made integrity and delivery the central priorities of government agencies. And the Australians who rely on these services are better off now under Labor's reforms. But we didn't just reform the way these agencies deliver support. We also increased the level of support they provide. Last week, I attended a citizenship ceremony in the city of Melton, where we welcomed 400 constituents from my home in Melbourne's West into our broader Australian community as new Australian citizens. At the ceremony, I read out a statement on behalf of the Minister for Home Affairs, Tony Burke. In this statement, the Minister reminded our community that when you make a citizenship pledge, you take on the privileges that it is to be an Australian citizen. I want to echo that sentiment right now, because it is truly a privilege to live a life in Australia. The privilege is in the safety nets we have access to for when life doesn't go according to plan, to have access to health services like Medicare and the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, access to cheaper childcare and the parenting payment for families juggling it all, access to the indexation of pensions to inflation to make things fair, access to the carers payment because caring for loved ones takes a toll, access to the job seeker payment to keep Australians afloat during life's most unpredictable periods. While I repeated the Minister's words to our new Australians that as citizens we take on these immense privileges, I knew it was us, the government representing our communities, who take on a responsibility in return. Because it is our government agencies who are responsible for delivering the social safety net that we as Australians hold so dear. And let me be clear, these safety nets are the product of the Australian Labor Party. And it's no secret that the coalition has opposed the creation of social safety nets at every turn. Robo-debt happened under their watch. Meanwhile, Australia's healthcare system exists because of the Labor Party. Our social safety nets exist because of the Labor Party. We built Medicare from the ground up, and today we're delivering the biggest ever investment into Medicare in its history to bring back bulk billing. The pharmaceutical benefit scheme, cheaper childcare, the carers payment, the parenting payment, the indexation of pensions to inflation, the job seeker payment. These are all services that were introduced by Labor. And they exist in their current forms today because we are here to protect them. And that's the difference between our side of the chamber and theirs. Labor builds social safety nets. Liberals oppose them and cut them. And this bill is just one part of that. As long as there's a Labor government, Australians can trust that those valuable safety nets will not only be protected, but strengthened. And we as Labor know what it means to advocate for Australians, to maintain the privileges we experience as Australians for the next generation, and to build a stronger, fairer Australia for all. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call a member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2025, born out of the Economic Reform Roundtable. Held in August this year, the Economic Reform Roundtable generated consensus on ways to improve productivity, enhance economic resilience and strengthen budget sustainability by bringing together a mix of leaders from business, unions, civil society, government and other experts. It had three main themes under the umbrella of lifting living standards for all Australians. These themes were making our economy more productive, building resilience in the face of global uncertainty and strengthening the budget and making it more sustainable. Australia has one of the strongest fiscal positions amongst peer economies. This includes lower general government debt to GDP than the G20 average and all major advanced economies, with smaller deficits expected in 2025 than most. Australia is also one of only 9 countries to maintain a AAA sovereign credit rating from all 3 major ratings agencies. As recently as 27 October 2025, Australia's AAA credit rating was reaffirmed, which is an endorsement of this government's approach to responsible economic management. The government is realistic about the challenges facing our economy, including growing global uncertainty, but this reaffirmed AAA rating is further proof that our approach to the challenges we face is one of genuine economic strength. But we also know that there is more work to do to improve productivity. The Economic Reform Roundtable and the Productivity Commission have clearly identified that fit-for-purpose regulation is a key enabler for Australia's economic potential. This government understands that regulation that is not fit for purpose or is duplicative processes can frustrate Australians and unnecessarily drive up the cost of doing business. It also creates backlogs, and things that could be done quickly just take too long, sometimes preventing Australians from getting the help that they need when they need it. The government has committed to boosting productivity, reducing duplicative processes and improving the quality of regulation by modernising outdated rules and improving regulator performance. Regulation that is fit for purpose and effectively administrated is vital to support a safe and prosperous community. However, regulation that is excessive or obsolete can become burdensome and needlessly cause frustration or suppress economic growth without a clear benefit. Connecting government services in order to promote a more efficient and effective way of providing help to Australians is therefore critical, and the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill of 2025 reflects the government's commitment to connecting government services so Australians can get the help that they need faster. Providing services more quickly does not mean a cut to the quality of those services. This cannot be the consequence because Australians expect and deserve high-quality, reliable services, and that is what the government wants to deliver to Australians. The government's intention, therefore, with respect to this bill, is that it will boost productivity and support economic resilience without reducing necessary protections. The reach of this bill is extensive in that it contains 60 measures which amend 28 acts, repeal 2 acts and affect the operations of 13 Commonwealth agencies. The bill strikes the right balance to make regulation fit for purpose and enable growth and productivity across the Australian economy. The bill will deliver regulatory reform within 4 themes.
Firstly, amendments to support a tell us once approach to government service delivery. Secondly, amendments to improve or maintain access to government services. Thirdly, amendments to reduce regulatory burden. And fourthly, amendments to increase government efficiency and improve productivity. The first theme is found in Schedule 1, and this bill is a first step towards implementation of the Tell Us Once approach to government services. Tell Us Once means just that, eliminating the need for Australians to repeatedly provide the same information to different government agencies. Privacy considerations are of course important in this because it's vital to protect the privacy of Australians. But again, regulation that is not frequently measured and tested for effectiveness impacts the efficiency and quality of the services being provided. So this bill will provide Services Australia with a more broad set of circumstances where Services Australia, like the branch at Nord on the parade in my electorate of Sturt, are able to share information within the agency for the purposes of administering the Centrelink, Medicare and child support programs. Now, this information could include name, address, bank account details, relationship status, childcare, child details or information about a person's circumstances or vulnerabilities. The information sharing regime between the child support, Medicare and Centrelink programs will be simplified in such a way that it may mean the individual is no longer required to contact Services Australia multiple times to make really quite simple updates to their personal information, such as a change of address. A further example is bank details. Many Australians are customers of both Medicare and Centrelink. When they update their bank account details, they may notify Centrelink but not Medicare. Under current arrangements, Services Australia is unable to routinely share this information between the two programs, and the proposed changes would support overcoming this limitation, allowing Services Australia to deliver better connected services and avoiding the need for the customer to contact multiple agencies.
Thank you. And this debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will be granted leave when the debate is returned for continuation. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to highlight a major issue, the BOM website, a source of serial frustration for regional Queenslanders. The Bureau of Meteorology's new site is failing the very people who rely on it the most: farmers, weather forecasters, transport operators and everyday Queenslanders. Constituents tell me it's confusing, clunky and hard to navigate. One farmer said, "You may as well have a blank page." And with cyclone season looming, every second counts. It's time the Bureau stops clouding the facts and delivers what people really need. Accessing the radar, forecasts and warnings should be a simple, quick and reliable, not a treasure hunt through maze of menus. Deputy Speaker, this is about safety, livelihoods and common sense. A modern design is worthless if it comes at the expense of function. We cannot have a Bureau site that looks flashy but leaves families and farmers in the dark. It's time to put practicality before aesthetics. I have formally written to the Minister for Environment urging immediate improvements. Either reinstate the previous layout or fix the current ones, because Queenslanders need confidence, clarity and control when checking the weather. At the end of the day, it's not just a website, it's a difference between being prepared and being caught in a storm.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to stand today to congratulate the Maldon Folk Festival, who celebrated their 50th Maldon Folk Festival just this weekend been. To Pam and the amazing team of volunteers, congratulations on a fantastic festival, it being their 50th. Recently, the group received a $3,000 federal government grant, VOLS grant, towards putting on this year's festival, funding that went towards IT equipment as well as other needs for volunteers. Deputy Speaker, for those who haven't been to Maldon during the Maldon Folk Festival, it is one of those weekends when this town becomes alive. Every community space, there is a group performing. This year, the headline acts included the Bushwhackers, Gina Jeffries and Claymore, not to mention a little bit of folk, blues, jazz and Celtic. It's a festival that the whole family can be involved in. My children particularly love the circus element, as well as the bush dancing opportunities and, of course, the face painting. When you walk through the town, you're greeted by street performers. It's an opportunity, a great opportunity for local small businesses and cafes that are bustling, as well as the many country pubs. These festivals thrive in regional Victoria, and it is the season for it. And that's why I'm also proud that our government is sponsoring and supporting so many festivals through Regional Arts Victoria and through the festival stream. Congratulations once again to all involved in the Maldon Folk Festival.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to celebrate one of Fowler's great local success stories, Cabra Muay Thai. Founded by local resident Peter Chow and a few neighbours in January 2021, just after the COVID pandemic. With what began as a group of young men training in a Cabramatta backyard to keep fit and stay connected, is now a thriving community. Today, Cabra Muay Thai has nearly 400 members and employs a team of 11, training everyone from young people to families to professionals from all walks of life. Peter's vision was simple, yet powerful, to bring Muay Thai home. For years, he shared with me he had travelled across Sydney and even to Thailand just to find proper training. He was determined to make this incredible sport accessible right here in the heart of one of Australia's most culturally diverse Southeast Asian communities. Muay Thai is known as the art of 8 limbs. It's more than just a sport. It's a family-style, community-centred culture that builds strength, respect and resilience. We saw the spirit recently when Cabra Muay Thai trainer and member EQ defeated Spanish contender Kevin Martinez to claim the prestigious 1774 Muay Thai competition at William Inglis. The entire Cabra crowd was proudly behind him. And that community spirit is spreading across Fowler at places like White Lotus Muay Thai, where I recently had a go at the Muay Thai class, and other local gyms. More and more young women are particularly taking up the sport. This proves that Muay Thai in Fowler is about empowerment as much as it's about competition. Congratulations to the team at Cabra Muay Thai and their family.
Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to recognise 2 community groups in Banks that I've seen in the last few weeks. The Autism Community Network is a fantastic organisation supporting members of our community with autism, their carers and their families. They operate 5 social clubs in Sydney, including 2 in my electorate in Riverwood and in Oatley. Just last month, I had the privilege of attending the ACN's Carers Week High Tea, celebrating more than 120 carers who were in attendance, acknowledging their incredible work that they're doing to support people in our community with autism. Thank you to ACN and thank you to its CEO, Vanessa Gauci, for all their incredible work and the great work they do in celebrating carers in our community. Deputy Speaker, the second group I want to acknowledge is St George Basketball, who have been playing in Sydney's southern suburbs for more than 50 years. And it was great to attend their presentation dinner in September, celebrating another successful season for the team. As a lifelong basketball tragic and fan, it is great to see the sport thriving in our community. Like so many grassroots clubs, St George Basketball is run entirely by volunteers, and I'd like to acknowledge all of their contribution, but especially their president, Ray Barbie, who has been a fierce advocate for basketball in the area for a long time. I look forward to supporting St George Basketball again in the future, hopefully for many years to come.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to share the words of the grade 6 students from Auburn South Primary School, who believe that gambling is a huge problem and that we need to do more about it. I agree with them. They wrote to me, they said, Australia's gambling crisis is terrible. We know the government has added disclaimers at the end of gambling ads, but we don't think that that's enough. It might be a good idea if you make ads dedicated to educating people of all the negative effects of gambling. We think this would have a much bigger impact than just a short disclaimer. Australians lose more money through gambling than the government spends on aged care, which is quite a hefty amount. That's true. If we keep going down this path, it will affect and ruin a lot of people and families. Then Australia will be known around the world as Vegemite lovers and addicted gamblers. Deputy Speaker, I don't have any drama with being thought of as a Vegemite lover, but none of us want us to be thought of as a nation of addicted gamblers. Just to finish with what the kids said to me, we would like you to try to push for more government funding towards educating people around the effects of gambling on themselves and their loved ones. We want a proactive effort before it's a reactive effort. I thank the students from Auburn South for their powerful advocacy, and let me pledge to them I will continue working on your behalf and push the government on this really important issue.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Raise Our Voice in Parliament is a national competition where students from high school and primary school put in speeches for their local member to say, to read out in Parliament. Boothby had a bumper crop this year, and the one that I have chosen to speak on is from Ella, who is 10 years old, from Mitcham Primary School, which was also one of the schools that Julia Gillard attended. Ella writes, "Laws aren't just a word on a page. They shape how we live every day, our rights, our responsibilities and the opportunities we have. That's why we need to learn about civics and democracy from a young age. If schools taught us more about how Parliament works, how to vote and how to speak up for what we believe in, we would grow into citizens who care about fairness and equality. Learning these skills now means we will be ready to lead and make good choices for Australia's future. Another step is creating more opportunities for young people to volunteer. Even though we are kids, we can already make a real difference, helping our neighbours, caring for the environment or supporting charities. Volunteering teaches us teamwork, kindness and responsibility, but often we are told we are too young and not given the chance. The government should support programs that make it easier for children and teenagers to get involved, so we can start contributing today. We have a lot to contribute. By giving us stronger civics education and more chances to volunteer, the government would be building a generation ready to care, to serve and shape a better tomorrow.
Member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Minister for Housing ought to be ashamed of herself for misleading the public. Bayside, Glen Ira and Kingston absolutely do their fair share. In a recent speech, she said, quote, "Over the past 30 years, Melton has grown by 433%, Wyndham by 316%. And in an attempt to punch down on Bayside, Glen Ira and Kingston, she continued, while inner suburban areas such as Burundara and Bayside have grown at just 24 and 28% respectively." Well, let's get to the facts, Deputy Speaker. In 1996, Melton's density was 77 persons per square kilometre. 77. Today it is 416.5. Wyndham, it was 140.7. Now it is 621.7. Compare this to Bayside, which in 1996 was 2,334.2 persons per square kilometre. Today it is 2,851.8 persons per square kilometre. 30 years ago, Bayside was nearly 5 times denser than Wyndham and Melton are today. It seems the minister's auditioning to be the Premier of Victoria, such as her appetite for misleading the public and attacking communities who simply want to have places to live that promote community. Here's a different alternative. Minister, grow up, stop being a child. You're a lousy minister. Build some houses so people have somewhere to live.
I think you would just be cautioned about your language in this place. You are it is an offence to the standing order that you have just committed then.
No.
The disregard for the House is astonishing. I will give the call to the member for Paterson.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Regrettably, last week, Tomago Aluminium made the announcement that it would go to consultation with its employees about the potential closure of the smelter. Tomago Aluminium is Australia's largest aluminium smelter, producing just under 40% of what we use. It employs around 1,200 people directly, and indirectly there are around another 6,000 people impacted by that smelter. The smelter had to go to consultation as a legal requirement of its enterprise bargaining agreement, and I want to speak to those people that were there at 5:45 last week hearing the news. Your government stands with you. We need to work through this problem in a very sensible, systematic way. We need the New South Wales government to work through it with us as well. And we also need the owners of that smelter to be part of these negotiations. I want to specifically thank the unions who have really engaged with employees. The AWU, the Australian Workers Union, the AMWU, the TWU, the ETU and Hunter Workers have all played a really important role. And I also want to thank those concerned people who have reached out to my office and Minister Ayres' office with some brilliant ideas, particularly Oliver Yates, who I met with this morning on a special finance vehicle. There are some great ideas coming forward and we are leaning into this problem.
Member for O'Connor.
I rise today to stand with the people of O'Connor, whose lives will be negatively impacted by the Albanese government's proposal to lower the default regional road speed to as low as 70 km per hour. Thankfully, the Coalition noticed the Department of Infrastructure's public submission process was not open for the requisite 42 days and secured an extension. Now regional residents, tourists, transporters, farmers and business owners have a proper opportunity to have their say on the cost and inconvenience of this bad policy. O'Connor's 20,000 kilometres of regional roads are already badly neglected following a 2023 government review which led to Labor cutting regional road funding. They've dispensed with the Roads of Strategic Importance program and abolishing the popular Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program. In contrast, when the Coalition was in government, we prioritised funding programs for regional roads and freight routes, accident black spots, bridges renewal and heavy vehicle rest bays. This is how you keep regional roads safe and the wheels of enterprise and leisure turning, all the while reducing driver fatigue, one of the greatest contributors to road crashes and fatalities. A blanket reduction from 100 to 70 or even 80 kilometres an hour across our regional road networks simply makes no sense. Labor's go slow will only increase travel times and driver fatigue and impede the delivery of critical goods and services to regional electorates like O'Connor.
Member for Caldwell.
Mr. Speaker, every apprentice deserves to be safe at work. That's why the Minister for Skills and Training brought colleagues together to establish a zero-tolerance approach to apprentice harm, updating the National Code of Good Practice for apprenticeships and traineeships. Governments, industry and advocates share responsibility for apprentice safety. We're working with states and territories, training providers, employers and unions to ensure every apprentice receives the training, support and protection they deserve. Research by the Electrical Trades Union found 1 in 8 apprentice electricians have been exposed to a potentially deadly electrical shock at work, and when classroom training is delayed, that risk doubles. That's not good enough. We must ensure apprentices are safe in every classroom and on every job site. Australia needs more than 100,000 additional electricians by 2050 to power the energy transition and tackle housing. Through Apprentice Connect Australia, the $10,000 housing apprenticeship incentives and the $60 million Building Women's Careers program, we're backing apprentices with skills, support and safe workplaces. Thank you to the ETU and to Aaron, Matt and Maya for their courage in speaking up and sharing their stories with us last week. Apprentices are a vulnerable cohort of young workers and workers new to the industry, the workers we need to help deliver the future of energy and housing, of manufacturing and of a future made in Australia.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australia is on the brink of the highest national debt in our nation's history, at $1.2 trillion. All of this at the hands of the current Treasurer. Deputy Speaker, what does that represent in real terms? It could be $50,000 in interest every minute, or $72 million in a single day, or $26 billion every year in interest spent down the gurgler. This Labor government has poor economic management dressed up with slick spin. They are completely delusional in not acknowledging that Australians out there are doing it tough. The average mortgage is up around $1,800 a month since Labor took office. And last week we saw some ABS data with CPI headline numbers up 1.3%. They pulled out electricity for special mention, up 23.6% just in 1 year. Now, tomorrow's Melbourne Cup Day, And quite frankly, under better economic managers, everyone should have had a win. But instead, interest rates will almost certainly remain at 3.25% for the long haul. People are working harder, but they're just not getting ahead.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the announcement that the late Dr Valerie Ash AM is the first Territorian woman to have a suburb named after her in her own right. Dr Ash was a respected microbiologist and researcher, publishing over 40 papers and leading significant research on Northern Territory relevant diseases. Dr Ash passed away in 2019. The suburb naming recognises and honours her legacy within science, research and in community service. Valerie's husband, the Honourable Austin Ash, ACKC, passed away earlier this year. Austin had a similar life of service and achievement, recording what they call the Territory trifecta of the Administrator, the Chief Justice and the Emeritus Chancellor at Charles Darwin University. Also note that Austin was a World War II veteran who served with the RAF. This year's CDU's annual Austin Ash oration, we had the wonderful Lydia Khalil as the distinguished speaker on democracy and its discontents. Her oration explored how digital polarisation, disinformation and rising extremism are reshaping democratic systems in our country. But my best regards to Valerie and Austin's children, Wendy and Harry, their family and friends. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Longman.
G'day, thanks, Deputy Speaker. So good. Next couple of weeks we've got a whole bunch of kids who'll be finishing school, 13 years of school. And a lot of us can sort of remember that. It was a while ago. But there's intrepidation when people are thinking about what the heck am I going to do with my life? And can I say to those young people, look forward to it with anticipation and some sort of excitement, because you can do anything you put your mind to. And for some people that's going to be following the vet pathway, some people are going to go through higher education, some people will join the Defence Force or even take up a career with the emergency services. But whatever you do it with gusto and do it with pride, because we live in a great country. I think that the schools that I've been to see recently at their graduation awards at Carmichael College and Narangba Valley State High School and St Columban's, I was really struck. There was two of their older school captains came in and reiterated their story from 5 years ago. And one has gone down the pathway of higher education and become a physiotherapist, or on her way to becoming a physiotherapist. But the other one was going to do university, and he went out and had a bit of a crack at sales, and now he's really enjoying a real estate career. So it doesn't matter how you start your journey in this life, it's how you finish, and there's more than one pathway to success. So I say get out there, kids, have a go, and it's the Australian way. Good on you.
Member for Macquarie.
Deputy Speaker, don't you hate it when you've been listening to a favourite Missy Higgins song on your music app and instead of it taking you to another great Australian singer, it shifts you into an overseas artist? Well, that's the algorithm. 66% of Australians say they want to listen to more Australian music, but currently less than 10% of music streamed by Australians comes from local artists. The algorithm just isn't geared to make Aussie music easily discoverable. And that's why Music Australia has launched Aussify, a national campaign to help listeners get more Aussie music out of the algorithm. Backed by artists from around the country, Aussify makes it easy to search for local artists on streaming services. There'll be a daily playlist of Australian music right through November, which is, of course, Oz Music Month. They've also created Aussify, a unique live generator serving up a constant stream of great Australian music recommendations to help overcome the discoverability gap. So tell the algorithm where to go and take control back by discovering and supporting local artists. Head to aussify.com.au. Every local artist you seek out, play, follow, save, share, request and see live helps our musicians rise. By choosing Aussie music, we can shift the algorithm, support artists and help our local scene thrive.
Member for Monash. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Coastal inundation is a huge issue of concern for many communities across my electorate of Monash. Bass Coast Shire Council, South Gippsland Shire Council, the Silver Leaves Residents Action Group have been doing tremendous work, but they have been terribly let down by the Victorian State Government, who literally have their head in the sand about this very significant environmental issue. And it's not just my community across Bass Coast and South Gippsland, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's communities right across Australia who are grappling with the issue of coastal inundation. From Noosa to Port Stephens, this is a huge issue of concern, and unfortunately state Labor governments have left communities in the lurch. I've been calling for a nationally coordinated framework to support local communities because groups like the Silver Leaves Residents Action Group have been doing tremendous work for many years, but many of those residents are staring down the barrel of losing their homes. Coastal inundation continues to encroach across many South Gippsland and Bass Coast communities. It is an issue of concern for my electorates right across Victoria. I know in Port Melbourne it's also an issue for that community in the electorate of Macnamara, and Victorians and Australians deserve better on the environment.
Member for Reid. We've had a beautiful rendition of Scar by Missy Higgins in Parliament. It was the breakup song of my generation, and I suggest to the Coalition it should be the theme song of their party room, because it's time they break up. The Nationals have dumped their net zero target, so I think it's time the Liberals dumped them. Let go of this toxic relationship. Unlike the shambolic coalition, our commitments to the Australian people remain strong and unwavering. Today marks 6 months since Australians elected an Albanese Labor government for a second term. In 6 months, we have set an ambitious and achievable climate target of 62 to 70% emissions reduction by 2035, helping us deliver net zero by 2050. We've made it easier for people to buy their first home by expanding the First Home Guarantee Scheme. We've delivered reform to our aged care system, ensuring dignity for older Australians. We've strengthened Medicare to make it easier for all Australians to see a GP, and we've cut student debt by 20% to help young Australians get ahead. Australians asked for a government that listens and delivers, and 6 months on, that's exactly what we're doing. Unlike those opposite, we're focused on Australian people, not on keeping a toxic relationship together.
Member for Nichols.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Australia has a proud history of locally produced content. Many have told great Australian stories, and during that golden era, serialised drama on TV, we've had favourites like A Town Like Alice, Bodyline, the story of that famous Ashes series, The Cowra Breakout, Anzacs, the De Niro Boys, about the amazing contribution and the prisoner of war camp in Hay. Who could forget the Aussie classic All the Rivers Run, filmed in the mighty Murray River at Echuca in my electorate, and we watched them all for free on TV. Now we have choice with endless streaming services. It's changed since you used to stay up and watch Channel 6 or Channel 3, which is all I had. But do we have more Aussie drama to watch? No, we don't. In 2022, the Albanese government went to the election saying it would promote Australian creators on streaming platforms. In 2023, the Albanese government committed to legislating local content quotas for streaming services with commencement in 2024. But just like gambling advertising reforms, nothing has happened in this area to promote Aussie content. I back Australian drama. Get behind it, Labor. We're all watching.
Call to the Honourable Member for Hunter.
Well, Speaker, it turns out I do have a chin after all. Last week, my beard hit the deck after a solid innings of 12 and a half years. I first started growing it when my beautiful wife was pregnant with my first daughter, Zoe. And thanks to some incredible supporters, we raised over $125,000 for some amazing charities. Mark Hughes Foundation, the Royal Flying Doctors Service and Careflight Australia. It's a whole lot of good coming from one hairy bloke. A massive thanks to the Movember team for jumping in and helping get the shave live on the Today Show with Carl and Sarah. I'm still recovering from how Carl attacked my face and also my own reflection as well. To everyone who chipped in, whether it was a few bucks or a few thousand, thank you. A special shout out to the Mining Energy Union who tipped in a huge $24,000. And to the team at Always Healthcare, Cessnock and Curry, who chipped in $8,150. Massive thanks to the other huge supporters, Lion, Lilly Australia, the New South Wales Mineral Council and Mac Energy Mount Pleasant operation, and a couple of mystery donors as well who quietly dropped $5 grand or more on this as well. You know who you are, and thank you. Speaker, we know it wasn't you, Jim, but Speaker, the shave wasn't just about losing the beard, it was showing what we can do as a group together when we rally together, and we did that in the Hunter. So if anyone's got any beard growing tips out there, I need them because I need to cover this bad boy again. Thank you.
The call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
We're very happy on this side that the beard's gone, Mr Speaker. Australia is the best country in the world with some of the most iconic flora and fauna, and our ecosystem is unique and must be protected. But it seems to be going backwards under this government. Australia's only shrew, the Christmas Island shrew, has been added to the International Union for the Conservation of Nature's Red List of Extinct Species this month. And this marks Australia's 39th extinction, a sobering and tragic statistic. This government has stood idly by as this mouse-sized mammal has gone extinct. As Environment Minister, the member for Sydney committed to preventing extinctions under this Albanese Labor government. Now we have seen yet another failure, another broken promise from this government that is all talk and no action when it comes to preserving our native species. Now, the list of this government's failures continues to grow. This extinction is a stain on our tragic environmental record because Australia leads the world in mammal extinctions and ranks second for loss of biodiversity. The environmental credentials this government claims to have were all washed up during the harmful algal bloom in South Australia. And now we can rightly say these so-called environmental credentials are completely and utterly extinct. So it looks like the Prime Minister's Mr Fix-It can't fix this one.
Call to the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me tell you how we over here are delivering for Australians. You already know the high points, record investment in Medicare, the Bruce Highway, HECS relief, 5% deposits, more childcare centres in the far north, but all of this can seem a little bit abstract. So to give it the clarity it deserves, let me walk you through a random Saturday. The youngest rolls their ankle on a Saturday morning, but it's okay at sport because the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic is just around the corner. They can get an X-ray, a bit of reassurance and get home with just their Medicare card. Perhaps they get an ice cream. They're feeling pretty good. Mum and Dad, they feel pretty good. Their HECS debt has been cut by 20% and they are starting to look around at open homes because of the 5% deposit.
Order. The member's time
has opened up the door of home ownership.
Concluded. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements is concluded. Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Small Business, International Development and Multicultural Affairs will be absent from question time this week. The Treasurer will answer questions on her behalf in relation to small business, and the Minister for Home Affairs will answer questions on her behalf in relation to multicultural affairs and international development.
Before we move to question time, I inform the House that the Right Honourable Jerry Brownlee MP, Speaker of the New Zealand House of Representatives, is within the precincts. With the concurrence of the honourable members, I propose to provide him with a seat on the floor of the House. Would the Sergeant-at-Arms admit Speaker Brownlee? Members, allow me on your behalf to extend a very warm welcome to my friend and colleague, Speaker Brownlee. I have been informed that it has been 21 years since a visiting Speaker has joined us on the floor. The last was the late Jonathan Hunt, also of the New Zealand Parliament. Australia and New Zealand share a uniquely close relationship. On behalf of all members, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia, and in particular to the House of Representatives. Call the Prime Minister.
Can I join with you, Mr Speaker, in welcoming Jerry Brownlee, Speaker, to the Australian Parliament from the New Zealand Parliament. Jerry, if I can be so bold as to call you that, is an old mate of mine. We served as Transport Ministers together and worked together very closely across the ditch, as Australia and New Zealand always do. And as I did last week, indeed, with Prime Minister Luxon and I as well at ASEAN and also at APEC. So we wish you well. We look forward to continuing engagement with our Kiwi brothers and sisters, and I thank New Zealand's Parliament as well for the very warm welcome that I received during the leaders' meetings, which we had in Queenstown just a couple of months ago. We wish you well.
Your indulgence, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's an honour indeed to welcome New Zealand's Speaker of the House, the Right Honourable Jerry Brownlee, to the floor of our Parliament today. Being offered a seat on the floor of the House is a rare honour and has not occurred for very many years, but it is a reflection of the respect and love we have for our brothers and sisters across the ditch. Can I offer the Opposition's deep appreciation for your presence here, Speaker, and for the enduring bond between our two countries, which is more than just shared history and shared values. It's built through families, through businesses, and that real commitment to peace and security across our region. Welcome to Canberra.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In August of this year, the Prime Minister said Australia had, quote, turned the corner on inflation. Yet devastatingly, last week, we saw inflation rising again. Economists are saying this has all but killed off a much-needed rate cut before Christmas. Under Labor, we have rising inflation and rising unemployment. Prime Minister, households are stretched to the limit. When will prices come down for Australian families?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the Leader for her question, but of course, as everyone in this Parliament knows, and Australians know as well, inflation had a 6 in front of it when we came to office, and it now has a 3 in front of it. Yes, there was a rise in the latest figures, but that was after a number of falls, and indeed with interest rates that the member referred to as well, commencing to fall under us. They started to rise under the former government, as the member knows well. And on unemployment, unemployment has a 4 in front of it as well. We have seen employment continue to grow, more than 1 million jobs being created on our watch, and indeed the average lowest unemployment of any government in 5 decades. We are very proud of our record when it comes to the economy, whether it be the fact that for the first time in decades this Treasurer produced 2 budget surpluses in a row, and have also produced, of course, lower deficits than what they went to the election on. At the election just held 6 months ago today, Mr Speaker, since the Australian people had their verdict on the choices that were before them. A Labor government committed to continuing to put that downward pressure on inflation, a Labor government continuing to provide cost of living relief, a Labor government continuing to stand up for Australian jobs, a Labor government committed to real action on climate change, or the alternative, The alternative that was before the Australian people was...
The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
It's a point of relevance, Mr Speaker. It was a direct question. When will prices start to come down?
Yeah, but you also indicated about inflation and employment. Now, the Prime Minister has dealt with the inflation numbers, the employment figures that he's answered in his question. So, yes, I understand you'd like a date or time, but I think in anyone's agreement the Prime Minister is being directly relevant, and he's been through, he's got 56 seconds left and he'll be able to answer the question, and as long as he's being directly relevant, and I think everyone can agree that he is being directly relevant.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The Australian people 6 months ago today had that choice before them, and they chose not to vote for the option that said, remarkably, and it is quite an achievement for our New Zealand brother who is here on the floor with us today, that they actually managed to go to an election saying that the deficits would be higher, but taxes would be higher as well. But the taxes would be higher as well. They put forward an option which said a vote for the Liberal Party is a vote for higher taxes and higher deficits. And the Australian people rejected them, and the Australian people are continuing to reject them.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How have the Prime Minister's recent international meetings advanced Australia's national interest, and why is it important for Australian jobs, trade and industry at home?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Maribyrnong for her question. In all of our international engagements, there is one focus. How do we support Australian jobs? How do we support Australian economic growth? How do we set Australia up for the future? In today's globalised world, what happens around the world has an impact. The Russian invasion of Ukraine had an impact on global inflation in supermarkets, whether it be in New Zealand, Australia or anywhere else. And that is why we very much enjoy constructive engagement. We deal with our partners and allies respectfully in the interests of our national interest. And recently, in the last month, I've had 3 meetings with President Trump in New York firstly, then an extensive meeting in Washington, DC, where I went with the Minister for Resources and our Minister for Industry as well. And then on the sidelines of APEC, we were able to have dinner last week. That is important because the United States is our most important ally. And the engagement that we have with the United States, whether it be the AUKUS arrangements that, of course, have been not just endorsed but strengthened by President Trump, whether it be our defence investments which were endorsed by President Trump, or whether it be our critical minerals and rare earth strategies, which are very important that we engage in the opportunity that is there before Australia. This represents an $8.5 billion pipeline of critical minerals projects that's been identified already where Australia and the United States can work together to create jobs here, to create economic activity and economic benefit right here in Australia as well. Demand is growing, of course, for those minerals, but so is our capacity to value add to them. So one of the things that we want to do is to learn the lessons of the past, not just dig up resources, export them, and wait for value to be added and jobs created somewhere else. We want them created here. Similarly, at ASEAN and APEC, I met with more than 20 leaders, advocating for Australian trade, jobs and industry at every single opportunity. 1 in 4 of Australian jobs depends upon our trade, and that's why Australia supports free and fair trade. That's why we engage with our partners, and APEC alone makes up some 75% of Australia's trading relationships. We are trusted and respected in the eyes of the world precisely because we engage respectfully with the world, both the public sector and the private sector as well, as evidenced by the event hosted by BHP and Dominic Perrottet in Washington, DC as well.
Call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, research conducted by the St Vincent de Paul Society shows Australian families are still confronting cost of living turmoil. 32% have skipped meals or gone without food to cover essentials. 36% of Australian families are concerned about going without food. 62% said that cost of living pressures are making it difficult to plan for Christmas this year. Is this what the Prime Minister meant when he said no Australian would be left behind?
Call to the order. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And of course, cost of living pressures are real, and that is why we are acting on them in a real way. We have, since July 1, delivered a pay rise for all minimum and award wage workers, taking the total increase under this government to over $9,000. Number of times that the coalition, in government or in opposition, has made a submission or a fair work case supporting an increase in real wages? Zero. 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 Now, we know they don't support net zero, but we know also they are net zero when it comes to increases in real wages. Superannuation guarantee increased to 12%. Paid parental leave extended to 24 weeks, and super now being paid on paid parental leave. More energy bill relief, opposed by those opposite each and every time. $10,000 bonus for housing apprentices on top of their wages, opposed by those opposite. The batteries program that has seen more than 100,000. I haven't caught up with the latest figure, but I'm sure you'll hear it later in question time. I'm sure it's coming. I'm confident of that. Australians taking up that opportunity. The boost to Medicare that we are doing today, where more than 1,000 medical practices have already signed up to fully bulk bill everyone who goes through those doors, making an enormous difference. Urgent care clinics that we're opening up as well, another 50. We've cut student debt by 20%, something that we announced exactly 1 year ago, and remarkably was opposed by those opposite, and they took that to an election as a saving for them. What we did was do a saving for students and graduates of an average of $5,500 each time, making a difference to all of these measures. The $20,000 instant asset write-off extended for another year. More choice, lower costs and high-quality care for Australian women as well. And of course, importantly, we have frozen draft beer excise for 2 years, making a difference as well. We will continue to engage in all of these measures, including cheaper medicines. There's one thing they have in common, though. Every single measure by the government before the last election and since has been opposed by those opposite.
Call to the honourable member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources in Northern Australia. How is the Albanese Labor government diversifying the global supply chain of critical minerals and rare earths and boosting Australia's resource sector here at home?
Call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Moore for his question. The need to diversify supply chains of critical minerals and rare earths is a global challenge. Our great island continent holds in its geology the elements of the periodic table we need for the modern technology we rely on, for the green energy production we need for our energy security and to reduce emissions, and for the technology that ensures our national security and our national defence. This government is stepping up to lead on critical mineral supply chains globally. Under the leadership of this Prime Minister, this government has invested $28 billion into an industry of global significance. Prime Minister Albanese and this government is leading efforts across the G7, the G20, the Quad and also bilaterally to diversify global supply. I was delighted to be alongside the Minister for Industry in Washington to witness our Prime Minister and the President of the United States agree the historic critical minerals framework. This Australia-US framework is now the model for all US engagement around the world, and together we are leading the way. It is an $8 billion pipeline of critical minerals projects that will bring more stable, more secure jobs to Australians right around this country. Mr Speaker, no Prime Minister has done more than this Prime Minister to boost the resources sector of this nation. In Canada last week, I was delighted to represent Australia at a meeting of G7 ministers in Toronto, where I discussed with G7 counterparts the implementation of a critical minerals production alliance, a collaboration between the G7 nations to diversify global critical minerals supply. Mr Speaker, there are three factors that get Australia a seat at the table of a G7 meeting of ministers. Firstly, it's our commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. Secondly, it's our commitment to environmental protection. And very importantly, it's our commitment to the sustainable production of critical minerals and rare earth elements and changing the supply chain monopoly. This government is committed to all three of those factors. Those opposite are committed to absolutely none of them, Mr Speaker. I was delighted to also sign a joint declaration on the sidelines, a declaration of intent with Canada to deepen our links with them and our collaboration on critical minerals and rare earths. I also witnessed a heads of agreement between Ucore, Wailu and Hastings to link offtake to the Yangibana Rare Earths project, another critical project that will go to diversifying our supply chains. This government has done the hard work to develop policy in critical minerals and rare earths, and will continue to do this work to ensure the future of the critical minerals sector and the critical minerals and rare earths processing industry of this country.
Before I call the member for Warringah, I'll just do some quick acknowledgements. Pleased to inform the House that in the gallery today is the Australian Local Government Association National President, Councillor Matt Burnett, and representatives from the Local Government Association of Queensland, led by CEO Ms Alison Smith. And I see a number of former members in the gallery today, including the Honourable Michael Lee, former member for Dobell and Minister in the Keating Government, Louise Marcus, the former members for Greenway and Macquarie, and Graham Perrott, the former member for Moreton. Who I know will be silent during question time. Give a call to the honourable member for Warringah.
To the Prime Minister, Manel Lopez is a sound technician in the film industry with over 25 years' experience. He wrote to me, "I've reached the point where working in the industry is unsustainable. I'm at the end of my resilience mentally, financially. The situation has taken a huge toll on me and my family. This is happening all over the country. We need local content quotas, but we needed them 5 years ago. It was a promise that Labor took to the election. For many of us, it's almost too late. Will the government make good on its repeated promises to legislate local content quotas on streamers and save these Australian jobs?"
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Just briefly, before I hand to the Arts Minister, Mr Speaker, we very much support the local content in the Australian arts sector right across the board, whether it be people who are involved in drama and production in that area, whether it be music, and Missy Higgins was good enough to come here to support Australian music today, whether it be all of the creative sector. We are really proud of what our government has done, and we'll continue to engage so that Australian voices are heard.
Give a call to the Leader of the House and the Minister for the Arts.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Prime Minister. The policy of the government hasn't changed, and the principle that we're working towards is really simple. If you pick up your remote control at home and you go to the ABC or SBS, you're guaranteed Australian content. If you go to the commercial TV stations, there's still some level of Australian content guaranteed. If you go to Foxtel, there's still Australian content. And yet sitting there with the same remote control, flicking to any of the streaming services, there's currently no guarantee of Australian content. And this is something where people are aware of some of the different negotiations that the government's been doing, but effectively the objective is simple. No matter which remote control you're holding, Australian content should be at your fingertips. And the methods that we've used previously for other forms of Australian content don't match with the streaming services. So, for example, what we do on free-to-air TV, where you have particular times of day and guarantees, don't work when you're dealing with an on-demand service. Similarly, the guaranteed funding that happens to SBS or the ABC doesn't work for a commercial streaming service. So the methods have to be different, and that means we need to work through a series of different trade obligations. But in doing so, the government's objective, which we've previously stated, remains completely on foot, and hope to continue to be able to report more to the House.
Call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How are people in rural and regional Australia taking up the opportunities of clean, reliable energy? What are the threats to the best interests of rural and regional Australians?
Give a call. Order. Give a call. Order. The member for Lyne. Give the call to the Honourable Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her question. And what a champion job she does in representing the interests of regional Australians and rural Australians in this House, representing the aspirations of those on that beautiful part of the south coast of New South Wales. Now, Mr Speaker, the honourable member for Gilmore knows that people in regional Australia are taking up the opportunities for cheaper and more reliable energy, particularly through the Albanese government's cheaper home batteries policy, which I'm pleased to inform the House today has now been taken up by 108,494 Australian households. And increasingly we see a heavy representation from rural and regional Australia in those figures. And the member knows that the people of Gilmore have taken up the scheme with some great enthusiasm, but I have to say, not a podium finish anymore in New South Wales, because the electorate with the highest take-up of cheaper home batteries in all of New South Wales is Page, Mr Speaker. Second, we have Richmond. And coming in a very strong third in the trifecta is the member for Riverina, Mr Speaker, who has the third highest take-up of cheaper home batteries in all of Australia. And I know it warms his heart, Mr Speaker. I know it warms his heart to see his constituents taking up the opportunities of cleaner, more reliable, cheaper energy. And many people who have solar panels and a battery get a net zero energy bill, Mr Speaker, which is a very good thing to get a net zero energy bill, and some of them indeed paid. And of course, just as in the small scale, this is also true with the large scale. And of course, people in rural and regional Australia know we need to get this right. We need to get the community consultation right and the community benefits right, Mr Speaker. And it's good to know that around $200 million of community benefits will flow to regional communities between now and 2030, and $1 billion of benefits for landholders and farmers who are taking up the opportunities and drought-proofing their income. These are matters that were discussed at the Farmers for Climate Action Conference in Canberra here earlier this year, which I spoke at. I didn't run into many members of the National Party there. In fact, I didn't see any, but also they know that rural and regional Australia are the people who are going to pay the price of climate change, with natural disasters and farm productivity falling. And this is a view,
members on my left will
put by the President
interjecting.
of the Young Nationals, who said in relation to any decision to move away from net zero, regional Australians will be paying the price for increased natural disasters. And I think Perrin Reddy is correct, Mr Speaker. He's speaking up for future generations in regional Australia who know that they will pay a price from natural disasters and falling farm productivity, and that will be the price of a betrayal by those who represent farmers, those who are meant to represent farmers in regional Australia, but who just do not.
Call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister finally pulled his Treasurer into line, forcing a backflip on his super tax. While the Prime Minister was overseas, inflation hit its highest level in 2.5 years, smashing through the top of the RBA's target band. Now the Prime Minister has returned home. Will he again pull his Treasurer into line to stop his spending spree, taking pressure off mortgage holders paying $1,800 more every single month on interest than compared to when the Coalition left office.
Order. The call to the Prime Minister.
I'm pleased to get a question from someone who, of course, is now Shadow Treasurer, who was promoted into the position of Shadow Treasurer after going to an election with a $600 billion plan for nuclear power in the 2040s. In the 2040s. In the 2040s.
The Deputy Leader's asked a question.
He has the hide to come here and ask a question that speaks about spending sprees when he had a $600 billion plan, and the previous question. The
Prime Minister, the yelling is going to stop. Deputy Leader of the Opposition, we don't need interjections. I can live with, but not the yelling. So no more interjections. I'm going to have to warn you. We'll reset, and the Prime Minister will continue with his answer.
The previous question, Mr. Speaker, as you recall, was about cost of living measures, where we know that if you listen between the lines there to that question, what they're saying is they would rip and cut everything that we are doing when it comes to cost of living measures to assist people. That is what we know that they would do because it is in their DNA. And then we had the hide to ask a question about superannuation. Now, Labor is the party of superannuation. We created it. We strengthened it, and the measures that have been put forward by the Treasurer will further strengthen the universal superannuation system. For a start, a small number, though apoplectic, about 0.5% of people who will be impacted by the changes. An equity measure in which not only now do we have an equity measure that we tried to get through last time, blocked by the no-alition in the Senate, Now we have a two-tier system making, just as our income tax system under this government is progressive, like the changes that we made to stage 3, we have made changes to superannuation which will make it more progressive as well, consistent with what Labor governments do every single time. And at the same time, of course, we have legislated—
the Prime Minister will pause. I've been really fair with the Deputy Leader, and I was crystal clear. Instead of no interjections, I said the yelling would stop, interjections, so you're going to have to leave under 94A. If I give a commitment, I expect people to listen, and I can't be fairer than that. You can have a good go, but no one can take the mickey here. The Prime Minister has the call.
It says 5 measures: paid parental leave, super unpaid parental leave. We have done, never even thought about by those opposite. Last week, payday super passed the House, giving a lifetime boost to Australian super balances, never done by those opposite. Empowering the ATO to identify and follow up unpaid super so that it's paid fairly. The changes we've made to lift the low-income super tax offset to $810 and increase the eligibility threshold from $37,000 to $45,000. All of these measures strengthening superannuation under this Treasurer and the
Prime
Assistant Treasurer as well.
Concluded.
That is what Labor governments do.
Call to the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on our commitment for more Australians to access bulk billing? Why is it so important after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. The member for Cornwall, frankly, has had too much contact with the healthcare system over the last 12 months. First of all, the system caring for his mum and his wife, Natasha, and their beautiful baby boy, Noah. Noah returned home on election day from a long stay in the neonatal unit at Northern Hospital 6 months ago today, and we're delighted he's doing so well. He told us in his first speech, Mr Speaker, how much he cherished Medicare as a son, as a husband and a father, and I know now how hard he's working to strengthen Medicare as a member of this parliament. Last week, fewer than 40% of GP clinics in the member for Caldwell's electorate bulk billed all of their patients. This week, in just a few days, that number has almost doubled to over 75%. Today, 3 in 4 GP clinics in the member for Caldwell's electorate are bulk billing every single patient that comes through their door because of the record investment that kicked off from our government this Saturday, Mr Speaker. Now, when we came to government, of course, bulk billing was in freefall. That's not my description. It's the word used by the College of GPs. And it's no mystery why. Because after Peter Dutton had frozen the Medicare rebate for a couple of years, the Leader of the Opposition now, when she became Health Minister, not only locked in that freeze, but it extended it for 4 long years, Mr Speaker. And surprise, surprise, when you freeze the income of GPs, bulk billing starts to come under pressure. Well, we're turning that around, Mr Speaker. We are turning that around because for Labor, bulk billing is the beating heart of the Medicare system, a system that means Australians visit their GP when they need to rather than when they feel they can finally afford to, Mr Speaker. Over 3 budgets now, this government, led by this Prime Minister, has steadily repaired the damage, the vandalism done to Medicare by the Liberal Party. We've delivered the 3 biggest overall increases to the Medicare rebate in 30 years, number 1, number 2, number 3, since Paul Keating was Prime Minister. We tripled the bulk billing incentive that doctors receive to bulk bill pensioners and concession card holders and kids, which has turned the bulk billing rate around for those 11 million Australians back up to 92%, Mr Speaker. And from this weekend, for the first time ever, we've extended bulk billing support to every single Australian. Today, well over 1,000 general practices that last week were charging gap fees, this week are bulk billing every single patient that comes through that door. And that will grow every single day, Mr Speaker, as we go about the hard work of delivering on our promise to strengthen Medicare.
Call to the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The now Prime Minister issued a media release on May 24, 2020 titled "Tasmanian War Hero Teddy Sheehan Deserves Victoria Cross." And I quote, "It is never too late to honour the meaning of lest we forget or to commemorate the courage of one of our own." Prime Minister, does the 20-year time limit his government is placing on inquiries under the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal mean that Teddy Sheehan's gallantry would not have been a reviewable action?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question because it goes to heart of one of the problems in his critique of the legislation that's being considered by the House at the moment, which is why we are attempting to modernise the way in which the tribunal operates. He also tries to use as an example, which he just did then, a matter that, 1, an application could still be brought to defence for such honour to be bestowed, 2, an inquiry could still be conducted in relation to, and 3, and most importantly, in making that critique, he tries to imply in some way that with what the tribunal did in the case of Teddy Sheehan was the thing that affected the previous government's decision. The reason the Prime Minister put out that press release in the first place was because the previous government, despite the tribunal's recommendation, said no and set up in a completely separate process because of the pressure brought upon by veterans, and this now government went in opposition. Stop misleading people, Shadow Minister.
Order. The member for Gippsland. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ease the cost of living and to strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect? How does this compare to other approaches?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Werriwa for her question, but much more importantly than that, thanks for being a champion for Medicare in your local community to the southwest of Sydney. Mr Speaker, even with the progress that we've made, getting inflation down to half what we inherited from those opposite, even with getting real wages growing again and keeping unemployment low and 3 interest rate cuts already this year, we do know that Australians are still under pressure. But more than acknowledging that, We're doing something about it. We're delivering cost of living relief. We're securing our AAA credit rating. We're managing the budget and managing the economy in a responsible way. And one of the most important ways that we are delivering that cost of living relief is by strengthening Medicare in every community. And as the Minister for Health said a moment ago, Saturday was a really important day because we started expanding bulk billing incentives and started bonuses for practices that bulk bill every patient. Now, we are strengthening Medicare because more bulk billing means less pressure on families. It's the same reason we're building more urgent care clinics. It's the same reason we lifted the low-income threshold for the Medicare levy and why we're making medicines cheaper, at the same time as we're protecting penalty rates, boosting wages, cutting student debt, helping with electricity bills, making batteries cheaper, at the same time as we've got 2 more tax cuts on the way, why we're boosting super balances and the listo and getting the super guarantee to 12%. It's why we're paying super on paid parental leave, paying it on payday, making super fairer from top to bottom, as the Prime Minister said a moment ago. Now, Mr Speaker, the progress that we have made together in our economy has already given the Reserve Bank Board the confidence to cut interest rates 3 times this year. When we came to office, interest rates were coming up. They've gone down 3 times this year. And the interest rate cuts already in the system are saving a household with a $700,000 mortgage about $330 a month, or around $4,000 a year. So, Mr Speaker, we are delivering cost of living help and responsible economic management, and that's the difference between this side of the House and that side of the House. They are divided, they are divisive, and they are in disarray. They have net zero credibility on the cost of living or on the budget or on the economy. But we won't be distracted by the Hunger Games which are playing out on that side of the House. We will continue to deliver for the people who sent us here to represent them. And strengthening Medicare and delivering cost of living relief in the most responsible way we can is a really important part of that effort.
Call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Western Sydney suburbs of Campbelltown, Mount Druitt and Liverpool have 2 things in common. 1, more than 90% of mortgage holders are struggling to pay their mortgage. 2, they're represented by Labor MPs. Prime Minister, why do Australian households have to suffer because this government can't control its reckless spending and inflation? Does the Prime Minister have any plan to address mortgage stress in these Western Sydney suburbs?
Order. Order. We'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. And of course, as the Treasurer has just outlined, since we have come to office, inflation is half of what we inherited. Interest rates have gone down 3 times this year. They started to rise under those opposite. We went to an election promising much lower spending than those opposite, which is why they had two higher deficits going forward. At the same time, of course, what matters to a household income is money coming in as well as money going out. And what we've done is increase real wages. Quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter, we have increased real wages, opposed by those opposite. They opposed all of our industrial relations measures. They opposed common sense measures such as same job, same pay. I've met people in those electorates, such as workers in the aviation sector who are literally earning 5 figures more than they would have as a direct result of our same job, same pay legislation. We've created 1.1 million jobs. 3 in 5 of them have been full-time. Under this government, the gap between women's wages and male wages is the lowest it's ever been. We have record women's workforce participation as well, and we've produced tax cuts for every single taxpayer, and there's 2 more rounds to come. We want people to earn more and to keep more of what they earn, something that we've said repeatedly that I've noticed has been repeated without the substance by some of those opposite as well. So we'll continue to roll out cost of living support, and I'd ask the member for Lindsay to think about supporting some of it sometime. Supporting energy bill relief, supporting cheaper childcare, supporting cheaper medicines or the 60-day dispensing, supporting the measures that have come in today, which will allow for increased GP appointments, supporting the batteries that are being rolled out in the member for Lindsay's electorate, supporting free TAFE. Remember free TAFE, something that those opposite have said from the top down, that people don't value it if they don't pay for it. Well, let me tell you, there's 685,000 Australians have benefited from free TAFE. Those opposite opposed, and of course they opposed as well the student debt relief for more than 3 million Australians. This government will continue to stand up for a strong economy, continue to stand up on issues like cost of living relief. Those opposite will continue to just oppose everything, whether it's opposing what we're doing or opposing what each other are doing.
Has concluded. The call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare in the regions? Why is this so important after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Bendigo for her question. Well, Victorians know there's a healthy rivalry between Bendigo and Ballarat, but what there's not rivalry about is the fact that both of us know just how important Medicare and bulk billing is to our regional communities. When you're sick and you need to see a doctor, it shouldn't be a struggle. It is why this government is making the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago, with an $8.5 billion that is delivering more bulk billing and more doctors across Australia. For the first time, bulk billing incentives will be paid to GPs for every patient that they bulk bill, and we're delivering an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits each year. Now, Medicare payments in regional bulk billing practices will be double what they are now. This investment is making a real difference across the whole of the country, but in our regions in particular, it is an absolute game changer. This investment is making a difference. In my own electorate, more GP clinics are now fully bulk billed. In fact, 18 clinics have changed from mixed bulk billing to bulk billing because of the changes of this government. That includes Q1 Medical in Lucas, Eureka Medical Centre in Ballarat and Springs Medical in Dalesford and Trentham, and they've also got a practice in Kyneton in the member for Bendigo's electorate. The members for Flynn in Queensland and Cowper in the mid-north coast of New South Wales are seeing 16 clinics in their electorate move from mixed billing to bulk billing. So we know that more than 1,000 GP clinics have now taken up the challenge to actually now bulk bill 100% of their patients, and almost 800 of these are in regional and remote communities. It's all part of our commitment to ensure 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030. Now compare that, of course, to what those opposite did when they were in government. We saw in the 2014 cut and slash budget, of course, $50 billion cut from public hospitals, attempts to put increased co-payments to make medicines more expensive. They wanted to put a co-payment on every single emergency visit. And then what they also wanted to do is bake in a $7 and then a $20 GP tax. They then, because they couldn't get through that through the Senate, decided to freeze the Medicare rebate, not just for 2 years, but under the Leader of the Opposition's watch, then for 4 years. Now that did significant damage to bulk billing rates and to our healthcare system. And after that decade of appalling neglect of our healthcare system, the wrecking of Medicare, this government is getting on with the job of actually restoring bulk billing, restoring Medicare, and that benefits regional Australia.
The call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Prime Minister. Your proposed EPBC changes have received support from Chevron, BHP and the Minerals Council, but have been widely criticised by environment NGOs like the Australian Conservation Foundation as failing to protect nature and the planet. Why has Labor prioritised the interests of big corporations over people and nature?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. And the truth is our environment laws aren't working. There's a very broad consensus that that is the case, and we are working to get it right because they're not working for business and they're not working for the environment. Approvals take too long, processes lack certainty and need to be streamlined. These are laws that were drafted in the Howard era for the Howard era and are just not fit for purpose. And we believe that the laws that are before the Parliament are balanced. They will help to grow the economy, but they'll also help to make sure that future generations of Australians get to enjoy the benefits of our unique environment. The author of the report that was commissioned by the former government, Graham Samuel, has come out very clearly and said that the laws that have been put forward are consistent with Graham Samuel's review. I'm not quite sure that the member is being fed income with the quotes that she says of the groups that are supporting this legislation, to be honest. And what we need to do is to not play these games which led to nothing being carried during the last term of a no election, people saying they're against it. They sat in the Parliament for a long period of time and were up there in the Senate waiting for them to be carried.
The Prime Minister will pause. The member for Mallee on a point of order.
Speaker, you have made a ruling in the past about the Prime Minister and others referring to those on this side of the House as the no-elition, and I'm bringing that to your attention.
If you resume your seat, we have dealt with this. The Prime Minister was talking about the no-elition of everyone opposing it. If he was describing the coalition as the no-elition. Well, I mean, there is a difference, but it would greatly help me if people just referred to everyone by their titles and political parties as well. But there is we had this discussion before. The member for Lindsay, I don't need that sort of commentary. It's not very professional or helpful. Order. The member Barker's not helping either. So, remind everyone with their correct titles, but the terms the Prime Minister is using are, and he believes, are correct. So, yeah.
Themselves, because the no-elition is just a word describing people who are against everything. It doesn't refer to the coalition necessarily or the Greens political party. It's a self-identification from that point of order by objecting to everything. But it's expanded, Mr Speaker. It's expanded because now we have people who say no to everything that the government puts forward, but they also say no to everything that each other put forward as well. And that's what we've seen from the disorder, if I can use that term, of those opposite that we've seen over the last period. This is sensible reform. Everyone in the Senate, regardless of where they come from, should look at it on its merits and should vote for it, because this is sensible. It's good for the environment, it's good for jobs, it's good for certainty, it's good for industry. What people want is quicker yeses or quicker nos. That's what this legislation is about.
The call to the honourable member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to strengthen Medicare? And how does it help Australians to access the quality, affordable healthcare they deserve. Are there any threats to this investment?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Dixon for her question, and as someone who welcome back to the Parliament, and the last time we spoke was the member for Dixon was still in hospital receiving the sort of care that comes through our public health system that makes an enormous difference in order for people to fully contribute to society. And the member for Dixon will be contributing for a long period of time. I have no doubt about that, as well as a member of this place and as a champion of that community in the northern suburbs of Brisbane. Now, on Saturday, we delivered the biggest investment in Medicare since Labor created it 40 years ago, tripling the bulk billing incentive for every Australian, a commitment that we made in the electorate of Bass in January or February at the beginning of this year, but now delivering, creating a new incentive payment for GP clinics that bulk bill every patient. And the good news is that over 1,000 clinics have already signed up to become fully bulk billed because of our investment. And today I was with the Minister and the Senator for the ACT, Senator Gallagher, with Dr Conrad and a couple of his patients, John and Lucio. Lucio had been going to that clinic for 40 years, John for over a decade, hearing firsthand the difference that bulk billing of Medicare will make as well. Dr Conrad at that clinic, it does particularly specialise in sun checks, essentially for people's skin, something that we know is an example of where early intervention and identification is not only good for patients, it saves money to the system as well. If you get healthcare right, if you intervene early, if your GP has a relationship with the patients who they look after, which for many periods, for many of us, we've had the same GP for a long period of time. From that understanding and care and trust which is built up can be better healthcare which benefits the individual, but also will stop what might be a small problem becoming an acute healthcare issue. And that is why that community around Belconnen, where we were today, will really benefit from this, just one of the many clinics that are making this decision. And as they make that assessment about what is in the interests, the financial interests of the clinics, because some 18,000 of them will be better off, that will provide an incentive for us to deliver on the 90%, which is the objective of this policy being bulk billed.
The call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor's housing policies are failing. Under Labor's $10 billion Housing Australian Future Fund, just 567 of the promised 40,000 social or affordable homes have been completed, and now it is being audited by the National Auditor. The Chair of Housing Australia has resigned after bullying allegations, and the government fell short of its construction target by 66,000 homes last year. Does the Prime Minister accept that his government is building fewer homes and has made housing affordability worse?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question, but I'm not sure if the member was here during the debacle that was the rolling door of governments in between 2013 and 2022. If he was, he would know that there weren't questions asked for most of that time of the Housing Minister.
Order. Members on my left. The member for Forrest. Just cease interjecting.
If he was here, he wouldn't have been possible for him to ask a question of the Housing Minister for most of that time, because they didn't even have one. They didn't even have one. And the member has the hide to ask. And the member opposite says that we didn't have a problem in housing during that period. With that one quote, this member exposes exposes the fraud that is their attitude towards housing.
The Prime Minister was responding to an interjection, so it's going to be very difficult to take a point of order. But I'll just remind you, only get 1 point of order, and we're only short way in the question. So, yep, you can take it.
Halfway through, Mr. Speaker, but the point of order is on relevance. I did ask the government. I did ask the Prime Minister about his.
Resume your seat. You can't just take points of order because you don't like the answer. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 examples from 2008 to 2015 under Speakers Bishop and Smith, people who just didn't take points of order. I can go through all of them, and I don't want to go down that path, and people were removed just for standing up for taking points of order. So, we're not going down that path either. Anyway, just order. Just make the point. Get on top of this. Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, the interjection from the member for Wright exposes precisely why there is an issue with housing that we inherited. Because he says that they didn't have a minister because there wasn't an issue with housing in Australia up to 2022. He suggests that before the change of government there were no issues with housing. And the question that's asked by the member, speaking about the number of houses that have been completed under the HAF, they held up the HAF for month after month after month after month. And then they go, why aren't the houses built? You have got to be kidding me. Under the former government, we have completed, under our government, 5,000 social and affordable homes across the board. Under the former government, 373 in the entire time that they were in office, in 9 years. And today, building approvals rose 12% in the month of September to be 15.3% higher in through-the-year terms. We are delivering, whether it be social homes, whether it be supporting the build-to-rent scheme that they opposed as well, and the member for Wright's interjections, we will remind him of day after day, week after week, month after month.
Order. The member for Wright. The member for Wright might just cease interjecting. Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Agriculture. How is the Albanese Labor government working with experts to strengthen Australia's preparedness and response capability to pests and diseases? And why is this so important for our farmers and our regions?
Call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank our terrific member for Bullwinkle, a new seat created in this place, and she's a terrific representative, and I know that she's out there engaging with her farmers all the time, so I want to thank her for that. And of course, she, like the Albanese Labor government, does take our biosecurity system very seriously, Mr Speaker. And that's why we have been investing, and we've committed over $2 billion since we've come into office to strengthen our biosecurity system, which of course is the first line of protection for Australia's people, our animals and our ecosystems. Today is One Health Day, and One Health is the way that we are managing our biosecurity risks. So right across government, we are working together, and that is, as I've said, why we're investing that critical investment that I've been talking about. We know that that funding is critical to protecting our $100 billion agriculture, fisheries and forestry sector, our forest industries, our environment, our economy and, importantly, as the member for Bullwinkle will know, our regional jobs that rely on that agriculture, fisheries and forestry right across the country. And while Australia remains one of the few countries free from the world's most invasive pests and diseases, our work on the prevention, detection, eradication and management of the threats that we face never stops. But, Mr Speaker, I regret to say that just over a week ago, Australian scientists observed signs consistent with bird flu in wildlife during a management voyage to the subantarctic island of Heard Island. This is 4,000 kilometres southwest of Perth and about 1,700 kilometres north of the Antarctic, and is about 450 kilometres away from some of the subantarctic French islands where bird flu has been confirmed. So I want to be clear that this is a suspected case of bird flu. It is not a confirmed case of H5HPI bird flu, but of course it does reinforce the need for us to remain focused on preparing for an outbreak on mainland Australia. I want to advise the House that samples have been safely collected and securely packaged and will be tested when the RSV Noina returns to Australia later this month. It was detected, I'm very sad to say, in an unusual level of deaths of baby elephant seals on this Antarctic island. So this is very concerning indeed, and that's why we are investing $100 million to boost our preparedness across the country, adopting the One Health approach, as I've said, to protect our people, our animals and our ecosystems. We've also provided funding to the states and territories for critical equipment to make sure that we're ready. Rapid mobilisation if there are outbreaks, including mobile laboratories, drones and emergency animal disease response trailers, because we all know that protecting this country is really, really important. We've also seen the impacts of the bird flu globally. It's costing billions of dollars in other countries, particularly when it does damage to poultry and impacting dairy herds, along with the impacts to human health. So it's important we get this right.
Call to the honourable member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, recently the International Court of Justice found that states have a binding international obligation to assess and limit emissions, including Scope 3 emissions, to avert significant climate harm. Scope 3 includes captive carbon in exported coal and gas. So if the government won't include a climate trigger in environment laws or include Scope 3 emissions in the safeguards mechanism, what steps will you take to ensure Australia's compliance with the ICJ ruling?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. I note that the government supported the reference of the ICJ case that was commenced by Vanuatu. I also note that we considered the Climate Change Authority's advice on our recent nationally determined contribution. The Climate Change Authority indeed considered the ICJ decision in weighing up their advice to the government under our world's best practice climate change target-setting regime. Therefore, their advice to us was to set the maximum possible level of ambition, which is advice, of course, that the government accepted. Now, what the honourable member is doing is then raising other issues around Scope 3 and international emissions in other countries, which he's entitled to do. But I'd make this point, that our obligation is to reduce our emissions and to work with other countries to help them reduce their emissions, not to come at it in some other way. And that's why we embark on the policies we do. But I do agree with this, with the honourable gentleman in this regard, that a massive opportunity we have, if we seize the economic opportunities of net zero, is to help other countries decarbonise through a future made in Australia, whether it be through green metals, whether it be through other ammonia and green hydrogen. These are the opportunities. And Treasury has modelled this and found that the emissions reduction possible internationally, using Australian know-how and Australian resources, is equivalent to 1.2% of world emissions, which is a big number, around 460 million tonnes. So this is a very great opportunity for our country if we seize those opportunities, if we seize them. If we ignore them, those opportunities to create jobs and wealth as we help the rest of the world decarbonise will be missed forever.
Call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government breaking down barriers so Australians can get the skills they want in the jobs that we need? What has been the response?
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and I want to thank my friend, the member for Boothby, for her question, and more particularly for the work that she's doing in the community she represents so well in Adelaide. She has spent a career backing people in, and she brings that here with enthusiasm. And, Speaker, while those opposite are divided, now more than ever if what I keep reading in the Financial Review is to be believed, this Albanese government is getting on with it and breaking down the barriers that have been holding Australians back. Now, it's been 12 months to the day since Labor announced we would cut student debt by 20%. and 6 months to the day since Australians backed us in at the May election, because there are 3 million Australians who have a student debt, including over 280,000 who have vet student loans or Australian apprenticeship support loan accounts. And Speaker, on the average vet loan, this is a saving of more than $2,000. This is real cost of living relief right now. And while it's easy to focus on these numbers because they are important, behind them are stories of Australians who are just trying to get ahead and make a contribution. And I think about students like Jennifer, who I met with the Prime Minister here from CIT. She'll have $8,000 slashed from her debt. She says to me it's a huge weight off her shoulders, and now she can focus on finishing off her studies. And Ralph, who's studying a diploma of nursing, he'll save $3,000 thanks to this Albanese Labor government. And of course, we haven't stopped here. We've reduced the amount Australians with a student debt have to pay every year and raised the threshold when people need to start repaying. And we've also made free TAFE into law, following 685,000 enrolments and more than 190,000 completions. These are measures delivering cost of living support now while helping Australians secure these future. Now, something these three measures have in common, Speaker, is that they were opposed by members on the other side of the House. It could be that the last time that they were on a unity ticket. The only thing members opposite can agree on is what they will oppose, not what they will do for Australians. While on this side of the House, we're easing cost of living pressures for students to gain skills they want, for jobs we need now and into the future, building their careers while building the homes Australians need and enabling our clean energy aspirations, because all of us in the Albanese government back Australians to get skills they want in the jobs they need. So while the Liberals and the Nationals are obsessed with their internal arguments over net zero, they've got net zero to say when it comes to skilling Australians for the jobs of the future. They are arguing amongst themselves while we are focusing on the Australian people. And we'll get on with delivering for people while they will continue to be consumed by denial, division and dysfunction.
For the Prime Minister. For the Prime Minister. Order. Prime Minister has the call. Members on my left.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We'll go to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a message from the Senate returning the Fair Work Amendment Baby Prius Bill 2025 without amendment. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly as quietly as possible. In continuation, give the call that the bill be read a second time to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. Tell us once improvements to regulatory settings made by Schedule 1 of the bill will do a number of things. Firstly, improve the payment of Medicare benefits, because the Medicare program will be able to access payment details from Centrelink for customers who receive services under both programs. We'll also make it easier for Australians to use digital solutions to reliably prove their citizenship status, thereby making it easier to access these services. It will improve the use of healthcare identifiers to support better healthcare service delivery, improve the legislative arrangements for sharing protected information internally within Services Australia to deliver a more seamless experience for customers. It will also clarify the ability of Services Australia to more easily transfer recipients to a new social security payment or concession card when they have already been assessed against identical qualification or payability criteria for their existing payment or card. and it will simplify processes for reissuing non-income tested seniors' health cards to Australians who have lost and subsequently regained eligibility due to the portability requirements or being in receipt of a means-tested social security payment. So tell us once this will improve efficiency, reduce frustration for Australians and result in a more seamless provision of assistance to Australians by Services Australia. Then we have Schedule 2 of the bill, which is directed at improving access to government services and subsequently maintaining that access in connection with healthcare services. The example is that if patients need multiple diagnostic imaging services, their primary health provider can use one form to make multiple requests. However, if these services are not accessed within 7 days, the patient must return to their health provider for a new request. This is a very short time frame that doesn't take into account the reality of balancing family, work, life with medical appointments. This bill doubles the access period from 7 to 14 days, which will immediately provide easier access to health services for Australians and mean that they don't need to return to their primary health provider to have the same referral completed again. Schedule 3 of the bill is all about reduced regulation for businesses and individual Australians. Regulation is, of course, important in that it establishes rules and standards that set a minimum level of quality and prevent a race to the bottom in relation to critical industries. Regulation is also necessary to manage risks and embrace opportunities by driving social and environmental change. Protecting the public interest is another key motivator of efficient regulation, again in critical areas like healthcare and workplace safety, because safety, fairness and accountability for workers are key drivers of regulation. Equally, regulation provides certainty to businesses, allowing them to plan for what's next and understand what is expected of them in how they pursue their economic agenda. So, staying with business, regulation also plays a role in ensuring fair competition by creating a level playing field and establishing rules and safeguards for market behaviour, which not only benefits business but also benefits consumers. So the setting of rules, incentives and penalties, and then the monitoring of performance and compliance against those rules is important for fairness, for quality and transparency, and is successful when balanced with the benefits that come with allowing businesses to operate freely. In this sense, overregulation or inefficient regulation causes business paralysis and can act as a disincentive. Schedule 3 of this bill is a first step in the government's agenda to reform regulation to ensure it enhances productivity and doesn't paralyse business. The small but significant improvements introduced by Schedule 3 include amending private health insurance legislation to remove the possibility of insurers breaching the law on a rounding technicality, and also allowing petroleum and environmental regulators to share information to avoid needing to collect information from industry more than once, and to support better coordination across those petroleum regulators. Finally, Schedule 4, which is directed at amendments to increase government efficiency and improve productivity by eliminating bureaucratic tasks that do not achieve outcomes that are proportionate to the time and resource investment. As well as repealing redundant legislation that is no longer fit for purpose, the amendments in Schedule 4 include allowing the Australian Communications and Media Authority to more efficiently delegate ordinary administrative functions, allowing the Department of Defence to more efficiently delegate powers and decisions relating to the Woomera prohibited area, updating outdated legislation which will ensure NBN mapping data remains publicly available, updating legislation to facilitate information gathering to enable the Commonwealth to monitor and regulate fuel security, information about fuel-related products critical to Australia's trucking industry, fuel markets and fuel stocks will be able to be collected by the Commonwealth where there is a risk of potential shortage of critical fuels. Updating legislation to recognise the needs of Australia's renewable energy transition by making it easier to buy smarter appliances that use electricity when it is cheapest, like hot water systems that heat water for the evening shower while the sun is still shining. And finally, providing more consistency across social security legislation to streamline government processes. So, following on from the Economic Roundtable, this bill is intended to be the first of a series of regulatory reform bills that will improve productivity across government and across the economy. Better regulation is at the heart of this bill. More efficient regulation is at the heart of this bill, because we know we need regulation that meets the opportunities and challenges of a global economy which is constantly moving and changing. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2025. This legislation is the latest example of a tangible set of reforms to come out of the Economic Reform Roundtable hosted by the Treasurer earlier this year. This bill follows the previous announcement that we will be moving forward with implementation of hundreds of ideas from the Roundtable, including those put forward by various regulators and the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's announcement that it would partner with the New South Wales State Government to crack down on illegal bid rigging practices in government procurement processes. Those who paid attention to the Economic Reform Roundtable would remember that it identified fit-for-purpose regulatory settings as a key enabler for unlocking Australia's economic potential, as has the Productivity Commission. This bill is a key step in the continuous improvement of Australia's regulatory environment to achieve these outcomes, getting the balance right between important protections and opening the door for continued economic growth. Altogether, this legislation contains 60 measures which amend 28 existing acts, repeals 2 acts, and will affect the operation of 13 different government Commonwealth agencies. I want to spend my time today looking at the legislation, some of its standout provisions and ones that I think will make a real difference in our communities. Deputy Speaker, this bill delivers its reforms in line with 4 key themes. Firstly, supporting the implementation of a Tell Us Once approach within Services Australia, which aims to reduce the number of times Australians are asked to provide the same information across its various programs. This is something that I was very pleased to see personally. In my first speech to the House a few months ago, I spoke about how I wanted to help create an environment where government was more accessible to the people it serves. Perhaps the most common source of frustration that I hear about from my constituents, from my electorate, was about Services Australia and Centrelink, is that it being asked to provide documentation they have already handed over previously, and that each time they have required to repeat their story or situation again and again. A Tell Us Once approach does what the tin says. It aims to support sharing and use of information provided to government agencies to reduce instances of Australians being asked to repeat and provide the same information. Currently, the existing legislation includes an unnecessarily narrow information sharing provision, which fails to facilitate government agencies sharing information they already have. It is clearly out of date, and this bill goes some way to fixing this bottleneck by giving the administrators of various programs within services more leeway. Deputy Speaker, Australians should never have to feel like they are battling their own government, especially not when trying to access the important services they need and are entitled to, such as pensions, childcare subsidies and Medicare benefits. And with this passage of this legislation, Australians will not have to contact Services Australia multiple times for something as simple as updating their address with each program they rely on. Additionally, there are currently more than $270 million of Medicare benefits that are rightfully owed to Australians but that are not yet able to be dispersed. This legislation will allow Medicare to access payment destination details from Centrelink where an individual is a customer of both programs, ensuring Australians get everything from the government that they are owed, delivering a real and immediate benefit for Australians. Deputy Speaker, another area the bill looks to improve is maintaining the access to government services. Many Australians rely on government services to support their access to healthcare. Medicare is the envy of the world, and we should be incredibly proud of it as Australians are. However, there are opportunities for government to improve the way it functions. As I said in my first speech, having high expectations of your government is a good thing. This legislation before the House improves on the current regulatory settings around key healthcare services and a form of the additional childcare subsidy, making them more efficient and reducing the burden on Australian patients. For example, when a patient needs multiple diagnostic imaging services, their doctor can use one form to make several requests. However, currently all the services requested must be accessed within 7 days. The current regulation fails to give leeway for the reality that sometimes services can be delayed for reasons beyond the patient's control. This legislation changes that, doubling the access period from 7 days to 14. This will immediately make access to health and diagnostics easier for Australians. While this weekend just passed, the government's once-in-a-generation reforms to make GP visits more accessible through more bulk billing came into effect, no one wants to return to their GP to get the same referral a second time. Additionally, the bill includes changes that enable better information sharing between the Commonwealth agencies involved in administering Medicare and addressing gaps in regulations that currently can allow unapproved pharmacies to continue operating in some specific circumstances. Deputy Speaker, the third key theme is reducing the regulatory burden on Australians and Australian businesses. In my first speech, I also spoke about the need for Australia to find ways to boost its productivity. As a rule, well-balanced regulation provides vital protections to the Australian community while allowing business to succeed and thrive. However, when outdated or needlessly prescriptive regulations exist, they drive up the costs for Australians and the Australian businesses that have to navigate them. This omnibus bill updates some provisions that have been left unchanged for too long, as well as enabling better information sharing between regulators to reduce the burden on business. As an example, under current law, a marriage celebrant must verify the identity of the parties to a marriage. Fair enough, Deputy Speaker. That seems like an important thing to check. However, the regulations have not been updated for some time, meaning celebrants must cite physical copies of identity documents. To ease the burden on celebrants, while not compromising on the level of due diligence that must be undertaken for such an important process, celebrants will now be allowed to use digital identity solutions, as well to overcome some of the limitations of physical copies. Another noted change in the third schedule of the bill is those allowing petroleum and environmental regulators to share information to avoid needing to collect information from industry more than once, in the same style as the Tell Me Once system for public services. These changes will support better coordination across regulators, especially by ensuring that the roadblock often presented to regulators in the private sector can be bypassed. Finally, Deputy Speaker, the bill makes amendments to increase the efficiency of government and in turn improve productivity across our economy. In the same way that outdated regulations can increase the costs to Australian businesses and consumers, outdated regulations in the public sector create the need for Commonwealth departments and agencies to devote time to bureaucratic work with little return on investment. This bill makes a number of regulatory changes that cut down on the number of junk tasks required of public servants and that improve transparency and public oversight for certain government works. For example, the bill amends legislation related to the National Broadband Network, which currently references Geoscience Australia's national map. That national map was actually decommissioned at the end of June this year, and the current legislation both demands that it be a basis for certain public data as well as limiting alternatives. Sensibly, this bill replaces that provision with a more generic one to ensure that the public continues to enjoy an NBN that is transparent and visible as it continues to be rolled out and upgraded to the best outcomes for all Australians. Additionally, the legislation makes amendments to the regulation of critical fuels to enable more targeted response to shortages. It also provides more consistency across legislation to deliver a more streamlined approach, ensuring that the importance of our renewable energy transition is recognised, and repeals some redundant legislation that is no longer relevant or fit for purpose. Deputy Speaker, overall, this suite of measures will improve how information is shared within government, improve how the government responds to certain shortages, improve the standard of interactions the Australian people have with government, and improve the efficiency of public sector operations. While these reforms will not attract the same attention as some other bills that go before this House, they are an important part of building a stronger economy for all Australians. I was fortunate enough to speak in the House just last week during a private member's business about the economic reforms delivered by successive Labor governments, from Hawke and Keating modernising our economy and opening it up to the world, to Rudd and Swan steering Australia through the global financial crisis while avoiding deep recessions that plagued the world. This government's agenda continues in the Labor Party's enviable tradition of delivering an economy that works for all Australians, and the results speak for themselves, Deputy Speaker. When Labor came to government, the warning signs were everywhere. Inflation was rising out of control, more than double the top of the RBA's target band, showing no real signs of slowing and taking interest rates with it. As a result, real wages were falling and Australians felt the pinch on their living standards. But this government, the Albanese Labor government, has turned around these failures. Inflation is now half the level it was at in May 2022, and it has enabled the RBA to make some rate cuts, making it cheaper for Australians all around the country to pay their mortgages. We've seen 7 straight quarters of real wage growth, the lowest average unemployment of any government in 50 years, and 1.1 million jobs have been created. This is nothing short of remarkable, and it demonstrates clearly what happens when government has the interest of working people at the core of its mission. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition love to claim that they are the party of competence when it comes to the budget, but history, including recent history, tells a very different story. In the first 3 years since Labor came to government, we delivered the biggest nominal improvement in the budget in a parliamentary term. The budget is more than $200 billion stronger than what was inherited from those opposite. We found more than $100 billion in savings for the budget, where the Coalition could not find one single cent in their last budget. While the closer the Liberals got to being back in the black were getting mugs printed, Labor actually delivered it, not once, but twice. The significant improvement in the budget position means that we've been able to pay back some of the debt that was inherited when we came to government. Gross debt is $188 billion lower, saving us more than $60 billion in interest costs over the next decade. But most importantly, our sensible approach to the economy and the budget is enabling us to do what matters most to the Australian people. More tax cuts for all 14 million taxpayers, a 20% cut to HECS balances for every Australian with student debt, the biggest ever boost to Medicare to deliver 18 million more bulk billed GP visits across the country. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, this government, the Albanese government, is getting on with the job of creating an economy that works for the Australian people. And like any good government, we are regularly reviewing regulatory settings to identify areas where we can improve and open doors for economic activity and ways to boost productivity. This bill may be the first of its kind in this term of Parliament, but it will not be the last, as we seek to improve productivity of both the government and the Australian economy as a whole. I'm so pleased to be able to speak to this bill, and I commend the government's economic team for their work on this legislation, and I commend the bill to this House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Forde.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2025 and in preparation for this have said that title a number of times out loud and in my head, and I stumble over the word regulatory. It's a difficult enough word to say, let alone a difficult enough task to complete when you're a business person or an individual dealing with government bureaucracy. Regulation is confounding, it is constraining, it is a brake on productivity, and it is very annoying, to say the least, on a personal level. I'm reminded of the story I came across years ago of the young kid watching their grandmother cook a leg of lamb in a saucepan, and he observed that the grandmother would chop the end off the leg of lamb and then put it in the saucepan and then cook it, and it would be, of course, delicious as all of those meals were. And years later, his grandmother came to visit his house, and she observed him cutting off the end of the leg of lamb, and sticking it in the saucepan, and then cooking it. And she said, "Why did you bother cutting off the end of the leg of lamb?" And the grandson said, "Well, that's what you used to do." And she said, "Yes, but the only reason I used to do it was so that it would fit in the pan. You've got a bigger pan. You don't need to cut it off." And so often regulation is just like that. It is about doing something which at some time in the past made sense, but doesn't make sense anymore. And it is about looking at things which have become almost tradition, but really, when taking a second look, have become entirely superfluous. It is something, I guess, that I came about when I was in small business for myself. I used to run a small contract mustering business in Western New South Wales, where I guess I really learnt that idea about personal responsibility and really creating something out of nothing. Entrepreneurialism really is that. It's about taking what you have and forging ahead to create value for yourself and for the people in your life. And I then took the lessons that I learnt there into when we moved down to the coast, and I ran a construction company in Beenleigh. The same sort of spirit of entrepreneurialism and creation is something which almost all entrepreneurs are seized by. But the most frustrating thing is dealing with unnecessary government regulation. And so it is something I think that as we go into the future becomes more important to look at. That the regulations that are in place actually have some purpose, that the regulations that are in place are about helping businesses and helping individuals rather than constraining them. particularly as our economies move into the future. There is a need for us to move quickly as individuals and as businesses and as a country. And so that's why I commend this government for the work that it has done over years, but more particularly for the work that it did around the economic roundtable. We were lucky enough in Ford to host our own economic roundtable, thanks to Anne Nowder from the Small Business Association. And I heard time and again that people were frustrated by government regulation. It is something which held them back in their business. It is something which held them back from employing people. It's something which held them back from providing a service to their customers. And we were able to take some of those local examples and feed them into the national economic roundtable as well. Let's step back and just reflect for a moment. Paul Keating often spoke about the moral purpose of economic reform. He argued that policy is not just about efficiency, but about fairness, dignity and opportunity. This bill carries that same vision. It recognises that government is a servant and not a master. Regulations are tools and not obstacles. The goal is a system that protects, empowers and enables. Paul Keating might have also said that trying to navigate government services is like trying to do a crossword puzzle with half the clues missing while riding a roller coaster. Now, thanks to these reforms, Australians can solve that puzzle and keep both feet on the ground. It's not just, of course, businesses that are going to be advantaged by this bill, but people too. We all have frustration dealing with government department, or indeed, with private bureaucracies as well. Everyone these days seems to want us to get onto a web portal and do their own paperwork for them. So this bill does deal with some of the personal problems, the individual problems that people face when dealing with a government department. So think about somebody called Robert living in Logan. He relies on Medicare and Centrelink to manage his family's health and financial needs. And for months, Michael has been owed unpaid Medicare benefits. In fact, it's something like $270 million in total across nearly 1 million Australians are in Michael's situation. The problem is simple. His Centrelink bank details are up to date, but Medicare doesn't have the same information. Today, under the current system, he could wait weeks, even months, to get these funds if he knew he was owed anything at all. With the changes in this bill, the so-called Tell Us One approach will allow information shared with one agency to be available to others, meaning that he can get the money he's owed without repeated phone calls, multiple forms or frustration. But of course he's not alone.
I'm sure he won't take it.
Linda, a resident on the northern end of the Gold Coast, fled domestic violence. She's had to update her details with multiple government agencies, her new address, her child's name, her bank account. Today, every form she fills out is a chance for a delay or an error, a potential stressor when she should be focused on safety and rebuilding her life. This bill allows for her details to be updated once and shared securely across relevant government programs. In practical terms, it means that she spends less time repeating herself, more time supporting her child. Take the healthcare provisions in this bill. The time frame for accessing multiple diagnostic imaging services is doubled from 7 to 14 days. Think about Simone, another young woman living on the northern Gold Coast, referred by her GP for both an X-ray and a CT scan. Under the old system, if she missed one appointment, she had to go back for another referral. That wasted time, travel and stress is now gone with these bill changes. She can complete that imaging without unnecessary repetition and allowing her to focus on her recovery rather than on paperwork. For people in outer suburbs, where GP visits can take quite some time, this is not a small improvement, it is a transformative improvement. One of the most important reforms in this Tell Us Once system is this Tell Us Once system. Currently, you have to tell multiple government agencies the same information. It's like being stuck in a loop with your own life story over and over again. There are real examples of benefits available in this bill. Healthcare identifiers. Digital sharing improves care and outcomes. Seniors. Cards can be reissued automatically after overseas travel. Childcare subsidies. Simplified language encourages vulnerable families to apply. Fuel and energy security. Companies can respond more flexibly to disruptions. These aren't abstract numbers, they're real and tangible improvements in people's life. This bill reduces unnecessary burdens across government. For example, marriage celebrants can now use secure digital documents instead of chasing paper. It means fewer trips to offices, less stress, and frankly, fewer opportunities to lose your sanity. Agencies can share information more effectively in projects like offshore gas development, which streamlines processes and reduces costs. So for families and businesses in outer suburbs, this is a real win. Less paperwork, more time for work, for family, or if you're lucky, a chance to just have a cup of coffee without feeling guilty. This takes a whole-of-government approach. It isn't piecemeal tinkering. It amends 28 acts, repeals 2, and affects 13 agencies. Government is a complicated machine. You can't just oil one cog and expect the engine to purr. This is orchestration, not patchwork. By coordinating reforms across departments, this bill ensures consistency, efficiency and coherence. It's a recognition that change only works when the system changes together. Like a well-rehearsed band, everyone needs to play in tune. This bill boosts productivity. Less regulatory friction means businesses can invest and operate efficiently. Families can spend more time doing what matters. For Logan, the Northern Gold Coast, for outer suburban and regional areas, small and medium businesses drive local employment. This bill helps them grow without losing the protections that keep employees and consumers safe. So today is not just another day of legislation. Today is a step forward in how our government serves the people and the small businesses of this nation, especially those in the outer suburban communities like Logan and the Northern Gold Coast. This bill is about making government work for Australians rather than Australians working for government. When we talk about regulation, we really need to ask, is this fit for purpose? Is this fit for the modern time? Why do these rules exist? What should they achieve? Yet we know that if a law or rule exists for its own sake, or because it has always existed, it loses its meaning, like cutting off the end of the leg of lamb. Entrepreneurialism is the way of the future. It is something that, Deputy Speaker, your advice the other day about ringing up Medicare clinics in our area was something that I took very much to heart. It was not waiting for the bureaucracy to tell us when the local GP clinics had taken up the government's bulk billing incentive. It was about getting out there and doing it yourself. It was about getting out there and using your own skills to create something of real value. And taking your advice, Deputy Speaker, I now have a list of GPs in our area which have taken up the incentive, which have in fact doubled, by the way, the number of GP practices in our area that are bulk billing. And we've now got that list and able to give that list to people in our community. It is something which has created value for them. It is something that we have done outside of the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy will get there in the end. I'm sure they'll do a more accurate and thorough job than we have. But taking that spirit of entrepreneurialism, which you did lead, Deputy Speaker, is something that I think is an example of the future of Australia. It is the future of work as we become less dependent on the old ways, as we become less dependent on the recipes that we got from our grandparents, successful and as timely as they were. It is a recognition that people are now going to have the opportunity to create their own future. And the less regulation that it gets in the way, the better. This is only the start. So anybody who thinks of opposing this bill, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is about continuous process. This is the first in a series of regulatory reform bills that will improve productivity across government and the economy. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In August this year, the Treasurer hosted the Economic Reform Roundtable. Those 3 days brought together a mixture of leaders from business, unions, civil society, governments and other experts. The roundtable discussed 3 main themes: making our economy more productive, building resilience in the face of global uncertainty, and strengthening the budget and making it more sustainable. The roundtable will be integral to Australia's ongoing economic success and prosperity. One of the clear messages from both the roundtable and the Productivity Commission was the need for fit-for-purpose regulation. In recognition of that, and in the spirit of the first stated theme of the roundtable, I'm delighted to see this matter come before the House for debate as a tangible outcome of the roundtable. Deputy Speaker, excessive regulation, red tape and duplicative processes not only frustrates the lives of millions of Australians, but drives up the cost of doing business. Who hasn't been given a wrong or outdated form? Who has not had to produce the same identification document again and again? And who has not had a document either not uploaded or lost? These are everyday occurrences and they frustrate us, not only personally, but also cost countless hours and add inextricably to inefficiency and cost. The Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill then takes a whole-of-government approach to amending regulation to ensure it remains contemporary and relevant. And for Australians, it means making sure Australians can connect faster and more efficiently with the services they need and rely on. The bill contains 60 measures and amends 28 acts, repeals 2 acts and affects the operation of 13 Commonwealth agencies. Importantly, and probably most significantly for Australians, the bill supports the implementation of a tell us once approach within Services Australia, thereby reducing the number of times it would be required for you to provide the same information again and again across different government programs or platforms. It is an understatement that this aspect of the bill on its own will be warmly welcomed and applauded. The days of having to supply the same document again and again like this will not continue to happen. The bill will enable the use of data and digital technologies to improve access to government services. It also provides new powers to make delegated legislation. Schedule 1 of this bill removes barriers to provide digital evidence of Australian citizenship, making the process less costly, reliable and providing further security. Schedule 1 Part 2 deals with healthcare identifiers who have access to these systems. The amendment allows healthcare recipients to facilitate the tracking of longitudinal data, providing more accurate evidence to support policy and design. Currently, there's no standardised approach to sharing health information across Australia, and this bill works to support to address these issues. More importantly, the bill will allow updates made to Centrelink when account number changes to be recognised by other agencies like Medicare. Currently, 980,000 Australians are owed money in unpaid Medicare benefits. That's $270 million that would be much better off in Australians' pockets. And just with your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, I would like to speak to my constituents. Have you looked at your MyGov and made sure that your information is up to date? It is really important that Medicare benefits are in your pocket. It's your money. Take some time out in the next couple of days to update your details if necessary. As soon as your details are updated, then any outstanding benefits will get into your account. This bill also removes the stigmatising language to ensure that all vulnerable children and their families can apply for the additional childcare subsidy. Schedule 2 doubles the timeframe for patients needing to complete multiple diagnostic imaging services without having to return to their GP for a new referral, saving both time and money for the government, GP and patients. And Schedule 2 also authorises appropriate sharing between Services Australia, Ageing and Disability to assist in supporting the proper functioning of processes within them. Schedule 4 makes amendments to the Australian Communication and Media Authority to allow appropriate delegations to ACMA members. Some part of this schedule repeals redundant legislation and requirements. Schedule 4 improves fuel security, ensuring that government knows what stockpile is available for transport and other industries in Australia. And the bill will also modernise greenhouse and energy minimum standards to support the contemporary energy systems and Australia in its transition. Schedule 4 will look at ensuring consistency across social security benefit calculations as it affects the number of social security and Veterans Affairs benefits. And the bill also touches Services Australia and the Seniors Health Card, childcare subsidies and strengthening the pharmacy approval process. Finally, the bill before us will improve access to government services, reduce the regulatory burden on both industry and Australians, and increase efficiency and productivity. Deputy Speaker, Australia stands tall as an economic success story. The success, however, has not been accidental or by luck. It is the result of careful management and policy direction by this government. And our government will continue to review the regulatory settings to identify any areas of improvement. The bill is intended to be just the first of a series of regulatory reform bills to improve productivity across government and then across the economy. I commend the bill to the House.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate for this bill be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour of this day. All of their opinions say aye. All those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. And I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025 is intended to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. This will enable the AER to be an independent body with its own board under the Public Governance Performance and Accountability Act of 2013. Now, the AER has been around since July 2005, and the year after that, all 13 bodies previously responsible for energy regulation had transferred responsibility to the AER, and we know that decisions made by the regulator are subject to appeal, as you would expect. Many years ago, the energy grid was the responsibility of states, Certainly, states looked after power. These days, of course, more and more onus is placed on the Commonwealth to run, whether it's power, indeed, whether it's to fund state schools, and I appreciate that states still make up the bulk of the funding, as they should, for this, but there is more and more pressure on the Commonwealth and the taxpayers to foot the bill for things which used to be solely the remit of the states. It happens in health too, and certainly both sides of this parliament have overseen that transition whereby the Commonwealth is picking up the tab for what was once very much the remit of states. The AER is a part of the Commonwealth Competition and Consumer Commission. It enforces the rules established by the Australian Energy Market Commission. The ACCC, for all of the sometimes complaints it receives, I believe does a good job. And I say that having been a minister with oversight responsibility for the Commission. The ACCC indeed has done some very, very good work over the years. Of course, there's always more that it can do in all areas of endeavour, not least of which is market deregulation, supermarket deregulation, the monopoly of the supermarkets in even irrigation and water. And we need to ensure that the ACCC has the teeth through a regulatory and legislative process to be able to do the work that it does for and on behalf of the nation, but for and on behalf of consumers. The AER's present functions are focused certainly on regulating the natural monopoly transmissions and distribution sectors of the national electricity market. It very much oversees monitoring the wholesale electricity market and enforcing electricity market rules. It's a difficult area. The AER's regulatory functions and powers are conferred upon it by the national electricity law and national electricity rules, which govern all of these things. Now, I have to say, of course, we've seen quite a debate in recent hours, days, weeks, months, years, decades over energy prices, energy regulation. The default market offer set by the Australian Energy Regulator shows that average power bills are up as much as $806 per household. This is having a very harsh effect on ordinary, everyday Australians. And I know it's so difficult for farmers, factories, manufacturing, people just trying to manage household budgets to pay the bills, the energy bills, which just seem to go up and up and up. This particular bill before the House, the changes being recommended come from several reviews. The Vertican review of 2015, it suggested the AER should have full control over its management and finances by becoming an entity that was independent. The Finkel review, 2 years later, highlighted that the AER's separation from the ACCC had not yet occurred. That particular investigation discussed how information sharing could still be maintained. And then we had in 2020 the Edwards Review, which noted that many in the energy sector supported the AER's independence from better governance of the energy market, so to speak. And as I say, the energy market is a large and complex thing. And we only have to look at what is going on in the energy systems at the moment. The government wants us to go renewables only. We've got 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines being proposed, being constructed. This is having a huge effect on those regional communities. Not that long ago I went up into the old Tumbarumba Shire area, what is now Snowy Valleys Council, to look at the transmission lines being constructed there. I note with some concern that the metal frameworks are not being built with Australian steel. That is a shame, but there is a lot going on in this space. At present, the AER does not employ its own staff. Instead, employees from the ACCC assist the AER in its functions. The ACCC chair is responsible for managing this staff and ensuring that the duties of the AER are indeed met. The Australian Energy Regulator is already established as a body corporate pursuant to Section 44AE of the Competition and Consumer Amendment, and it's constituted by 5 members pursuant to Section 44AG of that particular amendment. Now, with a particular section, 44AAL, it currently provides that the ACCC and the AER are a single listed entity for the purposes of the Finance Law, within the meaning of the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act, of which I had some carriage of when I was Assistant Minister to the, in fact I was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Finance at the time, being Senator Matthias Cormann, and he did an outstanding job as in that portfolio area. And the ACCC, the chair, is the accountable authority of that listed entity. Now, Section 27 of the Competition and Consumer Amendment currently provides that the staff of the ACCC are to be engaged under the Public Service Act of 1999, that the ACCC chair and staff together constitute a statutory agency. The ACCC chair is the head of the statutory agency. It's a lot to place on the ACCC chair. Whoever is in that job does an outstanding job. Under a lot of pressure, there's a lot of moving parts with that particular role, and we should be thankful for our public service, because our public service serves the Australian public in a very diligent and thorough way. And I think we saw that best during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think what we saw then was public servants working so very hard, not only on the health side of things to ensure that the safety and well-being and health of Australians was paramount, first and foremost, but also that the JobKeeper provisions put in place by the coalition government at the time kept the doors of business open, kept the lights on, kept the bills being paid and kept the economy ticking over. And we should be very, very thankful of what our public servants did. And no finer public servant at the time than Dr Stephen Kennedy. And I say that, I know he's had a number of roles as Secretary of various departments. He looked after infrastructure, he looked after Treasury, and the work that person did during the global pandemic saved lives and kept people, kept their businesses from going insolvent, from going bankrupt. And I owe him an eternal debt of gratitude for the work that he did, and I say that in all earnest and honesty because he was outstanding. On this bill, Section 44AAC of the CCA currently provides that the ACCC chair does make staff and consultants available to the AER to assist the Australian Energy Regulator to perform its functions, and at times that is required and requested and needed. The combination of these arrangements means that while the Australian Energy Regulator's regulatory functions are entirely separate, as they should be, from the ACCC, the current accountable authority and head of the agency is the ACCC chair. They hold statutory accountability for meeting the requirements of the PGPA Act and the Public Service Act. In essence, the buck stops with the ACCC chair. One could say, as it should, But these governance arrangements were considered appropriate when the Australian Energy Regulator was first established back 20 years ago. The bill is intended that the AER's statutory functions and powers, the number of staff required to assist in performing these functions and powers, has materially changed over those 2 decades. And as we become a public service changes, it modernises. You have to bring these sorts of bills before the Parliament to keep up with those changes in the public service. This bill was introduced to Parliament last year. It passed the House earlier this year, but it wasn't considered by the Senate prior to the May 2025 election. And in the lead-up to the election, it was our clear view, as a coalition, that the government should be focused on lowering the cost of electricity and not making bureaucratic changes. That was the view we had then. We still believe that the government should and must do more to focus on those power bills, on lowering the power bills, to do whatever the government can do, indeed, to bring energy prices down. Not because it's a political debate, not because it's something that we can differ from the government in this chamber, but because people out there in our electorates right across the nation are demanding, are crying out, are pleading for energy relief. And I appreciate that the government has brought in some subsidies, and they will say, well, this is designed to help those ordinary everyday Australians doing it tough, struggling, but we can't impoverish pensioners. We can't see the likes of Tomago going to the wall. I know that particular aluminium smelter and that particular plant uses up about 10 or 11% of New South Wales power, and having it not functioning will indeed lower emissions, and that might meet the climate change and energy minister's remit in trying to bring emissions down. But that's not the point, is it? The point is that we cannot deindustrialise our nation. The point is we have to give our farmers the reliable, affordable energy to be able to grow the world's best food and fibre. And the point is that we have to make sure that Mr and Mrs Average out there can pay their power bills. Pensioners, right across the board. It is not right what we're doing at the moment. So that is why we opposed this particular bill when it was first put. On the 24th of July this year, the member for Wannon, in his capacity as the Shadow Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction, as well as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction, Senator Dean Smith from Western Australia, were briefed on this particular bill. We see the need for it, given the fact that, as I say, the public service is modernised. We understand why it is necessary, but again, I do implore on those members opposite, when we're talking about the Australian Energy Regulator, when we're talking about the power grid, when we're talking about servicing the nation with reliable, affordable energy, the government must do more. It has to bring about policies and use those levers that it can to help the economy and to help the Australian people that it purports to serve.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill of 2025. This is important legislation to separate the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission from the Australian Energy Regulator. While this legislation is technical in nature, for households and businesses in my electorate of Sturt, this reform is about something more real: lowering power bills, providing more reliable energy, and laying the foundations for a stronger future. The Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of delivering real energy relief and real reform of the energy market. That's why this legislation matters. It's being conducted in parallel with sustained efforts to transition our economy to renewable energy and bring down power bills for all Australians. Now, the Australian Energy Regulator has a big job. It regulates energy networks and wholesale and retail markets in Australia to ensure that they are secure, reliable and affordable for consumers. It sets the rules for our electricity and gas markets, making sure companies play fair and consumers get the best deal. But it's been tied with the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, an organisation with responsibilities that span the entire economy. And that model has held back the Australian Energy Regulator's independence and focus. With the needs of consumers at the top of its list of priorities, the Australian Energy Regulator is one of 3 major market bodies that oversee national electricity and gas markets in Australia. Firstly, the Australian Energy Market Commission, which develops the rules by which the markets operate. Secondly, the Australian Energy Market Operator, which manages the day-to-day operations of the markets. And then thirdly, the Australian Energy Regulator, which monitors performance and compliance with the rules. Since its inception in 2005, the environment in which the Australian Energy Regulator operates has significantly expanded, as has its remit and functions. In the 2005 financial year, the Australian Energy Regulator had 15 employees and an annual program budget of $6.5 million. This is significantly less than what the data tells us about the 2024 financial year, which recorded 400 employees and an annual program budget of $95.67 million. Increased responsibility, increased resources and increased budget accountability means that governance arrangements need to be re-examined to ensure that they are fit for purpose. The separation of the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission addresses these governance issues in 2 critical ways. Firstly, it aligns responsibility for the regulatory functions of the Australian Energy Regulator as the independent energy regulator, and secondly, by prescribing influential control over the Australian Energy Regulator's employees and funding, which is currently within the sphere of the ACCC. Further, without this legislation, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission Chair would retain technical responsibility for the Australian Energy Regulator's leadership, governance and strategic direction in circumstances where it is in fact the Australian Energy Regulator's independent board that is ultimately accountable for those things. This disconnect between responsibility and accountability does not represent good governance, and good governance in energy market regulation is critical in circumstances where Australia's energy markets are embarking on a significant period of transition. So in terms of the mechanics of the legislation, it will amend the Competition and Consumer Act of 2010 to legally separate the AER from the ACCC, enabling the Australian Energy Regulator to have operational control of its own governance arrangements, its own resources and its own staff. In further technical terms, for the purposes of the Public Governance Performance and Accountability Act of 2013, the legislation establishes the Australian Energy Regulator as a non-corporate Commonwealth entity that is separate from the ACCC for the purposes of that Act, but as a non-corporate Commonwealth entity not legally separate from the government. Importantly, this legislation does not change the role, obligations and function of the Australian Energy Regulator as the independent energy regulator. That is not being changed by this legislation. Without the passage of this legislation, the following issues would remain. Firstly, the Australian Energy Regulator and Australian Competition and Consumer Commission would remain as a single Commonwealth entity under finance law, with the Australian Energy Regulator Board continuing to have the powers required to fulfil its regulatory role, but no authoritative control over the resources and people needed to carry out that important regulatory work. Secondly, the dual ministerial responsibility would continue with respect to the activities of the Australian Energy Regulator. Thirdly, the fundamental disconnect between traditional governance of the Australian Energy Regulator employees, led by the Australian Consumer and Competition Commission, and the organisational strategy and direction led by the board of the AER would continue, exacerbating the governance risk to both entities and increasing the probability that inefficient and often duplicative governance processes would have to be undertaken to manage that risk. So this straightforward and minimalist legislation resets and improves the governance environment without altering the primary objectives of the Australian Energy Regulator, which is the monitoring of compliance with rules applicable to the energy markets to the benefit of all Australian consumers. With this legislation, we give the Australian Energy Regulator the independence and the authority it needs to meet the challenges of our time. And make no mistake, these challenges are huge. We are in the middle of the most significant transformation of our energy sector since electricity was first switched on in Australia. The transition away from dirty, unreliable, ageing coal to renewable energy. And this transition to renewables is not optional. It is essential. It is essential for our planet and for households struggling with rising prices. It is essential for businesses that want certainty to invest. And above all, I say again, it is essential if we are serious about tackling climate change. In my electorate of Sturt, I've seen how deeply my community care about our future. I recently met with the Electrify Adelaide group. Now, this is a passionate group of local people. They're dedicated to advancing climate action by encouraging households to electrify and switch from fossil fuels. They understand that electrification means not only lower emissions, but also cheaper, healthier homes. I've also met with Catherine, Kathy and Andrea in my electorate. They formed Grandmas for Climate Action. These women are motivated by the most profound concern, the future of their children and grandchildren. They are asking, what type of planet are we leaving for future generations? Their voices are powerful reminders that climate change is not an abstract policy debate. It's about the kind of country and the kind of planet that we will hand down to the next generation. It's not based on ideology, it is based on science and data. And I'm proud that my home state of South Australia is already leading the world in decarbonising its energy sector. In almost 2 decades, in South Australia, we have gone from total reliance on fossil fuels to a grid where around 80% of our electricity comes from renewable sources, with wind and solar being the primary contributors. In South Australia, we really are leading the way. We're on track to reach 100% net renewable energy by 2027, with billions invested in large-scale renewables and more in the pipeline. Recently, the 412-megawatt Goyder South wind farm in Burra in South Australian's regions was opened. It's the largest in the state, with 75 turbines boosting wind generation by more than 20% and powering homes and businesses, including BHP, which will draw power from the Goyder wind farm. It is forecast to produce roughly 1.5 terawatt-hours of renewable energy each year. And then in South Australia today, as of 4 p.m, the Australian Energy Market Operator Fuel Mix Dashboard showed that 13% of our energy was being generated by solar and 82% was being generated by wind. We know the generation costs of wind energy and solar energy are next to zero. We know that the more renewables there are in the system, the less we need to depend on unreliable, dirty coal-fired power. This will provide additional cost relief on energy bills when more renewables come into the grid. Our pathway to 100% net renewable energy by 2027 in South Australia is something that I am proud of. It is an extraordinary achievement that I hope to see replicated across this great country. South Australia also leads the nation in rooftop solar, and my electorate of Sturt ranks second in the country for the uptake of the Albanese Labor government's Cheaper Home Batteries program. Last week, we cracked 1,600, so thousands of families in Campbelltown, in Magill, in Glynde, in St Peters, in Ross Trevor are generating their own clean energy, driving down their bills and contributing to a more sustainable energy grid, driving down bills for everyone. And then we have our community battery in Sturt, an initiative that I will continue to speak about and champion. Based at Tukuwira Reserve in Magill, this community battery provides energy to multiple low-income housing SA tenants in Magill and the surrounding suburbs. This is giving them access to electricity stored in the community battery through South Australia's virtual power plant. The battery stores excess renewable energy from the grid when it is abundant for use at later times when demand and cost is high. By doing this as part of South Australia's virtual power plant, it delivers renewable energy and the cheapest residential electricity rate in South Australia, and it delivers this to families doing it tough, to eligible low-income houses who need power prices to be dropping. Since it came online, the data shows us that it has driven down annual power prices for those families by an average of $562. The approach of the Albanese Labor government is clear. We believe in cheaper energy bills, we believe in cleaner energy led by renewables, and we believe in strong regulation. It is not one or the other, it is all of these things together. The legislation to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission is part of that framework. It strengthens independence, it builds public trust, and it ensures energy policy is a priority. The people of Sturt and the people of Australia deserve an energy regulator that works for them, for households, for businesses, and for a cleaner and more affordable future. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And obviously, on the premise of regulation, there is never a place that needs more regulation and more staff than the absolute swindle, which is intermittent power. And every time it never ceases to amaze me. As we speak, we find that the Chinese company, BYD, Build Your Dreams, has, because they get carbon credits when they bring cars into Australia, and even though they've only sold 38,000, they bought 51,000 in. I wonder why. It's obviously virtue. It's virtue. They say it's because of the expanding market. Well, it's not really expanding. What's expanding is the money they're putting in their bank from the Australian taxpayer. That is what it's expanding, and this continues on into so many sections. Now, the previous speaker clearly said that they had to increase the staff for all this regulation. Well, I'm not surprised. You need a lot of work. when you have a reducing supply of electricity and an increasing demand. We have been absolutely done over on this swindle, which is premised on faux virtue. The idea that in this chamber that we're going to change the climate, we're going to do it here in Australia by ourselves. It's remarkable. It's insane. And when you actually look at it, what is this virtue actually doing? The reality is an attempt to keep a carbon dioxide reduction policy. We are relying on, in fact, increasing the amount of intermittent power and maintaining the regulatory caveats in the vegetation on farmers' private land. This is putting up the price of electricity and hurting the farmers and hurting the poorest and taking away private property rights and pushing many small businesses to the wall and deindustrialising Australia and devastating our landscape in regional Australia and weakening our capacity to defend ourselves. That is an incredible policy you've got yourself there. That's a piece of genius that you've devised for our nation. And it's this alternate universe. You come in here and the minister tells us that power prices are going down. I mean, I don't know, I just can't get it because they're not going down. Is there a person who believes their power bill is getting cheaper? It's gone through the roof. You go into whether it's a pie shop, a hairdresser or Tommy Go, it's all the same. They're under the pump. Record insolvencies, companies leaving. Do you think that Rio Tinto is a pretty smart organisation? If they honestly believed that our electricity policy, our carbon dioxide policy, our power policy, if they honestly believed that there was this nirvana coming where the power prices would be so cheap that they'd be going, do you think they're dumb? Now, they've done the research. They've said, we've done the research on this. This country has gone completely off its head with its power policy and we're leaving. Just like Kiwana's leaving. Just like your plastic industry is gone. Just like your urea industry is gone. Just like you're down to 2 oil refineries. Do you think all these people, if they thought Australia's got it all together, they'd be coming here? Wouldn't they be lined up? They'd be buying industrial real estate all across Australia to build their new factories. But of course they're not. They're leaving. They're just saying the nice words on the way out the door. And for the people who are the poorest, for the people who can't afford their power bill, some of them have been getting booted out of their house. Cost of living's gone through the roof. Have you changed the weather? Is there a difference? Can someone point to me like, oh, well, this has changed. We're down 2 cyclones a year, or that's changed. We've reduced the number of heat waves, or it's rained a bit more, or it's rained a bit less. You see, it's an all-encompassing thing. What you do is you say climate change, and then apparently you're allowed to get away with anything. I went badly at the Melbourne Cup, climate change. Had an argument with my wife, climate change. I don't know, I've lost my pet, climate change. You just throw it out there. And as soon as you say it, you're not allowed to argue against it. Just got to accept it. It's a religion. And if you don't believe the religion, you're a denier. A denier. You're not a believer. You've got to be a believer. I'm a believer. And and then I don't know what you do, speak in tongues and dance with serpents. I don't know what happens next. But it's a remarkable type of cult we've got ourselves into here. And it ought to be funny, it's just that what's happened, if we actually go to the facts, there's been a direct correlation, let's go to Statistics 101, between the increase in intermittent power, don't call them renewables, nothing renewable about it all, ends up as landfill. You have to actually build new ones after 15 years. What do you think? Do you think they're made out of fairy dust? They're actually made out of steel, composite plastics, copper, they've got oil, they've got the whole box and dice of unrenewable things in them, so they're not renewable. But have you noticed that as you increase the amount of intermittent power, there's a direct correlation to the increase in the price of electricity? Fascinating. Maybe it's just coincidental, just a straight out coincidence, just happened to happen. Or maybe it's cause and effect. Now, I'd go with the latter one. Did you notice that when we had coal-fired power, we're not allowed to say coal-fired power, so the religion, the believers, say you're not allowed to say coal-fired power, evil, don't mention coal-fired power. But when you had coal-fired power, you had comparatively some of the cheapest power on the planet. And we had heavy industry here. And now that you've got rid of coal-fired power, you've got some of the comparatively dearest electricity on the planet. And industry is leaving. Industry is leaving. Is there a penny dropping here? Yeah, we're told that everything is going to get better. And all those companies leaving Australia, they're just stupid. And the fact that China is building one coal-fired power station every 4 days, they're just stupid. They're wasting their money. They're stupid, those Chinese. Don't know what they're up to. Just a superpower. The fact that the United States of America is out and now their industry is growing again, well, that's just coincidence, just crazy facts. The fact that India's turning things around. No, the world is stupid except for Australia. We are the shining light, and we're on this singular crusade. And if you step outside this building, you will see the benevolence of our work in the great arc of heaven, which will change because we managed to send poor Australians into destitution, because that is what we are doing. The only beneficiaries of this lunacy are billionaires. Who actually makes the money? Where does the money go? Follow the money. And you're going to find very rich Australian billionaires. And you're going to find multinational companies. I'll tell you who some of those really concerned environmentalists are that are being the beneficiaries of providing us with intermittent power. Well, it's BP, British Petroleum. As we all know, they're terribly concerned about the environment. And Petros, one of the biggest polluters in the world, the Malaysian oil refineries, they're building them. And Chinese real estate companies, and Nigerian billionaires. All these people, because they're just so worried about the climate in Australia. That's why they've got to do this. We have also seen, unfortunately, a lack of capacity. See, to defend our nation, you need to have an industrial base. You need intelligence, you need an air force, you need an army, you need a navy, and you need industry. Because just, I don't know, a part of your plane flies off and you've got to replace it. But you can't replace it if you don't have industry, because you have to rely on imported parts. You have to rely on imported vessels. You have to rely on imported everything, because you don't make anything here anymore. And because you don't make anything here anymore, you're very vulnerable. And you might have noticed just recently, the last couple of decades, that we have a totalitarian superpower called Communist China, which is becoming more and more powerful, and it's exerting its influence, and it's projecting power. And the circumstances we find ourselves in now, the comparative power of the Communist Chinese People's Liberation Army is vastly, vastly more powerful than what Germany was in 1939. Vastly more powerful. Vastly more powerful. And our comparative power now, militarily, is vastly less than it was in 1939. Yet we sit back, and you know what our number one priority is? Our number one priority is we're going to come up with a climate policy, because we're going to show President Xi, you watch us. You watch us, President Xi. We're changing the weather. You just watch us. You watch us, President Trump. We're going to change the weather. You watch us down here in Australia. We've got this under control. It's lunacy. In the end, with this whole thing, what we're going to have, we will have, because of these swindles, this money, all this capacity investment schemes, secret agreements. They don't tell you what's in the capacity investment scheme. They're commercial in confidence, even in your budget papers. They're not for publication. You can't see them. At the end, billionaires collecting the dough. And you can't actually tell where your money's been spent. There's something wrong about that. There are other things you want to keep secret, that you don't want to know where the money's, who's getting how much money, how they negotiated that person getting that much money. Please, there wasn't like a mate who might have done I know this fella, because they're not standard agreements. They all get varying amounts. Some people get a big kicker, some people get a little one. At the end, there's going to be a Royal Commission to this. Absolutely, 100%. If we've had Royal Commissions into ceiling insulation, if we've had royal commissions into spit hoods, if we've had royal commissions into robo-debt, by gosh, we're going to have a royal commission into this one. And then people will go running left, right and centre because they'll be asking who knew what when, what was your relationships, how did that come about? And then the energy regulator will be the least of your worries. That time is going to come because there is no way a future parliament is going to tolerate what inevitably leaks out, what inevitably becomes apparent. Now, the problem we've also got is, of course, we're still complying with the Paris Agreement. Now, the Paris Agreement obviously believes that in the second half of the century, you're going to have to hit net zero. It's a bit of a problem. Because first of all, it's impossible. That's a small part of it. It is not possible. Unless you see, the only reason we're getting to where we need to be is basically we're just locking up farmland. And even in our area, properties are being bought to be just, the cattle come off and the trees go on and that's it. Now, we've created a problem with our power because we kept on shutting down our coal-fired power station to replace them with intermittents and the power price went up. See, that's economics 101. Reduce supply, demand stays the same or increases, price go up. But now, with our genius, we're doing it to farmland. We're doing it with farmland. And you know what's going to happen to your food prices? They're going to go up because you're reducing the capacity for us to produce food. And you know where the premium market is for our food? And I'm a farmer. I produce gas. It's overseas. See, you guys, Australia comes second. Our big market's overseas. So you want us to produce less? Sure. We'll just make more money. But you'll pay more. That's where we'll make it up. You'll pay more. And this is what we're doing to ourselves. So there's got to be this epiphany. There has to be this epiphany of what we're doing. You're getting swindled. You're getting ripped off. You've got secret agreements. The whole deal is dodgy. And I'll close on this. You know, in the New England, see, this is all about the environment. You know, we're looking after the environment. 31% of the New England and Upper Hunter is going to be covered in intermittent power precincts. 31%. 400 square kilometres of solar panels. So if you're driving, what that looks like, if you drive from Newcastle to Tamworth, all the way along, 500 metres either side of the road, it's the equivalent of solar panels. They would be the equivalent of that. Don't you think there's something slightly odd about that? Something wrong? 4,000 square kilometres of wind towers with the transmission lines, and then in other areas just locking them up, locking areas up, kicking off the cattle, panning trees, hoping that we evolve into a higher form of termites so we can feed ourselves in the future. I mean, this is insane. It's a cult. It's crazy. It's not premised on facts. It's premised on desires, on a faux virtue. It's protected by this belief that if you get into a corner with an argument, just say the word climate change and you're out. That is the get home free card. And it's got to be turned around. And my part for my nation is to make sure that I annoy people as much as possible to try and make sure that we look after this, because if we're going to continue down this path and see, that's exactly it. See, you're against religion. You're ho-ho, and out the door they go. Because they're believers, but I'm not.
The question is, this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I did have a speech written, but I believe that the member for New England speech deserves a bit of a speech change for me. Deputy Speaker, the member for New England said that the idea that we can change the climate, the idea that we can do anything, the idea that Australia should stand up and do something when it comes to climate change is a swindle. He said it was a swindle, and he said it was insane. Well, Deputy Speaker, can I say that the member for New England is the real swindler when it comes to climate change? He's trying to swindle people into believing that batteries and storing energy won't make energy cheaper, and what we know is that it will. He's trying to swindle Australians into believing that nuclear energy is the great panacea, that nuclear energy is the thing that can get them there when it comes to climate change and when it comes to saving money on energy, and we know that it won't. The member for New England is trying to swindle us into the fact, the idea that he put forward that you have to be a believer for the climate to affect you. Well, Deputy Speaker, I can assure you, whether you believe in climate change or whether you don't believe in climate change, like the member for New England, it is coming and we must do something about it. Deputy Speaker, the member for New England said that we are alone. He said that Australians should sit on their hands when it comes to this because we can't do anything about it. Well, Deputy Speaker, I disagree. And when it comes to climate change, we don't get to put our heads in the sand. We don't get to put our heads in the sand, or should I say, we don't get to lie on the concrete. We don't get to lie on the concrete when it comes to climate change. We don't get to lie on the concrete when it comes to the economic opportunities in renewables and batteries, when it comes to paving a way forward for the future. We don't get to lie on the concrete when it comes to the future of our young people. We don't get to lie on the concrete when it comes to making sure that we leave a world behind that is better than where we found it. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to energy, when it comes to climate change, we cannot ignore the economic impacts. We cannot ignore the fact that climate change not only poses a very real threat to our environment, to our way of life, it also poses a real threat to our economy. And Deputy Speaker, not only that, in my local electorate of Moreton on Brisbane's south side, Brisbane has faced some significant natural disasters this year. We've seen a flood, we've seen an earthquake, and we've seen a cyclone. And Deputy Speaker, my community can't afford those things. Because while my community is incredibly resilient, while it is incredibly helpful to each and every person who needs it when they need it, my community deserves better and we deserve resilience. And the bedrock of that resilience is always making sure that we are taking action when it comes to climate change. That doesn't mean that we don't have to invest in community outreach, in ensuring that on the ground we help people with preparedness and resilience for their homes, their local sporting groups, our local community organisations. But it also means that as a government, we need to pull the levers that we have to ensure that we are tackling climate change, to ensure that we are addressing energy challenges that we're having. And that's why we have set that ambitious target of 62 to 70% when it comes to our path to net zero. Deputy Speaker, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of words, a lot of talk when it comes to energy and energy policy. And what it seems those opposite have forgotten is where they stand on this. They've had collective memory loss when it comes to energy policy, because those opposite, the coalition, they're the villains of the energy story of this country. And it's worth reminding them, what has the coalition done when it comes to energy policy? What have we seen? A decade of energy policy uncertainty. A costly and fanciful nuclear plan that wouldn't happen for another 20 years and would cost billions and billions and billions of dollars. An internal crisis of faith unfolding before our eyes when it comes to net zero, and it's important to remind people what the opposition has been doing for this last 6 months while we've been in government. Because the Nationals and the Liberals, they had a bit of a beef at the beginning, and the Nationals took a break from that relationship from the coalition. After that, we saw the member for New England recently say that, you know what, this is too chaotic for even me, and I'm out. And what we've seen in the last couple of days is the Nationals say, no, we are not up for net zero. And so far, silence from the opposition leader. Silence on this incredibly critical issue that will impact industry, that will impact homes, that will impact community groups, that will impact the future of our young Australians, Deputy Speaker. And so while the coalition has been in complete chaos, complete disunity, a complete shambles, the Albanese Labor government has been investing. Because we know that when it comes to energy, what we need, what people need, what business needs is reliable energy, sustainable energy and affordable energy. And the reform of the energy market is what this is all about. Australia's energy market is rapidly changing. The Australian Energy Regulator, in its 2024 State of the Energy Market report, surmised a wide range of factors which illustrate this. And this, of course, includes the drive towards renewable energy. Rooftop solar is now the fuel source with the highest registered capacity across the national electricity market. Consumers are enthusiastically adopting rooftop solar, batteries and electric vehicles, becoming an integral part of Australia's transition to net zero. People in my local community are taking up batteries, and we know that people from across the country are taking up batteries because they know that batteries are an important way to drive a sustainable energy outcome as well as affordable electricity. And we know that because we've seen over 100,000 people take up that. Other factors include volatile wholesale prices and changing demand, with record low minimum demand in New South Wales, in Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania, but record high maximum demand in Queensland. The energy market can be affected by weather, it can be affected by outages at both generator and network levels. And there has been legislative reform to include emissions reduction in the national energy objectives. Energy is so important. It's important to industry, it's important to households, it's important to our local services. And these factors indicate why the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025 is absolutely necessary. It resolves some long-standing issues with the current governance arrangements for energy regulation in Australia, and crucially, it positions the sector for the future. The AER has been operational for 20 years. It is one of 3 major market bodies that oversee national electricity and gas markets in Australia. The Australian Energy Market Commission develops the rules for market operation. The Australian Energy Market Operator controls the day-to-day operation of the markets, and the AER has the role of monitoring compliance with the regulations and performance. Each agency supports the Energy and Climate Change Ministerial Council to develop and support Australian energy policy. The AER regulates electricity networks and gas pipelines in all states and territories, including Western Australia. This translates to about 800,000 kilometres of overhead electricity, lines and underground cables, servicing about 11 million customers. The gas pipelines are over 73,000 kilometres long and provide gas for more than 4.3 million customers. The key role of the AER is to set the maximum amount of revenue that electricity and gas providers can earn. The other important role the AER has is to help consumers make informed choices about which provider supplies their energy. Fundamentally, they protect consumers from prices that are too high and approve customer hardship policies, amongst other safeguards. Because, Deputy Speaker, at a time when cost of living is impacting so many, Australians deserve protection from prices that are too high. And at a time when cost of living is affecting so many, Australians deserve to have a safeguard in place from government. As the AER states, consumers are at the heart of everything we do. The AER works to ensure energy consumers have access to a reliable and secure market and that they pay no more than necessary for energy to their homes and to their businesses. Deputy Speaker, you can see the AER has a comprehensive and wide-ranging mandate. It was established in 2025 under the umbrella of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. And its initial budget in 2024 to 25 was $6.5 million. In 2023 to 24, the budget grew to over $95.6 million. The organisation has seen rapid growth in the number of employees as well. When it began, there were 15 staff. It now has a staff of approximately 400. It has been acknowledged for some time that due to both the wide-ranging remit of the AER and its growth, the current governance structure is not fit for purpose. And we need to fix that. This bill therefore establishes the AER as a standalone Commonwealth entity separate from the ACCC. The reforms will give the AER authoritative control over both its funding and its employees. And while the chair of the ACCC is formally tasked with leading, governing and setting the strategic direction of the broader entity that includes the AER, it is the AER's independent board that ultimately holds responsibility for these functions. This is an obvious disconnect between authority and accountability. The bill amends the Competition and Consumer Act 2010. It establishes the AER as a non-corporate Commonwealth entity for the purposes of the Public Governance Performance and Accountability Act 2013, and the AER board will become the accountable authority of the body. The necessary approval to amend the Competition and Consumer Act was granted by state and territory energy ministers in May 2023. The implementation of the bill recognises the need to maintain the independence of the AER. And consequently, the Minister of Energy and Climate Change will not have ministerial powers over the AER. The minimalistic approach to this separation guarantees that the ACCC and its constitution are not affected. Both entities will continue to benefit from the information sharing arrangement currently in place. And importantly, staff will not be disadvantaged in any way by the reform. The AER will transfer all existing staff and be able to employ its own staff moving forward. Look, there are numerous benefits to these reforms. Primarily, it sets the AER up to be more agile in the face of changing energy landscapes. It makes decision-making and governments more streamlined, eliminating duplicate decision-making. And it removes the dual ministerial responsibility for the AER's activities. Currently, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy has portfolio responsibilities for the AER, and the Treasurer has responsibility under finance law that pertains to the ACCC. And finally, it removes the governance risks that currently exist. It will end the governance of AER employees by the ACCC, so the AER becomes independently responsible for both its strategic direction and its employees. The reforms in this bill, Deputy Speaker, have been backed by stakeholders and experts for some time. There have been a number of public reviews recommending an autonomous AER. In 2015, the review of governance arrangements for Australian energy markets recommended establishing the AER as a stand-alone body. This was reinforced in 2017 in the independent review into the future security of national electricity market. This review also noted that information sharing, liaison and cooperation should be preserved after structural separation. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to this bill, it is focused primarily on making sure that we reform the energy market. But what sits behind it is our values as a Labor government. What sits behind it is the idea that when it comes to climate, we cannot sit on our hands and do nothing. We must take action. But not only that, we need to make sure that when it comes to energy policy, that energy is affordable and reliable for every Australian, for every business, for every household, and that is what this bill is all about.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our energy market is a cornerstone of Australia's economic infrastructure and a critical service for Australian consumers. It enables the transmission and distribution of electricity across vast distances, supporting industries, businesses and households with reliable power. Australians expect to be able to have access to cheap, reliable power. They expect to be able to turn on the lights at night. They expect to be able to throw their leftovers in the fridge and have it still be cold the next day. They expect to be able to run their fans and air conditioners in the summertime, and they expect that their energy will power their healthcare devices. Reliability and stability is absolutely essential to our energy markets, and that's what this bill is aiming to achieve. Stability in energy policy is not something that was achieved under the previous government. Was stability something that we expected from the Abbott Trust, Turnbull-Joyce, Turnbull-Joyce again, Turnbull-McCormack, Morrison-McCormack, Morrison-Joyce yet again government? No. But it was something that Australians desperately sought. Those opposite don't believe in climate change 1 minute, the next they don't. They do believe in climate change 1 minute, the next they don't. They believe in reducing emissions 1 minute, the next it's all too hard. They support a national energy guarantee 1 minute, they shelve it the next. 1 minute Scott Morrison is talking about his plan to achieve net zero at the COP in Glasgow, the next the Nationals are showing net zero support for the Liberal leadership. And just now we've heard some appalling unscientific scaremongering from the member for New England on this bill. Those opposite spent 9 years in government during which they could have formulated a plan to replace our ageing coal-fired power stations. They didn't come up with one. So on this side of the chamber, the Albanese Labor government has had to spend the last 3.5 years playing catch-up on energy policy to modernise our ageing system. As I've said, Australians expect reliability in their power, and that's why the work of the Australian Energy Regulator matters. Not just to policymakers or economists, but to every Australian household, every small business, and every community trying to keep the lights on and bills under control. A key part of the stability and reliability of our network comes from the work of the Australian Energy Regulator, the AER. Now, the AER isn't one of the most high-profile parts of the federal government. You won't find many dinner party conversations to start with. So what do you think about the governance structure of the Australian Energy Regulator? But its work in ensuring that Australian energy consumers are better off now and into the future is one in which Australians, including those in my electorate of Hughes, take significant interest. In my electorate of Hughes, it's not an abstract idea. In 2023-24, Ausgrid customers in Bangor used 15,535 megawatt hours of electricity. In Ingleburn, our industrial sites need significant energy supply to keep our economy moving. For family-run local businesses like Valley Kebab in Ingleburn Town Centre, who just want predictable power bills, to the electricians on the job in Barton Ridge and Waller Grove, and tradies trying to finish work before dark, these decisions about our energy system regulation have very real impact. This legislation is a critical reform to ensure our national energy regulation framework retains its effective governance. It holds real benefits for the people of Hughes, our small businesses, our environment, and our local communities. When the AER was established in 2005, it was a small team of 15 people working with a budget of just over $6.5 million. Today, it's a national regulator of nearly 400 people, managing a budget approaching $100 million. That's a transformation by any measure, and this government needs to respond to it. Over those 2 decades, Australia's energy sector has changed beyond recognition. We've seen the rise of renewables, new technologies like household batteries and community solar, and a grid under more pressure and complexity than ever before. Yet despite that change, the governance structure for the AER hasn't caught up. The AER remains administratively tethered to the ACCC, even through its remit, its expertise, and its accountability, which are entirely different. The current setup is a bit like having your dentist working at an accounting firm. I'm sure he's well qualified to do the work, but why have I come to the tax return place to get my teeth fixed? This bill modernises the arrangements and ensures the AER is equipped to handle the challenges ahead, because those challenges are significant. Across my community, people are making decisions about rooftop solar, about household batteries, and about how to use power that they're relying on for fair, consistent and transparent regulation. The AER plays a critical role in ensuring the electricity networks that serve our community, from substations in Engadine and Lucas Heights to the distribution lines that keep Sutherland businesses humming, are operating efficiently and charging consumers fairly. Every time an energy retailer wants to change its default market offer, or a network seeks to adjust its prices, it's the AER that steps in to check those proposals against what's fair and reasonable. And for households in suburbs like Engadine or Moorebank, where people are watching every dollar, those decisions matter. So, when we talk about giving the AER greater independence, we're really talking about strengthening the referee in the system. We are making sure the organisation that protects consumers can act quickly, decisively, and without interference. At present, there's a mismatch between responsibility and accountability. The AER board is responsible for the regulatory decisions, yet the ACCC chair is legally accountable for the AER's finances and staffing. That's not just clunky, it's inefficient governance. It impairs its ability to hold others fully accountable if it doesn't control its own people and budget. The Vertigan review in 2015 said it clearly. The AER needs full management and financial autonomy to be effective. The Finkel review in 2017 agreed, and the Energy Security Board review in 2020 heard the same message from stakeholders across the energy market. Independence matters. This bill finally delivers on that independence. This bill takes a measured and minimalist approach. We're not reinventing the wheel or setting up an entirely new agency with layers of bureaucracy. We're simply giving the AER its own legal footing as a non-corporate Commonwealth entity, separate from the ACCC under the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act 2013. It means the AER board will now be the accountable authority, and the AER chair will serve as the head of the agency under the Public Service Act 1999. Existing staff will transition smoothly with their conditions preserved under the ACCC Enterprise Agreement. Shared services like human resources or information technology can be purchased from the ACCC or third parties where that makes sense. It's practical, it's efficient, and it doesn't burden taxpayers with unnecessary duplication. Independence is essential for the public to have full confidence in our regulators. I used to work for a regulator and we really valued our independence in terms of making decisions that were going to affect our economy and our entities. The AER makes tough calls every single day, regulating billion-dollar networks and deciding on price determinations that affect millions of Australians. If the public believe that the regulator is influenced by another body, even if it isn't, then public trust erodes in our institutions. This bill gives the AER the independence it needs to do the job properly and the authority to manage its own destiny. Our energy grid is going through the most significant transition since electrification itself, with renewable generation expanding regularly. In the Sydney region, this new grid infrastructure is being planned to support the transition to clean energy. Having an effective regulator like the AER under the changes this bill brings will ensure the investment in this transition is efficient and that the benefits flow directly to consumers. In my community, that means more stable, affordable and sustainable energy for our future. More local schools being able to install solar panels. Small manufacturers being able to upgrade their systems without breaking the bank. When residents see their bills spike, They don't want excuses. They want accountability, and by empowering the AER, we can ensure that it can act faster, smarter, and ultimately protect consumers better. Those opposite don't want to acknowledge the transition that is occurring in our energy market. But on this side of the House, we are taking action to ensure that Australia is ready for a renewable energy future as our market continues to transition. This bill has not come to Parliament in a rushed fashion. Instead, it has been shaped through extensive consultation with federal government departments, the AER, the ACCC, and state and territory ministers. In May 2023, all state and territory ministers actually agreed to the separation under the Australian Energy Market Agreement. This bill is the result of years of review, discussion, and careful design, and it's about time. This bill will ensure the removal of duplication, streamline governance, and ensure the AER can get on with the job that Australians expect to protect consumers and ensure the reliability and affordability of energy. An empowered AER will better monitor retailers, enforce compliance, and ensure the energy markets play by the rules. Given the coming decade of energy transition, it will be more vital than ever to have a regulator that's nimble, well-resourced and independent, because the energy market will not wait for the government to catch up. It is a key strength of this bill that the separation does not disrupt information sharing between the AER and the ACCC. It still allows collaboration on investigations or enforcement. The people of Hughes expect this place to keep their bills low and their lights on, and they also expect us to ensure that regulators are working efficiently and transparently. This reform is part of the broader work of the Albanese Labor government, modernising these bodies. From payday superannuation reforms which ensure fairness for workers to the National Energy Transformation Partnership initiatives which help coordinate investments across jurisdictions. This reform is practical, it's overdue, and it puts consumers and the energy sector on the forefront of policy. And it's part of the Albanese Labor government's commitment to ensuring that our economy benefits from the transitions that are taking place in an energy market. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to be standing here to support this bill that will establish the Australian Energy Regulator, AER, as a standalone entity. It'll be completely separate and fully independent from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, or the ACCC, and the Commonwealth. Deputy Speaker, this is not the first time that this bill has been introduced. In 2024, last year, a similar bill passed the House. However, it failed to pass the Senate before the end of the parliamentary term, and we must now allow a long overdue reform like this not to falter again. Deputy Speaker, this bill is essential for Australia's continued growth and progress. The AER has long outgrown its parent body, the ACCC, when it was established in 2005. The AER operated with just 15 employees and a budget of $6.5 million. Today, the AER requires approximately 400 employees to meet its dramatically expanded responsibilities as Australia's energy landscape evolves with the rise of renewables and our commitment to net zero carbon emissions, expanding the AER's role significantly. And just the change that you see quite bluntly here is the 400 employees compared to 15 back in 2005. Deputy Speaker, the AER is the cornerstone of consumer protection and market regulation in an increasingly complex energy environment. Although the AER and ACCC currently have separate regulatory functions, the ACCC still retains authority over the AER's funding and staffing, and is responsible for governing and setting the AEC's strategic direction. In contrast, the AER has its own independent board, which is ultimately accountable for the operations, and this arrangement is no longer fit for purpose. Deputy Speaker. So the separation of the AER and ACCC is long overdue, and we have recognised that the current governance structure limits the AER's potential as an independent energy regulator. The AER will be empowered to resolve long-standing governance issues, take full control of its funding and personnel, and strengthen, of course, its accountability. Deputy Speaker, this is not a rushed decision. As you heard earlier, it went through this House prior to the last election, but didn't get through the Senate. But this bill has been recommended by a number of public reviews, such as the 2015 review of governance arrangements for Australian energy markets, the 2017 independent review of the future security of the national electricity market, and the 2020 independent review of the Energy Security Board. Australia's energy markets are undergoing rapid transformation to accommodate cheaper and renewable energy like solar and many other forms. Now, as we move toward that net zero emissions, our energy market must be agile, transparent, and also responsive, Deputy Speaker. The AER's independence will allow it to do better and to support the integration of renewables, manage grid stability, and ensure that consumers are not left behind in transition. Governance structures matter when regulatory bodies are entangled with broader agencies. Accountability can become dilute. And Deputy Speaker, by granting the AER full independence, what we're doing is streamlining its operations and reinforcing something very important, that's public trust in its decisions. Deputy Speaker, this bill will benefit the Australian public by enabling the AER to focus and respond on energy consumer needs with greater clarity on energy security, reliability and affordability. The AER plays a vital role in the Australian energy market. It monitors compliance with the market rules and performance. It regulates, Deputy Speaker, the electricity and gas networks by setting the maximum amount of revenue businesses can earn from the consumer, ultimately keeping a tab on what they can earn. Deputy Speaker, the AER standardises the wholesale and retail energy markets to protect the consumers from exploitation. So, Deputy Speaker, the bill will amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 to legally separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. And the AER will no longer be a Commonwealth entity and will gain full operational control over its own staff, resources and governance arrangements and regulations. Importantly, the role of the AER will remain unchanged. The Australian Energy Market Agreement and the national energy laws, which provide the AER with detailed obligations and functions, will continue to apply. Now, the need for this bill reflects the energy reality in Australia. We've all faced increases in electricity bills, individuals, businesses, and this growing energy insecurity reflects upon a growing economic insecurity for all of us. And this government's role is that we must strengthen our electricity market and provide the AER with its independence to take the initiative to act in the public interest, Deputy Speaker. So the rise of electricity prices, of course, is a major pressure point for all of us, businesses, families and industries, and many Australians are doing it tough with the cost of living. And it's our duty as a government to help alleviate that burden. So this bill is a small but significant step on a long journey for Australia's sustainable future. And the bill is an act to make the energy market fairer and prevent retailers from overcharging customers. Recent data by the ACCC show 80% of households could be paying less on electricity, and a statistic that must improve. And the AER, with full independence, can ensure that everyday Australians are not taken advantage of and can trust that their government is working for them. Deputy Speaker, in these challenging times, our electricity markets must prioritise the welfare of Australian consumers. Times are tough, as I said earlier, and the only way to get out of this cost of living spike is to band together industries, businesses and families alike. We need to support each other rather than focus on maximising the profit at the expense of ethics and fairness. And the AER, separated from the ACCC, is the superhero that we need. The AER can finally manage its growing regulatory responsibilities effectively and efficiently, free from government constraints. And as I've said, it is a start, but the beginning nonetheless to reduce electricity prices and support households. Deputy Speaker, the AER's purpose is to ensure energy consumers are better off now, in the present and in the future. Affordable and reliable energies are vital to our national economy and supports productivity in industry, agriculture, manufacturing and, of course, the backbone of this nation, small businesses. These sectors depend on the accessibility of a stable national electricity grid. And I'll be able to witness, all of us will be able to witness the benefit of this bill, separating the AER and of course in all of our electorates, but in my own electorate of Adelaide, many constituents have come to me to raise issues to ask me for assistance to combat the rising electricity bills. Some correspondence I received just recently, I received from an elderly couple in my electorate, comes to mind, and they had received a 4.7 increase in their electricity bill, and it has impacted them so much that they, like so many others, have recognised electricity as becoming a luxury item. Air conditioners, heaters, which help households combat the wild temperatures that we face here in Australia, are becoming very expensive to operate, and families are left to face rising costs. Deputy Speaker, another elderly female constituent in my electorate wrote to me that the government needs to do something to help the increasing people in their community struggling to pay their energy bills. And the Australians that are renting, who already face the reality of their rent rising, do not need to worry about their energy prices increasing as well. Deputy Speaker, we as the Australian government and as representatives of our constituents must speak openly about these realities and ensure that we're doing something about it. This bill is more than just the separation of an electricity regulator. It's about protecting the Australian households and ensuring they're safe. And it's about preserving the Australian dream of living a life in fairness and comfort. And no Australians should fear that their quarterly electricity bills are unaffordable. Let us also remember that this reform is not happening in isolation, Deputy Speaker. It's part of a broader national strategy to modernise our energy systems, support the transition to renewables and ensure that no Australian is left behind. The AER's independence will allow it to better support innovation in energy markets, including battery storage, demand response and community energy projects. It will also enable more agile responses to emerging technologies and consumer trends, ensuring our regulatory framework keeps pace with the future, Deputy Speaker. Energy insecurity is not just a household issue, it's a national economic concern. Small businesses, hospitals, manufacturing, aged care facilities and schools are all affected by rising energy costs. So a stronger AER means better oversight, fairer pricing and ultimately a more resilient economy. It means fewer disruptions, more reliable service and greater confidence in our energy infrastructure. We must also consider the long-term economic benefits. A well-regulated energy market fosters investor confidence, encourages competition and drives down prices. It ensures that infrastructure investments are made wisely and that consumers reap the benefit of technological advancements. It also helps Australia remain competitively globally, as energy affordability is a key factor in attracting and retaining industry. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill lays the foundation for a future when energy regulation is proactive, not reactive, where consumers are empowered, not exploited, and where Australia leads the way in building a fair, affordable and sustainable energy system. In 5 or 10 years, I hope we can look back on this moment of this bill as the turning point when we empower the AER to lead with clarity, independence and purpose, when we choose to put consumers first and build a more resilient energy future. Deputy Speaker, if we don't do this, there'd be negative impacts if this bill is not passed. And if the bill's not passed, the AER and ACCC would remain as a single Commonwealth entity under the finance law. The AER board would continue to have the powers required to fulfil its regulatory role. However, it does not give those with the regulatory responsibilities authoritative control over the resources, and people needed to undertake that work. There would continue to be dual ministerial responsibilities for the AER's activities, and in accordance with the administrative arrangement orders, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy would continue to have portfolio responsibilities for the AER, while the Treasurer would be responsible under finance law, because the AER will remain a constituent part of the ACCC, a non-corporate Commonwealth entity within the Treasury portfolio. So, Deputy Speaker, it's important that this bill is passed. It's important that we support it. And as I said, we are empowering the AER to lead with clarity, independence and purpose, and to ensure that we build a fairer and more resilient energy future, to ensure that consumers are protected, and that to ensure that not just the consumers, the household consumers, but small businesses, industry, which then supports our economy. So I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Great to see you again. Working very hard for that role today, I might add, sir. I also just want to commend my friend, the member for Adelaide, who referred to a regulator as a superhero. I think it may be the first time. I think you referred to the AER as superheroes. That's maybe the first time in the Parliament that regulators have been spoken about so effusively. So well done, Mr Georgianis. I do want to welcome the opportunity to speak on this, because I think it is an important, for this regulator, particularly at this point in time, the Australian Energy Regulator, it is important that we give them the independence, the efficiency and the resources that they need. Independence, while they have been under the umbrella of the ACCC, it does not suggest for one moment that the ACCC has impeded their ability to do their job, but this will give the AER the ability to progress the work that it is doing in a very important space, allow it to act decisively and transparently in the interest of households and businesses who depend on affordable energy. Because when it comes to our gas and electricity, Australians deserve a fair deal, and it is important that we have a regulator that's oversighting that. The AER, as I indicated, long operated as a part of the ACCC, a structure that made sense 20 years ago, but really times have changed and it doesn't remain the case that remains the sense today. The AER regulates billions of dollars in network revenue. It oversees hundreds of energy market participants, yet still relies on the ACCC for staff and resourcing. We want the bill to address this, and that's what it does. It separates the regulators. It makes the AER a fully independent Commonwealth entity with its own staff, own budget, own governance. It will be able to make decisions faster, cleaner, more efficiently, able to respond to market circumstances and enforce rules in real time. It's one of the three bodies overseeing, in an area of particular interest of mine, the national gas market. It's notionally referred to as a gas market. I want to come to whether or not that term actually is a sustainable one in this day and age. It does this, the three bodies are the AER, the AEMC and AEMO. They've operated, as I said, for 20 years without full financial or operational control, and the separation empowers the AER to strengthen its independent oversight of energy markets, in particular gas infrastructure, pricing transparency and competition conditions. It does a lot of work in the gas space, which I want to be able to reflect on and hope that it does more work in. The ACCC does quite a lot of work, and I want to commend the ACCC. It does twice a year very important overviews of the performance of the so-called gas market in this country. If I had one suggestion, one area of reform is a much more dynamic approach to assessing the state of the gas market. The way that it operates at the moment, the ACCC releases a report every 6 months, but it's reflecting on data it captured 6 months earlier. So if it releases a report in the middle of the year, it's talking about summer prices, and if it releases them at the end of the year, it's talking about winter prices. There's got to be a much more dynamic way to measure the behaviour of the so-called market, the prices that have been achieved in that market and the contracts that have been offered. And so if there was a reform to be done, it is that this work needs to happen on a much more frequent basis. And if we're able in this country to now, we're on the cusp of seeing inflation data for the first time, not being reported on a quarterly basis but on a monthly one. Well, if we can do it on something as big as that in the economy, I think we can definitely move quicker on being able to report on gas pricing. I've intimated a few times, Deputy Speaker, that there is a label applied here that is the gas market. But it's very important, I think, to emphasise this is not a gas market. This is not a situation where there is equal power between the supplier and the buyer. This is a market where there is extraordinary market power held by the gas companies themselves, who set price and contract terms in ways that, frankly, operate against the national interest. Their pricing is way out of line to international pricing, despite, I'd say, misleading suggestions to the contrary. They provide contract terms, particularly to Australian manufacturers, that are frankly unacceptable for manufacturers who rely on gas for feedstock. These are unacceptable terms. And the sad reality is, and it's been reflected upon by the ACCC in its twice-yearly reports, the measures that have been put in place, the heads of agreement, the gas trigger, the code of conduct, these measures, it is hard to see that there is a demonstrable effect on prices, a significant downward pressure on prices as a result of these interventions. And they've been treated as a joke by the gas companies themselves, who make out that they have compromised and been able to do a better deal for their consumers, but quite the contrary exists. And some of the behaviour of the gas companies and their executives is extraordinary and betrays a completely tone-deaf behaviour by them. Exhibit A, we had a Santos executive. I don't think it should be extraordinary that we have Santos being tone-deaf. They've demonstrated their capability time and again to do this. But in response to one of the biggest steel manufacturers in this country, BlueScope, who their CEO, Mark Vassella, spoke to the National Press Club and talked about how their overseas competitors could get gas in the US at $3. Santos executive Stephen Harty disputed that, saying there was no such thing as $3 gas in the US, then went on to quote Henry Hub gas prices at $4.90 a gigajoule. In Ohio, where BlueScope's North Star, this is in a op-ed that Mr Hardy submitted to the Australian Financial Review on the 21st of October, then said that the average industrial gas price in Ohio, where BlueScope's North Star plant is located, was more than $17 a gigajoule, higher than Australia's gas cap price of $12 a gigajoule. Mr Vasala may want to investigate and respond to those claims, because Santos is suggesting, Santos, who, by the way, buys up a lot of domestic gas supply so it can top up its export loads and get them and sell those off, flog those off at much higher prices, which puts pressure on the local gas market, be that as it may. We can come back to that at another time. But let me give an example. I said Exhibit A of tone-deaf nature by gas executives. The gas executives said if manufacturers are concerned about gas prices, why are they not investing in new gas supply sources? Which is kind of like asking a buyer in a market to invest in supply. You turn up to the market to obtain supply. When the customer objects to the rate, the price of supply, the supplier says, well, if you think you can do better, go do it, which is just bizarre logic. And on top of that, the Santos executive said, the truth is manufacturers do not have the appetite for large amounts of capital, no wonder, or as the kids say, no duh, for large amounts of capital. They, manufacturers, want risk-free, long-term contracts on a cost-plus margin basis. Oh, the horror that manufacturers would want a better price for their energy. I come back to the point that this is not a market. This is dictated to by companies with great market power, because when manufacturers go and seek a contract length of greater than 12 months, this Parliament needs to know that rarely happens. For manufacturers that need gas as feedstock, they cannot get a contract longer than 12 months. Why? Because of the profiteering of these gas companies that want to maximise profit and refuse to do a longer contract because they hope at the end of the 12 months they can get a better price. This is what we're dealing with. Now, those opposite will go on about why gas prices are so high, but they'll do nothing about it. When we tried to cap gas prices, they voted against it. Their answer, taking the cue from the very gas companies that thug our manufacturers, is we'll just get more supply. And yeah, we can get more supply, but we need to disabuse ourselves of the notion that just more supply alone will result in a better price. It can have, to some extent, a downward pressure on price, but it's not the answer alone. We need to get more supply at better prices, an Australian resource, our gas, our prices. We should not be dictated to by export prices. The cost of doing business for these gas companies who say, if you do anything against us, we'll take our capital away, as if when they are fleecing the export market. But the cost of doing business for them in this country is to give us a much better, much more competitive gas supply arrangement with fairer contracts at way better prices. I would argue that the $12 cap in this day and age is too high. It should be lower. Australia should have the courage to argue, with a bountiful supply of our own resource, we should demand a better price, because it confers on us great commercial and economic strength. Most other countries get it. Most other countries are prepared to stand up for themselves, as should we. And instead of having these executives, like what we've seen out of Santos, say, if you don't like it, go get the supply yourself, and if we don't like it, we'll take our capital elsewhere. I mean, this is just tantamount to trying to thug the market, but it also defies common sense. They should do a better deal, given that 80% of our gas is exported. They're doing very well. They're doing very well on a historical basis. These gas companies are doing very well relative to when they made the investment and they were charging $3 a gigajoule, and they had now got $12 a gigajoule. They've made more than enough profit to be able to do a better deal for Australian consumers. And while I'm at it, if we're talking about regulatory arrangements of which we are expecting the AER to be able to take the benefit of, can we please stop just watching foreign buyers get our gas, demand to have access to our gas, say it's a sovereign risk if they don't get access to our gas at the prices they have, and then resell it? We have had countries resell Australian gas after demanding access to that gas. No one has a problem with foreign buyers using that gas for themselves. But if they then tell us we can't change our gas arrangements or our gas prices because they need access to our gas, and then sell the same amount of gas as what the East Coast uses, households and businesses, this is extraordinary. And we cannot sit by and watch Japan and Korea resell our gas, particularly Japan, have done it 4 years in a row, when we have been crying out for uncontracted gas at a better price. This type of stuff needs to be tackled. Our gas, our prices. We need it for our manufacturers. The gas companies are making, in quoting the words of President Biden, when he talked about some of the gas companies in the US, they were making more money than God. So they are not being shortchanged. We should have the courage to say that a resource that is in bountiful supply, that is being exported, and a lot of money is being made out of it, we should be able to get a better deal for Australian manufacturers. It's something that we should be fighting for because it is important, as we said coming out of the pandemic, we need to make more things here. Gas is a key input for many of the manufacturers. We need to take a strong stand on this to be able to provide it, and we can't just listen to the claims of the gas companies that say, if we just get more supply, you'll be right. No, we need more supply directed here at a much more competitive price on contract terms that are longer than 12 months. Those three areas are what we need to focus on, and certainly what I urge the House to focus on.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Assistant Minister for Climate Change has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank honourable members for their contributions to the debate on the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025. The bill seeks to establish a legally separate Australian energy regulator, the AER, as distinct from the ACCC, to provide greater management and financial autonomy for our energy regulator, enhancing its ability to manage resources and set its strategic direction. This will allow the AER to respond with agility to changing energy consumer needs and to focus with greater clarity on energy security, reliability and affordability for energy consumers. This reform will enhance Australia's energy market governance arrangements, contributing to a strong and independent energy regulator that will ensure energy consumers across Australia are better off for many years to come, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'll put that question. All those that have opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and for related purposes.
The Assistant Minister.
Will I seek leave for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Is leave granted?
Yes.
Yes, leave is granted. Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll now put the question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it's the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025. If there's no objection, There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Bill 2025 and the related Customs Tariff Draft Bill Amendment Bill. The Coalition will support these bills because freezing a tax on beer is common sense and we won't stand in the government's way, but there is much more that needs to be done. Let me start with a little bit of background to these bills. Australians face automatic tax increases on alcohol twice a year, on the 1st of February and the 1st of August. That means every 6 months, excise goes up automatically regardless of business conditions. It happens whether inflation is high or low, whether the economy is struggling or strong, and whether pubs and clubs can afford it or not. It's a system that runs on autopilot, and right now, that autopilot is flying straight into an inflation storm. Just last week, we saw inflation break through the Reserve Bank's target band again. That's bad news for mortgage holders, bad news for families, and bad news for small businesses who already face higher costs at every single turn. And drinkers get hit by inflation twice, once through rising prices and again through higher excise. This bill gives small relief from the excise but does nothing to tackle the rising prices. So, Deputy Speaker, any pause, any breathing space for pubs, clubs and everyday Australians is worth supporting. But we should also be clear about what this measure actually delivers. This freeze saves less than 1 cent per pint. It does nothing about the high inflation we continue to see under Labor. High inflation means the prices of your groceries, your power bills and your mortgage continue to go up. And under this government, we've already seen food up 15%, housing up 19%, insurance up 30%, gas up 38%, and electricity up a whopping 39%. Households need genuine action on cost of living, not 1 cent on a beer. This change is nothing more than crumbs from the Treasurer's table. Yet, for many mid-North Coast hospitality venues like the Willawarren Hotel, the Flower Group, the Hoey Moey, King Tide Brewery, the Pier Hotel, and Dave Richards at the Great Northern and West Kempsey Hotel, even crumbs can make a little bit of difference. These businesses have carried more than their fair share of pain. They've survived lockdowns, they've battled chronic staff shortages, they have absorbed spiralling costs for power, produce, insurance and freight, and they've seen their patrons tighten belts while their own margins disappear. Yet, they're still standing because they're stubborn, hard-working and deeply connected to their communities. They deserve a fair go. Unfortunately, for many of these venues, this relief has come too late. Now, Deputy Speaker, I have a lot of pubs in my electorate of Cowper. I know the publicans, I know their staff, and I know what the places mean to them. They sponsor the junior footy clubs, they host the charity raffles, they're there for weddings, birthdays, wakes. They're where people meet to celebrate and to mourn. And in many country towns, the local pub is not just a business, it is the beating heart of the community, and it's where you find connection and a bit of laughter when times are tough. Australia's alcohol industry contributes enormously to our economy. It supports around 176,000 full-time equivalent jobs. That includes 22,500 in manufacturing, 21,000 in retail and more than 126,000 in hospitality. It's one of the largest employers in regional Australia, and it keeps countless small towns alive. In total, alcohol excise generates around $8 billion a year in tax revenue, with the GST adding even more on top. So changes to excise affect far more than just the cost of a beer. It affects jobs, wages and community life. Deputy Speaker, while the Coalition supports this freeze, we will not pretend it's real cost of living relief. To give taxpayers less than 1 cent off a pint when we've seen mortgage holders pay $1,800 more a month since Labor came to power, quite simply is an insult. We won't also pretend this fixes the deeper problems in Australia's alcohol tax system. This 2-year freeze is estimated to cost around $90 million over the forward estimates, less than 2% of the $8 billion the Commonwealth collects from alcohol excise each year. This measure only applies to on-premises draft beer, nothing else. It doesn't apply to packaged beer, bottled spirits, wine or ready-to-go drink mixes. That means most alcohol sold in Australia is completely untouched by this bill. Deputy Speaker, on-tap spirits and cocktails are far more likely to be enjoyed by women and young people than beer. But the government didn't even think to include these in the indexation freeze. That means that young women that prefer on-tap spirits and cocktails will continue to face higher taxes while beer drinkers get some relief. That makes absolutely no sense. And there is nothing in this measure to address the $600 million alcohol tax gap identified by the Tax Office, money lost each year through illicit alcohol sales. That's revenue that should be going to hospitals, schools, roads, not into the pockets of criminal operators. And it is exactly what we have seen in the illicit tobacco market, which the government has turned a blind eye to for so long. Right now, more people are smoking again, and we know that with the wastewater data showing nicotine use rising. Revenue has collapsed. Tobacco excise went from $16.3 billion in 2019-20 to just $7.4 in 2025-26, a drop of more than half. Organised crime is the winner here. We're seeing firebombs every other week. We see insurers refusing to cover businesses simply because they are either side of a pop-up tobacco shop. It is one of the most serious policy failures in living memory, and we cannot afford to repeat that mistake with alcohol. If we let illicit alcohol trade expand unchecked, we could lose billions more in tax revenue, drive honest operators out of business, and put public health and safety at risk. And let's face it, those criminal organisations have the infrastructure there right now through the illicit tobacco market. They don't need to set anything up, they just need the alcohol. And only yesterday I spoke with reputable operators who are seeing it starting to flow into our communities. We need to address this right now. Deputy Speaker, Australia's excise regime is showing its age. It's more than a century old. It's become a tangle of inconsistent rates and outdated definitions. It's been patched, amended and redefined countless times, but never properly modernised. If we are serious about supporting local manufacturing and hospitality, we need to think beyond the next 2 years. We need a proper review of how alcohol excise works, what it's trying to achieve, and how it can be fairer, simpler and more sustainable. Deputy Speaker, leading up to the last election, the Nationals developed policy in relation to alcohol excise. And that policy was across the board. It looked at beer, it looked at spirits, it looked at brewers, small business, big business, on tap or bottled. Because the reality is, right now, if you go out and buy a bottle of spirits, whether that's Scotch, gin, the excise is over 60% of that purchase of that bottle. Over 2/3. That is what we are paying. It's over 25% every time you buy a beer, whether that's a draft beer, whether it's in a bottle, whether it's on tap. And we developed that policy, which I was very proud of, and I put it out and put it on social media. And somebody, a member of the public, said, "What, you're going to save Australia one beer at a time?" And my answer was yes. Yes, we are. Because every time that business sells a beer that is cheaper, it puts more cash flow into that business. And that cash flow is where they reinvest into that business. So what it means is they can keep that 18-year-old worker, that 18-year-old part-time, full-time worker who's at TAFE doing a course so he or she can get an apprenticeship, so they can stay employed. So we will be saving Australia one beer at a time, because if that person stays employed or they're able to employ another person, that is good for the local economy. And if that business grows, then so does the community, because they don't just serve beer and alcohol. They sell meals. So they are getting produce from the local producers. That beef or the veggies. And then you think about, well, somebody's got to clean the place. So the cleaner has a job, and the cleaner can support his or her family, potentially sending kids to the local school. So yes, one beer at a time will save a local community, will save those people who work around around the local pub. And we've seen on countless occasions, small towns die because their local pub shuts. It's a reality. It might not happen in the cities, but we're talking about regional and rural people, and that's who the Nationals look after. So if you save regional and rural towns by one beer at a time, I'll wear that as a badge of honour every single day, because we know over 97% of small and medium businesses are in the regions. So if one beer at a time saves the pub, saves the hairdresser, saves the butcher, saves the baker, saves the school, and that regional town thrives, then Australia thrives. And you replicate that hundreds of times around the country, then I'll wear a badge of honour selling one beer at a time. But we have to reform the excise. It cannot be 2 years, switch the tap off, and then go back to the old way, because that will not work. That will never work. And it's not fair on those, generally, mums and dads who own a pub out there, or small business owners like the Flower Group or Dave Richards with the Kempsey pubs. They put it all on the line. They put it all on the line. These aren't people who've, been handed everything on a platter. They are, thank you, small business owners who do more hours than I like to think of, and they deserve a break. And I know when we put that policy out there, I was getting phone call, text message, email, saying, thank you for thinking about us. This is not about us making money. This is about us reinvesting into our communities, to ensuring we're here for the future, to ensuring that we can spend that money on the Saints soccer team or the Rovers cricket club or for a charity for cancer. Because this is what the pubs and clubs do. And so do the small brewers. They're small businesses. They're out there contributing to the economy of regional and rural communities. And at the end of the day, into the government coffers. So we not only have an obligation to revisit this, and again, we will support it, but it is a fraction of what is required to ensure the longevity and sustainability of the hospitality industry. On that note, Deputy Speaker, it is a small and temporary step in the right direction. Australians deserve more than small steps. They deserve a real plan to bring prices down, lower inflation, and deliver tax relief. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Petrie has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The price of a cold beer has been rising and our pubs and clubs are struggling. Labor always hops at the opportunity to support venues, workers and consumers. Local businesses poured their hearts out. And to help them get ahead, we have introduced freeze on the draft beer excise. Just like the bubbles in a freshly poured beer, Labor is rising to the occasion. This bill is not mid-strength and frothy, it's full-strength, perfect pour. This has been brewing for a while. Many venues are barely surviving, forgive me. And much like the WA Emu, we run at great speeds to support our hospitality industry. We give a 4X about supporting small business. From the great northern Australia to Carlton, to the Cascade in the bottom of Tassie, the draft beer exercise will support everyone. This bill is lager than life. Constant price hikes leave a bitter taste in the mouth. We're helping with the cost of living, whether you buy one beer or twoies. If you don't support this bill, you don't have a keg to stand on. But at the end of the day, beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. Don't feel cooped up. Get out there and support your local business. Quench your thirst with a hard-earned cold beer. In Queensland, the weather is heating up. As the temperatures rise, there's one thing on everyone's mind: a cold beer at the local pub. Our beer culture has long been essential to the Australian social life for catching up with mates, celebrations, or to stop on the way home from work. Your local pub or club is not just a place for drinking, it's part of our culture. Unfortunately, the price of a cold pint has been rapidly rising in the past years. The Albanese Labor government has introduced legislation to freeze the indexation of excise and customs duty on draft beer for 2 years, a practical step that will deliver real relief for beer drinkers, brewers and local pubs right across Australia. This is a win for small business, supporting venues that are the heart of so many towns. It's a win for our pubs, our clubs and our hospitality workers. It's a measure that will help keep prices steady and give business owners some breathing room as they continue to manage rising costs. For decades, excise and customs duties on draft beer have been indexed to the Consumer Price Index twice a year. This legislation will lock in a freeze. This is a common sense measure. It's part of our government's broader plan to ease the cost of living pressures on Australians and to help small businesses stay full strength. Alongside this freeze, the government is delivering further tax relief for Australian distillers, brewers and wine producers. The annual excise remission cap for eligible alcohol manufacturers will increase from $350,000 to $400,000, and the wine equalisation tax producer rebate will rise to $400,000 from July 1, 2026. We know that every bit of relief matters. Whether it's a tax cut for every taxpayer, help with energy bills, or support for local businesses, our government is doing everything we can to make life a bit easier. By freezing the indexation on draft beer excise and customs duty, we're taking pressures off pubs and brewers and helping sustain 160,000 jobs in the hospitality sector. This is about backing small businesses, protecting local jobs and strengthening the communities that bring Australians together. Now let's talk about who this bill really is for, the people and places behind every pour. Pubs and clubs have been under pressure and any extra cost hurts. Across Australia, there are around 10,000 hospitality venues that serve draft beer. Around 3/4 of them are small businesses. Behind every tap and counter stands a small army, around 160,000 workers across the hospitality sector, pouring beers, cleaning glasses, greeting guests, and making sure that their customers feel at home. Many of them are students, part-timers, parents, long-term locals whose livelihoods depend on the continued viability of these venues. When we talk about freezing the excise on draft beer, we're not just talking about economics or taxation. We're talking about protecting local jobs and giving small businesses a bit of breathing room. We're talking about keeping the doors open on venues that are often the heart and soul of their community, the home of trivia nights, charity raffles and community fundraisers. Each of those 10,000 venues is more than a business. When we help them stay viable, we're helping keep 160,000 Australians employed. That's what this bill is about, giving our hospitality industry the fair go it deserves. By easing the tax burden on draft beer, this bill helps those 10,000 venues and 160,000 workers weather the rising costs and uncertainty. It means pubs and clubs can reinvest in their staff, upgrade equipment, or simply keep the prices steady for their patrons. This bill means that more money stays in local communities instead of being lost to compounding costs. It's about preserving spaces that bring people together. Because when small businesses stay open, workers stay employed, and locals stay connected, it's not just good policy, it's good community. I want to give a shout out to some of the great local venues in Petrie that keep our community buzzing. There's the Scarborough Bowls Club, where post-game schooners always hit the spot. Let me say that again. There's a Scarborough Bowls Club, where the post-game schooners always hit the spot. Over at the Redcliffe Leagues Club, the home to the mighty Dolphins, you can grab a cheap meal with your membership card that I always keep on hand. The Bramble Bay Bowls Club is always full of locals enjoying barefoot bowls. Scarborough Brewery is a place to enjoy a weekend pint. And it's always a treat to have a drink at the Aspley Memorial Bowls Club, who also just opened a brand new green. And of course, the Mango Hill Tavern remains a local favourite. These are the venues where stories are shared, friendships are made, and the community comes alive. Freezing the draft beer excise isn't just about saving a few dollars, it's about backing the places that bring people together every single week. The next time you head to your local for a cold beer, you are less likely to feel the sting of another price hike. The Albanese government's decision to hold off on increasing the tax on beer poured from the tap will help keep prices steadier, protect local jobs, and make it a little easier for everyone enjoying a night out. You can buy a round without copping too much damage to the hip pocket. This is about slowing the constant creep in prices that Australians have been facing on every bill, every grocery store visit, and every drink purchased. For years, the excise on draft beer has gone up every February and August, quietly adding cents to every pint. Those few cents might not sound like much, but over time they add up. For venues under pressure, that often meant passing on the cost to consumers. By pausing those increases for 2 years, the government is giving both venues and customers a fair go. For beer drinkers, that means more certainty when you order at the bar. Your favourite schooner, pint or jug is less likely to go up in price. It's a small but meaningful way to ease the cost of living pressures that hit home in everyday moments. But it's not just about the money, it's about preserving the ritual that brings Australians together. When prices climb too high, that experience becomes less accessible. By freezing the indexation, we're helping make sure that catching up with friends over a draft beer remains part of the Australian life and not a luxury. In short, this is policy that people can feel. in their wallets, in their communities, and in everyday moments that make life in Australia a little bit better. The freeze on the draft beer excise and customs duty is just one part of the Albanese Labor government's broader plan to make life easier for Australians. It sits alongside a range of measures designed to ease the cost of living pressures, boost disposable income and keep our economy strong. Across the country, people are feeling the pinch. Families are managing higher grocery bills and rent, small businesses are balancing tighter margins. And in times like this, we need practical, responsible steps that make real difference in everyday life. That's exactly what this government is doing. By freezing the indexation on draft beer excise for 2 years, Labor is preventing another automatic increase in costs for pubs, clubs and breweries. These are costs that often flow straight through to consumers. For the everyday Australian, it means one less price rise at the bar. It means your local pub can keep prices steady instead of passing on another increase. It's a small, sensible way of taking pressure off while helping local businesses stay afloat. But this measure is part of something bigger. Labor's plan for cost of living relief is comprehensive and targeted, focused on areas that matter to most families, workers and small businesses. We've delivered tax cuts for every taxpayer so Australians are keeping more of what they earn. We've provided energy bill relief to help households manage rising power costs. We've made childcare more affordable, cut the cost of medicines, and are building more affordable housing to give more Australians security and stability. When you put all of this together, it adds up to real, tangible support. It's about balance, doing what's right for households today while keeping our economy in good shape for tomorrow. Freezing the draft beer excise is one of those smaller, targeted actions that shows how we can make smart decisions to support both people and businesses. We want you to be able to enjoy a meal out without worrying about the prices creeping up again, or knowing your local pub can keep its doors open without cutting staff. That's what this freeze helps protect. The simple pleasures and social connections that mean so much to so many Australians. This is what good Labor policy looks like: responsible economic management combined with fairness and compassion. We're backing working Australians, supporting small business and ensuring that everyone gets a fair go. So whether it's keeping the lights on, keeping the fridge full, keeping a pint affordable, the message is the same. Labor is focused on easing the pressure, supporting communities and helping Australians get ahead. Let's take a moment to raise our metaphorical glasses to the pubs, the bowls clubs and the local bartenders. I want to say that again because it's good. Let's take a moment to raise our metaphorical glasses to the pubs, the bowls clubs and the local bartenders. Cheers to an affordable cold beer on a hot day. Without further ado, I'll conclude my contribution to this debate and tap out. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Kooyong has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of the excise tariff amendment draft beer bill, but to suggest some means by which it could be improved. Speaker, Australians continue to live in the grip of an ongoing severe cost of living crisis. Tomorrow, the Reserve Bank is expected to keep an anticipated cash rate cut on hold after inflation has exceeded recent forecasts. That has been driven by rising costs for basic necessities like housing, food and energy. The rising cost of living has been a challenge which has confronted millions of Australians for some years now, with inflation having risen so sharply since our economy bounced back from the COVID-induced recession. As the inflation dragon has roared through our economy, the Albanese government has been at pains to tell us that there are limits on what it can control. The independent RBA sets the cash rate. Woolworths and Coles have become two of the world's most profitable supermarkets thanks to sharp rises in the cost of essential foods. And on the east coast of Australia, domestic gas prices have surged since they were aligned with the global price for polluting gas. Deputy Speaker, the price of most grocery items is set by the markets, but the government is not a powerless bystander in this space. There are some everyday items in which the government does have a hand in price setting, and one of those is the price of a draft beer. That's right, the price of a cold one, a pint, a schooner or a pot. The average price of draft beer has gone up by over 30% in the last 3 years. This rise, which is considerably higher than that of inflation, has occurred in the middle of our cost of living crisis. Contributing to that rising cost is the automatic indexation of the beer excise every 6 months, which effectively forces price increases well ahead of the annual CPI. And what that means is that while households continue to face the rising costs of food, of housing and of energy, the humble beer has become almost a luxury item. There is some good news, though, for Australia's beer lovers. It is within this government's power to act on this particular cost of living issue. And so it is pleasing to see the government's commitment to freezing indexation on draft beer. But it's not clear why we have to freeze it for just the 2 years. The impact of high inflation on the excise indexation over the last few years has left the price of draft beer simply too high. I would make a case that we should stop automatically indexing the beer excise. This freeze should be permanent. A permanent cap on the indexation of draft beer excise will help millions of consumers tackle cost of living pressures in their home. Right now, it's more expensive to enjoy a beer in my home city of Melbourne than it is in Tokyo, in New York or in London. Melbourne can't be the world's most livable city if you can't afford a beer while you live here. A permanent excise cap will also support Australia's emerging craft beer industry. Despite the rapid, very recent growth of small independent brewers, the draft beer market in Australia remains saturated by big international brands. In fact, roughly 85% of the Australian beer market is controlled by 2 foreign-owned nationals. I think it would surprise many pubgoers to learn that household names like VB, Carlton Draft and 4X are owned by large Japanese companies. Asahi owns CUB, Four Pines, Bolter, Yak Ales, Matilda Bay and Mountain Goat. Another Japanese brewer, Kirin, owns Lion, and hence it owns Little Creatures, Hahn, James Bogue, Tui's, James Squire, Stone and Wood and White Rabbit. Despite what many people think, these are not or are no longer Australian brands, and it might well be an issue for the ACCC to look at. Because what we're hearing, and I'm hearing from constituents and from people who own bars and people who have a strong interest in this issue within the electorate of Kooyong, is that independent brewers face challenges, real challenges, with the rising cost of ingredients and of energy. They're also dealing with softening consumer demand. And they're dealing with stiff competition from large retailers like Coles, which are increasingly selling their own home brand beers in a way which largely mimics craft styles. So many small brewers that deferred excise increases during the struggles and the hard times of COVID are now struggling to deal with that debt in what has proven to be a persistently tough economic climate. In that craft beer industry, beer sales support Australian workers and support local economies. The independent beer sector employs more than 8,000 people directly, and many brewers also contribute to hospitality and tourism in the way that they've designed and run their businesses. A permanent cap on the draft beer excise will be of great benefit, not just to the hundreds of local brewers who employ thousands of Australians, but also to the communities in which they live. It'll be a much bigger benefit to them than it will be to multinational beer corporations. Deputy Speaker, to paraphrase a famous old beer ad, which both you and I are sadly old enough to remember, a hard-earned thirst needs a big cold beer, and the best cold beer is one that you can actually afford. On behalf of Australia's 600 craft brewers and on behalf of millions of Australian beer drinkers, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Draft Beer Bill 2025, a bill that, if you forgive the pun, goes straight to the taproot of Australia's hospitality culture. This bill does something simple, sensible and overdue. It pauses the indexation on the customs duty on draft beer for 2 years, from 1st of August 2025 to 1st of August 2027. It means that for the first time in a long while, pubs, clubs and breweries across the country will get a breather from the automatic 6-monthly CPI hikes that have been hitting them like clockwork every February and August. Now, I know this might seem like a small change in the grand scheme of tax law, but for venues that are at the heart of our communities, for the small business owners, the shift workers, the kitchen staff and the locals who rely on them, it matters a lot. And I can say that with a bit of personal authority, because before I stood in this place, I ran a pub myself. I know what it's like to watch your margins shrink every time you get an excise notice in your inbox. I know the pain of seeing the price of a pint edge up, not because of better wages or better hops, but because of automatic indexation tied to CPI. This bill gives some breathing space to those who've been gasping for it. This is a measured, temporary and responsible pause for an industry that's been doing it tough. In more, that means pubs and clubs from Joondalup to Mullaloo, Kingsley to Duncraig, family-run venues where staff know your name, where the kitchen serves a proper palmy and where community sport teams celebrate a win on a Saturday night. Paddy Malone's in Joondalup, Whitford's Brewing Company, Corrine Glades Tavern, they're not just places to have a drink, they're employers, they're training grounds, they sponsor the local footy club, they host charity raffles, and they give apprentices a start. When you help a pub stay afloat, you're helping a whole ecosystem of workers and suppliers, farmers, truck drivers, musicians, and hospitality staff. And when those venues are stable, the whole economy benefits. This bill doesn't touch package bill or retail sales. It's specifically about draft beer, the stuff poured from kegs into a glass. That's deliberate. The benefit goes to where it's needed, not into supermarket aisles or bottle shop chains. In the 2025-26 budget, this was part of the supporting the hospitality sector and alcohol producers package, a recognition that while Australia's economy is resilient, the hospitality sector still carries the scars of the pandemic and cost of living pressures. We know that for many pubs, even a 1% increase in excise adds thousands of dollars a year to their costs. When those hikes come twice a year, it's hard to plan. This measure says, for the next 2 years, you can plan with certainty. You can lock in prices, pay your staff, and get through the next couple of winters without an unexpected hit. The Treasury has estimated a cost to revenue of around $95 million over 5 years. That's not loose change, but in budget terms, it's a modest targeted investment, one that supports tens of thousands of small businesses, hundreds of thousands of jobs, and the tourism economy that depends on them. It's a structural, not temporary improvement in fairness. When the indexation resumes, it resumes from a frozen rate, so pubs don't face a double whammy down the track. Now, there will be those opposite who say they support the bill in principle, but they do wish they thought of it first. To that I say, that's fine, because this is exactly the kind of measure that should have bipartisan support. It's practical, it's proportionate, it's temporary, and it helps the people who get up early, work hard, and keep our communities humming. This is not about some sweeping deregulation of alcohol taxes. It doesn't undo the public health settings that have kept Australians safer. In fact, this pause is not anticipated to increase consumption. Prices aren't going down, they're just not going up every 6 months. So we're not talking about cheaper beer, we're talking about stability for businesses And as a government, we believe in responsible enjoyment, fair taxation and vibrant communities. This bill sits squarely in that tradition. Some have questioned whether pausing beer excise might conflict with health obligations under international law, but this bill clearly meets every test of legitimacy, connection and proportionality. This bill meets all three tests. It serves a legitimate objective, it is rationally connected to that objective, and it's proportionate. The objective is to support small businesses and regional tourism, not promote consumption. In other words, it's a measure to keep pubs open, not to pour more pints. In Moore, you can see why this matters. In Joondalup, small bars and local breweries are part of the city's new energy, creating jobs and giving young chefs, baristas and brewers a start. In Mullaloo and Sorrento, the local surf clubs rely on social functions and bar takings to fund life-saving equipment. In Duncraig, Padbury and North Beach, community clubs are places where people gather not just to drink, but to connect, to celebrate milestones, to mourn losses, to raise money for good causes. When those venues struggle, the ripple effect hits everyone, from the brewer who supplies the kegs to the musician who plays on a Friday night. As someone who once ran a pub, I know how easily margins get eaten up by electricity, wages, insurance, and yes, by excise. The margin on a pint is thin at the best of times. For many operators, it's the difference between keeping on that extra staff member for a Sunday shift or cutting hours. So when the government takes a modest step to hold the excise steady, it's not about handouts, it's about fairness and breathing space. The Australian brewing industry has evolved dramatically in the last 2 decades. We've seen an explosion of independent brewers, from small local operations to national names. Many of them operate on tight margins to compete with international giants that can spread costs across multiple markets. A 2-year freeze helps level the playing field just a little. It gives small operators time to invest in quality, in staff training and in sustainability, like switching to renewable energy, local ingredients or recyclable packaging. It also supports regional tourism that flows from our pub and brewing culture. People don't just visit Margaret River or the Swan Valley for the wine. They go for the whole experience, the food, the music, the community atmosphere. When local hospitality thrives, local tourism does too. This measure fits within a broader economic story, a government that's managing inflation carefully while supporting small business. In the same budget that delivered cost of living relief for households, energy rebates and tax cuts for workers, we also found room to support the industries that keep our main streets alive, because you can't separate economic policy from community life. You can't claim to be for small business if you ignore the local pub that's been part of your suburb for more than 30 years. When those doors close, they rarely reopen. So while this bill might sound like a technical tweak to the Customs Tariff Act 1995, its effect is deeply human. It keeps people in work, it keeps venues viable, it keeps communities connected. For those who enjoy the fine print, yes, this amendment inserts a new section into the Customs Tariff Act. It defines a CPI index draft beer rate and sets out that the indexation factor will be treated as one on the 4 specified dates. In plain terms, it hits pause on the automatic tax rises for draft beer. No hidden fine print, just a 2-year freeze. It aligns with the corresponding Section 6L of the Excise Tariff Act 1921, ensuring parity between imported and locally produced draft beer. It applies retrospectively from 1st of August 2025, the date on which the Customs Tariff Proposal No. 1 2025 took effect in accordance with Parliamentary Convention. The retrospective application is wholly beneficial. Nobody's out of pocket and no duty payer is disadvantaged. Let's be honest, this pause won't change the world. It won't double the profit margin of every pub in the country, but it will make a difference at the margins, where most small businesses live and die. It gives stability for 2 years, which in the life of a small business is a lifetime. And when indexation resumes, it resumes at the pause rate, not with the accumulated catch-up that wipes out that benefit. That's good design. It means that even after the 2-year window closes, pubs will still be better off than they otherwise would have been. There's something symbolic about this measure. Australia's pubs are not just commercial enterprises, they're civic spaces. They host wakes, weddings, trivia nights and community fundraisers. They're where locals gather after a footy match or after a long week at work. In that sense, supporting pubs is supporting social infrastructure. When I ran my own pub, I saw that firsthand. A pub isn't successful because of its margins, it's successful because the people feel like they belong there. And belonging matters, especially in times like these when too many people feel disconnected. So yes, this bill has an economic purpose, but it also has a social one, to keep our communities connected through the places that have always brought us together. Some critics will say, why just draft beer? Why not spirits or wine? The answer is straightforward. Draft beer is unique. It's served in licensed venues with responsible service obligations. It's a major employer of hospitality workers, and it's a segment most exposed to the automatic CPI indexation that makes forward planning difficult. Others will say it's tokenistic. To them, I'd say, tell that to the publican who's been trying to make payroll while juggling rising costs on everything from utilities to insurance. For that person, a 2-year pause on hikes isn't tokenistic, it's tangible relief. And for the person who keeps, and for the staff who keep those venues running, bar staff, kitchen hands, cleaners, security guards, it's a difference between uncertainty and stability. To everyone in the industry, the brewers, the bartenders, the chefs, the cleaners, the delivery drivers, this bill is for you. It says your work matters. It says the government sees the pressure you're under, and it says we're willing to act pragmatically, not ideologically, to give you a fair go. In the end, this bill is about more than beer. It's about backing local businesses, easing pressure on working Australians, and keeping doors open on the places that bind our communities together. It's about recognising that when we talk about the economy, we're really talking about people, their livelihoods, their relationships, and the small joys that make life worth living. As someone who's pulled a few pints, I can tell you this: there's no better measure of a community's health than the sound of laughter at the local pub on a Friday night. This bill helps keep that sound alive. I say cheers to that. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for more. And the question is, this bill has been now read a second time, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by saying what a wonderful speech from the federal member for more. Finally, we have a member of the Labor Party who isn't a neo-Puritan. Finally, we have a member of the Labor Party who actually believes that people have a right to have fun. They get to live their life as they see fit. We respect their capacity to be able to do so. And actually, we believe that there is a place in society for people to have the freedom to choose how to live their life. It was one of the most refreshing, enjoyable speeches I've heard in this chamber over the many years I've been here. And I say this with great affection. It was one of the most passionate speeches I've heard him give. And so I say more of this principle of freedom to choose. Now just put it into absolutely everything else in the legislative agenda put forward, but I know I'm going to be disappointed. I consider this to be the high watermark of the member for Moore's career. He has reached his Everest, but sadly, I'm afraid I doubt it's going to go much further up from there. But that's okay. I nonetheless want to congratulate him because he's right. When you've got so many people in communities around the country and they're catching up at a pub, enjoying on their terms over a beer, good luck to them. It's their life, their choice, and of course it's great to have people sociable. But we also need to remind ourselves, you don't need to have alcohol to be sociable. Even the member for Fremantle and his Puritan lifestyle sometimes is sociable as well. there are other members on the other side of the chamber who are also sociable, despite not necessarily choosing their way through to conversation. I know I'm casting aspersions on the member, and if it offends him, I will on this occasion withdraw happily to do so. But I do support this bill. We support this bill for a simple reason, because we fully believe, one, in lower taxes, two, in freedom to choose, and we believe in the idea that it's good to be able to give reprieve, as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Financial Services believes himself, in saying that the Coalition actively pursued exactly the same sorts of measures in the lead up to the election, because we fundamentally believe that we shouldn't be punitive, we shouldn't seek to chase down or to hunt or to haunt people for simply going about living their lives. Very different from, for instance, the approach the current government is taking in other areas of excise regulation, where they're actively participants in fueling organised crime and criminal gangs and the firebombing of small businesses, something that is utterly insane, but that is exactly where we are right now. So I'm glad to see, again, that the member for Fremantle and other members understand that perhaps sometimes just increasing taxes in perpetuity isn't necessarily the best policy answer, and sometimes it can have an unintended consequence too, Deputy Speaker. Anyway, let's get off firebombing of small businesses and fueling organised criminal gangs by the Commonwealth Government, and let's look at breweries and who will benefit from this legislation. And let's go to the good electorate of Goldstein. You've got an electorate of Goldstein. We actually have, believe it or not, in or around the vicinity, quite a few local breweries, because we always want to cheers people who are backing themselves to be successful. And we've got in Cheltenham, there's Amber Brewery. It's a business that began as a dream shared between two mates, Kieran Hewitt and Alex Kutlajevs, who turned their passion for quality beer into a thriving local brewery. In Moorabbin, we've got Bad Shepherd Brewery Co., which I've been to, and was founded by husband and wife team Derek and Ditty Hales. Derek started out brewing award-winning home brews, while Ditty, with her love of quality dining, American-style barbecue and expertise in brand marketing, helped turn that passion into a genuine community venue. And also in Moorabbin, we've got Stomping Ground Brewery, which was established in 2016 by Steve Jeffaries, Guy Greenstone and Justin Joyner after their success with the local tap house in St Kilda. In less than a decade, Stomping Ground has grown into Australia's champion large independent brewery. And we have Two Brothers Brewery, founded by Jim and Jason Abel, another great local success story of family enterprise and hard work. But of course, it's not just going to be in those breweries where they make sure that they produce the quality liquid amber ale, but it's also in the local pubs that play such an important part of the social infrastructure of our community. And I say this, Deputy Speaker, because it's one of the things that people perhaps don't know about my personal background, is my parents were publicans. I grew up in pubs, and so I share the member for Moore's passion for pubs as part of the social infrastructure of the community. They bring people together. They bring people on their terms, whether it's for their social or engagements for sporting clubs, or whether it's just somewhere to go after a knock-off after a long day to be able and find their friends. You know, we live in a free society. Everybody finds their own place in their own home in their own different way. And that's why we fully respect the important role that pubs play. And I know that Ferg from the AHA will love, of course, to know that he and his industry is always in our thoughts and prayers. But, and I saw him on Saturday, as he well knows, and the first thing he talked to me about was beer excise, as not really that surprising. He's very consistent on that, and there's always God and ask, but that's okay, because we believe in freedom to choose, and he knows that I will always stand up for pubs because they play such an important part. And it doesn't matter which the pub is. The Sandy, of course, in Sandringham is an important one. One of my favourites is the McKinnon Hotel. Not only is the food outstanding, but of course the pulled beer is fantastic. Hotel Brighton, where I spent way too many nights during my campaign after long days, particularly after the summer sun, and hit the Hotel Brighton. So to all the good folks at Hotel Brighton, keep up the great work. Believe it or not, the pub where my parents met, Deputy Speaker, was of course once called the Central. It is now called the Half Moon, and is a place that I regularly visit as well in Brighton, in Church Street. To Brighton Beach Hotel, of course, which has is a regular for many people, particularly after Saturday afternoon footy, the New Bay, of course, in Brighton as well, and g'day to Kieran, to the Bentley Social and to the Camden Hotel in Caulfield South. These, of course, are not just places to drink, but they're the heart of the community, places of connection, friendship and belonging. But these businesses
have an encyclopedic knowledge of them. It's
Deputy Speaker, you're interrupting and suggesting somehow that I have an encyclopedic knowledge of the local pubs in my electorate in the sense that I should be embarrassed or ashamed.
Not at all.
I'm sorry, Deputy Speaker. I am immensely proud.
Good.
I am immensely proud of the role that pubs play in the community. There used to be more. My only devastation is that many of them went by the wayside due to property prices and where they became viable business in comparison to being converted like the old Bowie pub. But the current excise regime, as we all know, is unsustainable. Brewers are charged the excise, but pubs wear it at the price of kegs. And of course, when you go to tap that keg, you want the freshness not just of the beer, but you want the freshness of course, making sure that the tax rate is not punitive. Customers increasingly buy from bottle shops instead because pubs simply can't compete. That is not good for pubs, and margins have collapsed and many business owners are operating on the edge. We do not want pubs being unsuccessful. We will all pay a significant price as a society when pubs don't succeed. We need them to be part of the social infrastructure of our community. And this bill offers only 2 years of relief, a short-term measure, no doubt, because the government just wants it for a period so they can then try and renew it in the lead-up to the next election, rather than actually turning around to pubs and saying we're going to deliver a long-term commitment of support. I would hope one day that we get to a position where pubs know they can go ahead with confidence because they have so many other challenges, from the cost of being able to get labour, let alone the cost of labour, let alone the managing labour, because the Labor Party makes it so impossible to manage, hire, employ and pay people properly. Of course, then they've got to be part of selling a good product. Of course, that's up to them, but also being an environment and creating the atmosphere where people want to get along and be convivial. But tax plays, as often with so-called sin products, pays a huge contribution to the overall price. So we already pay some of the highest excise on beer in the world, and then we add 10% GST on the top. The tax on the tax. Last year alone, beer drinkers paid almost $2.4 billion in taxes to the federal government. Meanwhile, costs of goods, energy and wages keep rising. It's all inflation on inflation on inflation, and it's all being paid for by you, the Australian people, not the Speaker or Deputy Speaker, but you never know what his habits might be, but it's being paid for by the Australian people. Publicans are afraid to lift prices because they can't absorb the increases, because they know that it's a challenge. Their margins are tight, their costs are rising, and they don't want to pass them on because they still need people to come in and spend. If they don't, they know they'll go home. They go home, they don't take a cut. Their profits fall, staff hours are cut, and fewer young people gain skills in hospitality. And that's where pubs play such an important role as well. It's like so many other small businesses. Small businesses so often are the gateway for young Australians to get their first job, to skill up, to learn discipline, to learn practice, to be able to then go on and become full participants in the Australian economy. And that's why we back small business every step of the way in the Liberal Party, because we understand not just that it's Australians backing themselves to be successful and to go on and to offer economic opportunity and security for their families, but in addition to that, it's the gateway for the next generation of Australians to get their first job, to learn, to grow, and of course, if they earn an income and position themselves, one day they too may be in a position to own their own small business and write themselves into the economic success story of this great nation. So we want to make sure that we ease the pressure on pubs. We understand why they're important to our community, and we understand why they're particularly important to the Goldstein community, because we want to take the pressure off them. And that's certainly the message we've been getting from the local pubs and breweries in Goldstein. Kieran Hewitt from Amber Brewery and St Andrews Brewery has made this point, which is how can you run a business when the government changes rules every 6 months to 3 years? It's completely destroyed the industry thriving 3 or 4 years ago. We've had to line up to be able to expand into non-beer products to be able to survive. Excise tax coming in same time as interest rates. People just don't have the money and can't afford to go out anymore. Government needs a commercial reality check if it wants to understand how to fix these problems. And breweries, of course, are the ones who are being hit. Whether customers have noticed or responded to the price increases really comes down to competition. Of course, we know that there are large brewers internationally who are flooding the market to try and make sure that they can compete and take the biggest chunk of what is actually a diminishing market share. So that leaves a lot of the Australian brewers left doing the best they can to compete, but the job of the government has largely been to undercut them by increasing taxes and make it harder for them to be successful. The reality is we need a serious fix now that makes sure that we provide a long-term solution. So while I welcome this bill, the reality is my natural sympathy will always be with lower taxes. It will always be with lower taxes, Deputy Speaker. It will always be with lower taxes. And doesn't matter what it is, my position, Deputy Speaker, and Member for Fremantle will always be for lower. And what the member for Fremantle is interjecting, but he can say he was making a remark that I wasn't in the last Parliament, and that is why he should be so happy I am back in this chamber, because it will mean the lower tax nirvana of the future has begun. So. But similar sentiments were expressed by Derek Hales from Bad Shepherd, who said how important beer tax remains the single largest barrier they have in our industry and private Australian-owned businesses. It increases every single year, and the gap between excise and the wet scheme for wine has become nearly laughable. And, of course, this is one of the big challenges with alcohol taxation overall. We know that one of my other preferred tipples at different stages, depending on the time of day, is gin. As the member for Fremantle, clearly my reputation precedes me.
Breakfast?
And so one of the biggest problems now with gin and spirits industry is the scale of the excise, where the distilled spirits industry in this country is literally going broke under this government. There are so many distilleries that have collapsed or closed or have had to be sold off to foreign interests. This is not a good outcome. Australian craft spirits, like Australian craft beer, should be an industry of success that goes on, employs and is connected directly to tourism and economic opportunity, and this government is killing these industries needlessly. And tax is the key driver of it, because it creates huge problems of financing, it creates huge problems of being able to manage the capacity to be able to employ people, and it also becomes the biggest barrier for starting a new business when people want to back themselves and they can see a pathway to be able to produce a product to be successful. And I know the member for Monash agrees with me on that. So we understand why this bill's important, but the industry is saying they're not sure why it's limited, they don't understand why it's time-stamped, and what they want is a longer commitment of certainty. And all I hope for is that in the consideration, the lead up to the next 2 years, and of course this goes to the coalition and to the government, that we give the industry long-term certainty around how we make sure that we reduce the overall burden of tax, so we can have a spirits, a beer industry, an alcohol industry that we can be proud of, that is successful and that isn't just selling to Australians but is selling successfully to the world.
Thank the member for Goldstein. The question is that this bill be read a second time. And I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am absolutely delighted to rise today in support of the Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025. I am really excited about this bill for so many reasons. As the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Brewing with my good friend, the member for Nichols, it is probably not all that surprising, really. The Illawarra has a bustling and ever-expanding craft beer industry, growing our tourism industry, delighting locals and visitors alike, and working together to support the growing network of local brewers. But one of the big reasons, because this is a win for regional communities like mine in the Illawarra. Deputy Speaker, I want to share a little story about why this bill excites me so much. Like so many of us here in this place, I spend many mornings standing at local train stations talking with commuters and local people about what matters most to them. And there was one gentleman that really stood out to me. He used to drop in and see me when I was at Thurrool train station, one of our major commuting hubs, because he wanted to tell me about how hard it had been getting together with his mates. This group of local blokes would get together on a Friday night down at the local bolo in Thurrool. They are pensioners, and it was one of the treats they gave themselves, to have a bit of fun and keep in touch with each other. A group of blokes who really need that weekly beer to check in on each other and keep them going for another week. But the cost of their beer was getting more and more expensive, and they were having to wind things back. Not everyone could come every week, and it was getting tougher to stay in touch. This might sound small, but to this group of local Thurrool blokes, that Friday beer could not be more important. I could see the impact it was having, and I was really grateful that this lovely gentleman was persistent in bringing this to my attention. So when discussion about the beer excise came up, I shared this story with the Treasurer to let him know the impact the cost of beer was having on groups of pensioners in my electorate. Because this is absolutely not an isolated group of blokes. That social interaction is so important to so many people across Australia. And one of the best texts I have ever received from my good friend the Treasurer was to let me know that we were freezing the beer excise. I knew straight away that there was a group of blokes down at Thurrool Bolo who would be cheering. And I want to thank the Treasurer not only for listening to this story, but for taking it seriously and taking action. Just one more piece of cost of living support from the Albanese government. And because this is what these bills are about. A targeted, measured change to pause indexation on draft beer excise and excise equivalent customs duties for 2 years. For 40 years, beer excise hasn't changed, with 2 annual excise increases in line with CPI each year. And the pressure on small businesses has been growing. Pubs and clubs and breweries are part of what makes Australian culture. They bring us together, and in some cases, they hold us together during good times and bad. In the regions in particular, they are community hubs and they are important for our economy. The measure applies only to containers between 8 and 48 litres, those commonly used in pubs and clubs, and containers over 48 litres used in larger hospitality venues. Helping to ensure this is targeted at keeping operating costs stable for our hospitality venues while maintaining our broader alcohol excise framework. Sensible, practical and responsible. And that is what our government is about. In my work as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Brewing, I have worked closely with the Brewers Association of Australia. A 100% member-funded association, they have worked hard, along with the Australian Hotels Association and others, to see this issue given the attention that it deserves, and worked with the government on a practical solution. Around 10,000 hospitality venues across Australia will directly benefit from this change. Around 75% of those are small businesses, and small businesses have been doing it tough. Across the supply chain, the brewing industry contributes $17 billion every year to our economy. That's agriculture, transport, logistics, hospitality, retail and tourism. And it creates about 100,000 full-time equivalent jobs across the supply chain. In fact, there are 6,591 full-time equivalent jobs linked directly to brewing. In New South Wales alone, it supports more than 28,000 full-time equivalent jobs across the supply chain and around 4.2 million to our economy. It's significant. Without support, jobs are at risk, communities are at risk, and the economy will be left worse off. Deputy Speaker, these bills also support Australian brewers, particularly those small and independent producers supplying draft beer to local venues. The government has announced tax relief for Australia's distillers, brewers and wine producers. Currently, brewers and distillers get a full remission of any excise paid up to $350,000 each year. We will increase the excise remission cap to $400,000 for all eligible manufacturers, and we will also increase the wine equalisation tax producer rebate cap to $400,000 from 1 July 2026. In my electorate in the Illawarra, I know this is going to make a huge difference because this local industry is absolutely booming. Independent breweries alone contribute $1.18 million to the Australian economy every year. Back home, the Illawarra Brewing Company started brewing local beer in 2011, taking over from the Five Island Brewing Company, which began in 2001. At the time, it was the only one. A small father and son outfit run by Gary and Dave McGrath that supplied beer to the Illawarra Brewery, a popular local venue. In 2012, they won 5 awards at the Australian International Beer Awards, and they became the first pioneers of craft beer in the Illawarra. Flash forward to 2025, and now we have 8 local brewing companies: Resin Brewing, The Barrel Shepherd, Principal Brewing, Rube Goldberg Brewing, Dusty Lizard Brewing, 5 Barrel Brewing, First Light Brewing Company and Seeker Brewing. We also have the South Coast Ale Trail and the Wollongong Brewing Association, local companies banding together to change the face of beer in Wollongong and catapult this booming local industry. And it's working. Local bars, pubs, clubs and restaurants are getting on board, fighting to become stockists of locally made beer. And it is really good beer at that. Seeker Brewing in Unanderra took home 6 silver and 2 bronze medals at this year's Australian International Beer Awards, their latest haul in an impressive lineup of awards, winning multiple golds in 2022 and 2023. Their specialty, Hop Focus Brewing, makes them one of the country's top producers in this style. 5 Barrel Brewery was among the Illawarra's second brewery, and it was named the state's best new brewery in 2016. 5 Barrels is owned by Philip O'Shea and sister Lucy Timpano, with help from their parents and other family members as well, making 5 Barrel a true family organisation. Since 2016, they have kept moving to greater and greater heights. Following in the footsteps of Dave McGrath from the Illawarra Brewing Company, Phil and Lucy wanted to turn the Gong from a BB town to a craft beer town. And I think you could say they've had a lot of success. Local brewers are focusing on shifting attitudes to drinking from drink-to-drink culture to drink-to-enjoy culture by educating patrons on what craft beer is all about. In an exciting new venture, the Bus of Hoppiness rolls into town this coming weekend. A bus tour on a travelling loop of 5 local breweries: Seeker, 5 Barrels, First Light, Dusty Lizard and Principal, helping to shepherd beer lovers and novices alike around the Illawarra's exciting craft beer culture, all thanks to the new Wollongong Brewers Association. And I think this is the other important point, that craft beer is actually about doing beer differently, doing it responsibly and doing it for enjoyment. They are a community helping and supporting each other to give the Illawarra just one more reason to be the best region in Australia, and I certainly agree with that. And that is why I'm so thrilled that the Albanese government is supporting this industry. We're also supporting businesses like Headlands Hotel, the Illawarra Hotel, Howling Wolf Bar, The Prince, His Boy Elroy, Steamers Bar and Grill, and so many others who are getting on board and stocking local Illawarra beers on tap. Because supporting small businesses and supporting local people to deal with the cost of living is number 1 on our priority list. Manufacturing, hospitality, tourism, they run the regions and they feed our national economy, and they are vital. We want to support our small local brewers to compete against large multinational producers. We want to ensure that our beer and hospitality market has diversity and healthy competition. We're keeping it measured, we're keeping it responsible, and we are keeping it in line with what will help these important small businesses right now. Protecting the jobs that they create, protecting the economic value they drive, and protecting our Australian culture by responsibly enjoying our pubs and clubs, just like that lovely gentleman and his mates down at the Thirroul Bolo. I am proud to be part of a government that knows our values, knows what is important to protect and what can be adjusted for the benefit of all Australians. I will keep doing what I can to ensure that local voices are heard in these important conversations. I will keep doing what I can to ensure our local beer industry can continue to thrive. We have so many people employed in manufacturing, and I will keep doing what I can to support my community with real and impactful cost of living relief. Just like we have done by investing in Medicare, just like we've done by making home solar batteries 30% cheaper, cutting student debt by 20%, increasing the minimum wage, increasing the super guarantee and paid parental leave, boosting the pension, cutting taxes, cutting energy bills and helping more people to be able to afford a home. All ways we have given cost of living relief to local people. All of this support has been done at the same time as headline inflation has come down, our economy has stabilised, unemployment has been low and real wages have grown. It is sensible economic management by a government that knows which levers to press and when, balancing support of our community with support of our economy. Our plan is working and we will keep at it. So again, I want to thank the Treasurer and the Assistant Treasurer for these bills. I want to thank all of those industry bodies that worked constructively with us through this process. I'm looking forward to another term as co-chair of Parliamentary Friends of Brewing. I'll again be working closely with the Brewers Association of Australia, the Independent Brewers Association, my co-chair, the member for Nichols, as we keep bringing the spotlight on Australia's brewing and live music industries to the Australian Parliament. And I encourage everyone who hasn't yet tasted the amazing craft beer that the Illawarra has to offer to come and visit the South Coast Ale Trail. You won't be disappointed. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Cunningham. The question is this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the Excise Tariff Amendment and Customs Tariff Amendment Bill 2025. My electorate of Hinkler is famous all over Australia and indeed the world for producing some of our nation's finest beverages. The iconic Bundaberg Rum, Kalki Moon Distilling, the Spirit Collective in Hervey Bay, the legendary Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and of course many craft breweries are making a name for themselves, such as 384 North Brewing in Bundaberg and Cauldron Brewing in Hervey Bay. The bill to freeze the indexation on draft beer excise for 2 years is welcome, but when it comes to tax relief, many of the makers behind the brands that put my region of Hinkler on the map have been left wanting and they are hurting under Labor. If those opposite were serious about addressing cost of living and the deeper issues surrounding the alcohol excise system, they would have delivered more. The Labor government should have advocated for a comprehensive review of the alcohol system. An ice-cold beer is good, but when there's more froth than there is amber liquid in your schooner, you'd expect better. And that's what the industry wants too. I recently met with the chair of Diageo, Sir John Manzoni, and his Australasian team when they visited here in Canberra. Diageo is a global leader in premium drinks and they look after the Bundaberg Rum brand and many others. While they are supportive of the tax pause, the freeze applies only to on-premise draft beer, not bottled beer, packaged drinks or wine. So yes, Diageo, like other industry leaders, support the pause. But Labor should have Treasury conducting a comprehensive review of the alcohol excise system. Extending the draft beer excise freeze to tap spirits is being advocated for by Spirits and Cocktails Australia and supported by the Australian Hoteliers Association, Queensland Hoteliers Association, Clubs Queensland and Clubs Australia and the Nighttime Industry Association. Together they are seeking to extend the 2-year freeze on draft beer excise to tap spirits served on premises in hospitality venues. And I support that as well, Deputy Speaker. Tap spirits would include bulk containers of spirits and lower alcohol premixed drinks designed to be connected to pressurised or pump delivery systems. It is not proposed to extend to standard bottles of full-strength spirits or to individual ready-to-drink bottles or cans. The industry is proposing amending the Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025 to introduce 2 new sub-items to the excise tariff schedule. This is a small increase to the existing draft beer freeze, which the government expects will cost only $95 million over 5 years. Tap spirits are a growing part of the product mix for pubs, clubs and small bars. Extending the freeze to tap spirits would provide cost of living relief beyond customers who choose to drink beer. In my home state of Queensland, the Queensland Hotels Association has thanked us for backing the freeze on draft beer excise. Yes, it is a win for local pubs, hard-working hospitality workers and every Aussie who enjoys a cold one without needing a small loan. Freezing the biannual indexation of alcohol excise for 2 years from August 1 this year means beer is cheaper, but let's be honest, while a reprieve, it's hardly noticeable. This commitment to freeze the tax was always matched by the Coalition, because we know clubs, pubs, the hospitality workers need a break, and hard-working Aussies deserve to be able to afford a cold one. But the reality is that this freeze delivers less than 1 cent of relief per pint. There's a well-known pub that sits on the Bruce Highway in Childers, in the heart of my electorate of Hinkler. The historic Grand Hotel has been owned and run by the Corliss family since the mid-1990s. Dan Corliss, a former police officer, has worked on and off in the family pub over the past 30 years and took on the official role as publican in 2024, something I've always wanted to do. He's quickly taking this country pub in Childers to an international audience thanks to what's called the mongrel menu, featuring some extraordinary food challenges. The widespread interest in these contests is epic. The menu features 1 kilogram local steaks and big burgers. Videos of people attempting these challenges generate around 7.5 million views on social media every month. Dan has 25 staff and he's proud of what he's achieved. But clearly, Dan and his team need to be creative, because while the freeze on tap beer is a reprieve, it's just that. While Dan is grateful, this freeze is only a pause. Publican Dan's family has been in the hospitality game for 3 decades, and he tells me the one thing that has always experienced since the beginning is the guarantee of rising tax on beer. A constant rise, year on year, twice a year, everyone paying more for a beer. Not good for his family pub and not good for his customers. Dan knows this freeze is good, but it's not going far enough to absorb the high electricity prices and the ever-increasing costs that the suppliers and brewers are passing on. That's where the Nationals' plan for a cheaper, better and fairer energy future comes in. Australians can't afford Labor's net zero. Families are paying too much. Jobs are being lost. Forest and farmland are being destroyed. Labor's net zero has failed. The Nationals' energy and climate plan is cheaper because we will lower energy prices first, use all of our resources and abandon the commitment to net zero. All carbon taxes and restrictions should be removed. The Nationals' energy and climate plan is better because we will protect our local environment through local community action such as waterway protection, land restoration and soil carbon. We will ensure that our national security is not compromised. And the Nationals' energy and climate plan is fairer because we will reduce emissions in line with comparable nations, not ahead of them. We will ensure that costs are distributed fairly, not concentrated on regional Australia. We need to bring common sense back to solving climate change. In a cost of living crisis, net zero is adding to power bills and sending Australian jobs overseas. Even worse, it's damaging the natural environment, where there's a fairer way, when there's a fairer way to reduce emissions. We need to take the pressure off family power bills, protect local jobs and do our fair share to reduce emissions. Let's reduce the costs associated with keeping your beer cold. Cut the energy expense so that makers of your favourite drop don't have to pass it on. Deputy Speaker, I don't want to forget the smaller brewers. Power prices up, gas prices sky high, rent and wages are high. The cost of ingredients to make these craft beers is making it tough for these relatively small businesses to make money. The freeze in question is not relevant to most small brewers as they are already exempt from excise duty on up to a certain volume of their production through a remission scheme. But these breweries still need more cost relief. They have to compete with the bigger brands and their overheads. Again, like electricity and wages, is making it very tough. My electorate of Hinkler's array of award-winning makers, brewers and distillers serve up more than amber ales. When it comes to top-tasting tipples, Hinkler leads the pack. Deputy Speaker, the bill to freeze the indexation on draft beer excise for 2 years is a good thing. But we must expand the scope and focus beyond the beer and onto spirits. The Nationals Federal Council at the weekend moved a motion supporting the freezing of federal alcohol excise tax ongoing and then reduce alcohol tax across the board to a fair and equitable level at licensed venues. Because of Labor's economic vandalism, households are paying 15% more for food, 15% more for health, 19% more for housing, 37% more for insurance and nearly 40% more for electricity. Mortgage holders are paying $1,800 more a month since Labor came to power, with 12 rate rises and only 3 cuts. Every Australian are footing the bill for Labor's spending spree in their tax returns, their electricity bills and their mortgage payments, and their growing difficulty in finding a job. Labor has no strategy to address the government spending spree fuelling inflation. No sign of a broader excise reform conversation, just piecemeal freezes. Labor must reintroduce quantifiable budget rules. Australians deserve better. The government's 2 strategies, debt and taxes, are not a plan for prosperity. The Coalition's priority is clear. Stop the spending spree and start growing the economic pie so Australians can get ahead again. The Coalition welcomes any relief for pubs, clubs and beer drinkers, but this needs to be more than a patchwork fix in the face of high inflation. This measure will pause indexation of the beer excise for 2 years, but it does nothing about inflation in the cost of everything. 1 cent cheaper pint is not effective cost of living relief. The Excise Tariff Amendment and Customs Tariff Amendment Bill 2025 is a small win for beer drinkers, brewers and every pub, club and hospitality business across Hinkler and the nation. But more must be done for Australia's hospitality and alcohol industries. This measure is worth just $90 million over the forward estimates. That's tiny compared to the $8 billion collected annually from alcohol taxes by this government. These businesses have gone through COVID, record high inflation and endless cost of living pressures. Let's support the ongoing viability and growth of our local industries and Australian jobs. If Labor is serious about cost of living, it must stop the spending spree, start growing the economic pie. Let's do more for country publicans like Dan at the Grand Hotel in Childers, for the craft breweries in Hervey Bay and Bundy. The people of my electorate of Hinkler, like those all over Australia, deserve to enjoy an affordable drink of their choosing. And the pubs, clubs and hospitality workers and those right throughout the industry and across the supply chain need more than a reprieve. They need ongoing support, and Deputy Speaker, I will make sure that they continue to get mine. Thank you.
I thank the member for Hinkler. The question is, this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's great to rise tonight to support the Customs Tariff Amendment, the Draft Beer Bill and Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill. It's great to do that because what we've seen is this government come to office and this government actually do things that helps people for cost of living. Now, we just heard a rattle off just before about cost of living things, but of course what the member opposite never mentioned is every single time there's been a cost of living member, they've opposed it. Even this, going into the election, this was not a bipartisan supported program. In fact, the Shadow Treasurer made it clear that they were not doing it. But once Labor came out with it, after we did a great report on the committee last year, a bipartisan report that looked into this on food and beverage manufacturing in Australia, once Labor committed to doing this, suddenly the fighting over there stopped momentarily to support something we were doing. And that's the important thing. This is about a government that leads, a government that has brought people from all walks of life under one roof. We're lucky to have venues in our electorates that bring people from all walks of life. They are the crucial space where members of a community can meet, relax, spend time together. More often than not, have a nice cold frothy one. However, as we know, many of these venues have been doing it tough, with high overheads, strong regulation to meet a host of other costs. Profit margins and many owners can be slim. For these, the cornerstones of our community, the cost of living issues we inherited from the previous government brought many to the brink. It's a delicate balancing act. Charge too little for drinks and the venue operates at a loss. Charge too much and no one comes in. Throw in a couple more facts. The fact that these businesses are operating at all becomes more impressive. Many hospitality venues are still recovering from the pandemic-era disruptions. The lack of trade and the ongoing cost of leases, insurance and utility depleted savings, and many did go out of business. 9 years of economic mismanagement by those opposite. When the economy goes down, it pulls small businesses down first. On 3rd of May 2025, small operators of licensed venues made their choice. They placed their trust in Labor. the only party that would deliver them the much-needed support. In August, the Assistant Treasurer moved a motion to freeze the increase on beer taxes for 2 years. Brewers across Australia rejoiced, and through that we sent an important signal, a signal that we are here for pubs and clubs in particular. We hear you and we are here for you. The bills are a ratification of the government's decision. They clarify our commitment to local businesses. For the first time in 40 years, we are pausing the automatic CPI indexation from increasing duty rates twice yearly. This directly responds to cost of living pressures by backing in Australian businesses. We do this without undermining public health objectives or the broader alcohol taxation framework. This is a very targeted measure. It's balanced and responsible. It's an intervention that applies specifically to individual containers of 8 to 48 litres designed to connect to a pressurised gas pump or pump delivery system. These are the kegs that are used across the country in many of our pubs and clubs. Individual containers over 48 litres, for example, the kegs used in commercial hospitality settings. We are making it easier for function spaces to cater for large crowds. With a million things on the go at the same time, these venues should be able to worry less about what they'll charge for drinks or if they have enough. For 2 years, we're encouraging price stabilisation, building the trust between consumers and the local watering hole. Small business needs certainty in order to invest more in their operations. We are providing them with that certainty and reducing the amount of sleepless nights calculating long-term profitability. And when the excise does resume in August 2027, it will resume at the frozen rates, not the higher rate that would have been applied had indexation continued. This results in a permanent reduction in the duty trajectory. This has direct and indirect effects on groups across society. Firstly, we're making it easier for approximately 10,000 hospitality venues. Of these pubs, clubs, taverns and bars, about 75% are small businesses. They are in our town venues from Woodend to Bridge Inn Road, from Gisborne to Diamond Creek, Whittlesea, Beveridge and Wallen, and everywhere in between. The Albanese Labor government is committed to small business. These bills are the next tranche in that support, in line with our other commitments, such as providing $207 million over 2 years from this year to continue the stabilisation of Australia's business registers and undertake targeted uplifts. This includes linking director identification numbers to the company register, cutting the red tape by working with states and territories on national licensing for electrical trades, streamlining commercial planning and zoning and removing barriers that inhibit the take-up of modern construction methods, and that's backed by the $900 million National Productivity Fund. Secondly, we are pushing for stability in the industry as a whole. Approximately 160,000 workers are employed in the hospitality sector, many who rely on the viability of these businesses. And we've seen that when we were in Woodend talking to the hotel owners there about the apprentices that they were putting on and the great results they were getting. And the first thing they said to us is clientels are dropping back. When things are a bit tight, people don't come in. And as the cost of beer keeps going up, less and less of them do it. So they were rapt when they seen that we were doing this. They knew that what we were doing was putting our bit in to help them through the tougher times and to be with them all the way through. We want businesses to grow, employ more locals and expand their market share. But that's not all. Not only do these bills foster growth, but they also protect against harms. Particularly, this legislation protects venues against drink price hikes and local breweries from being bullied by the international ones. So first, we prevent cost increases. When the duty rates increase, the venues without a cushy profit margin must factor this into the cost of a pint. Expense costs go up for mum and dad owners who sleep in the residence upstairs and don't have other revenue streams. So they are forced to mark up their drinks. The consumer wears the cost increases, or they see the prices and choose not to go to a pub altogether. Hospitality is an essential role to play in the Australian communities, particularly the jobs they provide in regional areas. Our government is committed to protecting these jobs. Pouring and serving pints is a gateway for young adults to develop social skills, leadership abilities and professional experience. By mitigating the price increases we pass on to consumers, we promote visitation at your local club or pub. By encouraging price stability, we build trust between patrons and the places they go to relax, to promote Australian jobs. Second, we prevent local breweries from going under. Similarly, by pausing the automatic CPI indexation, we make it easier for local brewers to grow in the Australian draft beer market. Emerging local breweries face an uphill battle. Without the reputational advantage that the bigger companies enjoy, it's much harder to get tap space at pubs. By pausing the excise on draft beer, we give our bars financial breathing room. This allows them to offer a wider range of options and gives more Australian-owned breweries footholds in our bars. Here, we are giving local breweries and publicans a chance to grow their businesses. This will have tangible and far-reaching effects across Australia, particularly in the regions, the peri-urban towns and suburbs. In our community, hospitality jobs provide many of the skills that set young people up for adulthood. Behind the bars of our clubs and pubs, many young adults learn to manage tasks quickly and to work as a professional team. Not to mention the timeless art of pouring the perfect pot or pint. But when there aren't enough workers to meet demand, it can be overwhelming. The physicality of carrying trays and cleaning floor, the mental challenge of catering for so many people at the same time and dealing with sometimes less courteous patrons. The pause on CPI indexation will reduce the strain faced by hospitality workers by putting our pubs and clubs in a position to put more hands on deck. And we're enhancing the community experience. Pubs and clubs are a community focal point. These venues are meeting places for old friends or where families go for a good dinner. They host everything: pub trivia nights, stand-ups, open mics and end-of-season sporting functions. They sponsor the local footy team or the local netball team, host barbecues and raffles for charities. These places bring members of a community together. These places have a special bonding effect. Over a beer, people make friends, find partners and become part of a social group. In the digitised world, with more and more interactions behind the screen, community venues are a place of connection, so they deserve our support. And with the pause in the custom duty rates, not only will people walk into their local watering hole, but they will travel further to seek these experiences out. We protect our local venues and we can help them become destinations for domestic and international visitors. Take it from the Restaurant and Catering Authority. According to them, more premium domestically produced products allow for a more vibrant, exciting dining scene that is more attractive to domestic and international tourists visiting Australia. So not only are we helping hospitality, but the broader tourism industry. Across Australia, we're inviting people to enjoy the vibrant and diverse experiences that our venues have to offer. These bills further support community venues by providing pricing stability. Our government, the Albanese Labor government, will always stand up and advocate and legislate for the interests of workers and those doing it tough. These bills are consistent with our view that small businesses in the engine room of our economy. Supporting them is supporting our nation as a whole. We are legislating cheaper beers, more opportunities for local enterprises and better community experiences. Much like a nice beer, this policy is smooth, refreshing and pairs well, not with food, but with our dedication to making a better country for all. So with this, I commend these bills to the House. Cheers.
I thank the member for McEwen. The question is, this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Labor's change to the excise tariff amendment draft beer bill 2025 and the carry-on that they are putting to this debate is little more than a political stunt. It simply is. It doesn't address the cost of living crisis that Labor has forced upon everyday ordinary Australians. And those everyday ordinary Australians love a beer. They love a punt. Tomorrow's Melbourne Cup Day. And I know there's some people in this place from the Greens political party who say nup to the cup. Well, I say have a drink, go buckaroo. But with Labor's Labor reading there. It is a hot tip. Thank you, Member for Bruce. It's very much a hot tip. Get on it. I hope if it does, I hope it can alleviate some of the I won't say the debt crisis that you've sort of forced upon, but gamble responsibly. I always say that. Don't ever gamble more than you can afford to lose. But what Labor is saying in this particular motion, it ignores the deeper issues with the alcohol excise system. And our pubs, and I heard the member for McEwen say, particularly in regional areas, are the heart and soul of our communities, or words to that effect, and indeed I very much 100% agree with my learned friend in that regard, because they are. And they're doing it tough, but pubs for generations, indeed since European settlement, have been the lifeblood of those communities. And indeed, in early pioneering towns in the regions, you often had the pub was there first, the church might have come a little later, the racetrack, and it was probably in about that order, or maybe the church and the racetrack were around the other way. But the pub was certainly first, the little local inn where they sold beer, and very much it was the community centre and the focus of conversation, and that is the way it perhaps should be. But in the Riverina in recent times, we've had a few pubs doing it tough. The Royal Hotel at Grong, it was certainly one of the New South Wales most popular licensed hotel names in 2025. In fact, not only was it one of the most popular, it was the most. The Royal Hotel was the most popular hotel name, and the pub at Grongy, whilst it's in the electorate of Farrer now, just outside the Riverina, it recently perhaps looked as though it was going to shut, and the local community got behind it. And they've also done that not just at Grong, but they've done that at Illabo, and they've secured the Longhorn Hotel at Illabo, the community effort, a Riverina village coming together to save its watering hole. And not only that, they've done it at Henty as well. These little taverns, these little bars, they can't afford to be lost in modernisation where perhaps the licensee takes the poker machines, the very valuable licence to print money poker machines out, takes them to Sydney, takes the licence with them, and the pub shuts, because where do people go then, either to have a bet, to have a beer, to have a conversation? It's good for mental health, it just is, and it's the focal point of the community, and quite often they're the sponsor of the local sporting teams. They're there, they support so much and everything that is great about country living. Now, Fiona Hamilton, who was the Illabo Cooperative chairperson, she described the pub there as the heartbeat of the village. And this is what she had to say, and it is at the core of the very subject of why these hotels are so important. We all rely on the hotel for essential services, including banking, bill payment and postage, staple pantry and food items, newspapers, snacks, coffee and a break for travellers, overnight accommodation for farm and rail workers, and most importantly, a place in which the whole community can enjoy each other's company over a beer and a meal. Now, the future of the hotel had been uncertain. The co-op came about, people chipped in, and they made sure that the pub remained open. Good on that community. It's in the Junee Shire. It makes such a difference to have the pub on the Olympic Highway, which includes accommodation, a post office and a small general store, open for business, open for trading, and certainly with that little community, they've done very, very well to keep the pub open, just like they have at Grong, just like they have at Henty, and indeed that is an important thing. Now, across Australia, there are 4,337 hotels, and they're all very well represented by Stephen Ferguson, who's very much somebody who is a great advocate for the pubs, for what they do, for the role they play, and for sensible drinking and sensible gambling, because that's what pubs are about. there are 731 taverns, there are 261 inns, there are 162 bars. There are a difference between all of these watering holes, 75 pubs, 562 with other names such as Saloon, Vault, GPO Sydney, would you believe, in the Cuckoo's Perch. Now, that's according to the website pubrooms.com.au, with Australia having 8 different licensing jurisdictions. Why, I don't know, but that's according to the website, with many and varied categories of licensees. There's hotels, taverns, bars, off licences, roadhouses, licensed restaurants and clubs. And for those clubs that said Mr Ferguson represents, well, they benefit from his wise wisdom and his wise counsel. And when he trawls the halls of Parliament looking for the best deal for clubs, then we should listen to him, because he's a sensible, practical, pragmatic person. Now, if the government were serious about the issues with the alcohol excess system, it would have advocated for a comprehensive review of the alcohol excise system. But the government hasn't. They just haven't. Now, we welcome relief for pubs, clubs and beer drinkers. We do. We won't stand in the way between a cut to the beer tax and that's obviously going to be something welcomed. I know the Prime Minister likes to tell everybody he's got his own beer named after him, and good on Albo. I've actually had a sip of that particular brown ale, and it's pretty good. But let's be clear, this freeze delivers less than 1% of relief per pint. I'll just say that again, less than 1 cent of relief per pint. So that's enough to give Labor the headline of a cut to the beer tax. It's enough to give the PM a picture in the Telly or the Herald Sun, Australia's most 2 widely read newspapers, but it's just a headline. It's just a headline. If Labor were serious about it, they'd have Treasury conduct a comprehensive review of the entire alcohol excise system. And I know that would be welcomed by those beer drinkers who, quite frankly, are paying too much for their beer. And I tell you what, the other thing that the government could do while they're at it is look into the money that they're losing through illegal cigarettes. And indeed, our smokers, and I'm not a smoker myself, I never have been, I never will be, I know, and I appreciate the Dr Freelander, who is in the chair, would very much have worries if the number of smokers went up, as I would too. Absolutely. Because we see all the disadvantages of that for the health system and for the smokers themselves. But smokers are being forced, because of a cost of living crisis, to get their cigarettes under the counter through Chop Chop, through these illegal smokes, which are absolutely coming in droves to this nation, and our state police forces are almost overwhelmed with the numbers that they are pulling up, particularly on the highways. It's the modus operandi for illegal trading, for motorcycle gangs. Insurance companies are not even now wanting to insure shops next door to legal tobacco sellers, let alone the legal tobacco sellers themselves. And this is a real problem, because it's actually costing millions, perhaps even billions, in excise. Back onto the subject at hand, we're talking about beer excise here. The measure will pause indexation of the beer excise for a couple of years, but it does nothing about inflation in the cost of everything, including beer. Just the other day, inflation smashed through the Reserve Bank of Australia's target band. This means more expensive mortgages and dearer groceries, and that's a sad reality. Now, the cause of high inflation is, as we know, Labor's reckless government spending. But what that government spending is not doing is investing in roads in regional Australia, because unfortunately the Infrastructure Minister, who is from a regional area, that being Ballarat, and the Regional Development Minister, and she's from Eden Monero, they're not even looking at what they can do as far as making sure the right infrastructure spending is occurring in regional Australia. and it's regional Australia which is hurting the most, thanks to this government's reckless lack of interest and care for those people who do not live in the bright city lights of our capital cities. Now, this freeze applies only to on-premises draft beer, not bottled beer, not packaged drinks or wine. If Labor were again serious about this issue, it would be looking at all parts of the excise system, not just selective, not just certain parts. Listen to Stephen Ferguson. He won't be here tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be at the Melbourne Cup. Half his luck. I won't even talk. Buckaroo. Buckaroo. I'm saying Buckaroo. Just for the record, for the member for Bruce. Only because he interjected on me. Get on it. But the cause of high inflation is, as I say, the reckless government spending. It's running at more than 4 times the rate of the economy.
It being 7:30, I propose the question. The House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Well, the great game is on. Strategic competition, tariffs, quotas, subsidies. President Xi and President Trump are the figureheads of this new contest. But there are deeper structural forces at work, and China and the US have adopted a form of mercantilism as both countries seek to build their national wealth and strategic power from a positive balance of trade. That's why we see an increase in industrial policy, tariffs, and technological protectionism for both countries. The bottom line is that we're seeing the growth of state-directed capitalism as US-led globalisation slowly breaks down and countries seek to secure their economic interests using all elements of their national power. China's Belt and Road Initiative is a case in point. The BRI program is designed to secure their expanding global influence through commercial agreements. And of particular interest is critical minerals and strategic assets like ports in Africa, Latin America and the Indo-Pacific region. A good example of a BRI agreement is the 99-year lease of the port of Hambantota in Sri Lanka. China now controls a port that straddles key sea lanes in the Indian Ocean and that can stage elements of their blue water navy as required. The AUKUS deal would look very similar from a Chinese perspective, with the US Navy basing submarines from Perth in 2027 and onwards. And I think the challenge for Australia is to chart a course that secures our national interest without resorting to platitudes about a world of free trade and a rules-based order that simply doesn't exist anymore. And the Prime Minister's recent rare earths deal with President Trump revealed a new realism in our foreign policy. Ditto the government's ongoing support for AUKUS, albeit underfunded and behind schedule. But the point is that we need more hard-headed thinking here in Canberra, where we see the world as it is and not as we wish it to be. And I think this is an urgent priority for us in the Pacific Island chain to our north, as China seeks greater influence with countries like Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, Fiji and the Solomon Islands. And I think it's very clear that we cannot risk a Chinese deep-water port to our north. Now, there are many ways that we can avoid that using our national power and influence to deepen our partnerships with our Pacific neighbours. But tonight I want to add my support to the plan to introduce the Papua New Guinea Chiefs into the National Rugby League competition from 2028. I think this is a very important project that will build on our common love of the game of rugby league and join our nations in the great endeavour of sport. Now, I've spent time in Papua New Guinea with the ADF in Port Moresby and Lae, and I was struck by 2 things. The common Christian heritage that our nations share. I recall sitting on sentry duty in the jungles of Lae during my patrol course, listening to the local village sing hymns on a Sunday during their worship service. I can still remember the rain coming down softly as those beautiful voices travelled through the foliage, carrying the melody of Wesleyan hymns. And I think that common Christian heritage is very powerful as it acts as an immediate cultural bridge when you meet people. I knew what a local chieftain meant when he told us that he was a steward of God's creation and that we were welcome on his land. The second thing that struck me was Papuans' deep love of rugby league. You can't go far without seeing a reference to the National Rugby League competition. Returning from a patrol in Lae, we saw one bloke walking down a quiet road all by himself, dressed in New South Wales Blues State of Origin kit. He got a massive shout out from the boys in the truck. I think it's very clear that we have a deep connection through that sport. I was reminded of this over the weekend in Perth when I took my son Jonathan to a friend's birthday party. The father hosting us is Papuan and played rugby league, and we spent time reminiscing about the NRL greats from the 90s. I have a love of game too, growing up in Sydney, back in the Balmain Tigers and playing for the Enfield Federals Rugby League Club in 1992 for the under-10s. We had a former South Sydney's Rabbitohs first grader as our coach, and he showed us how to play. Tough tackles, quick hands, moving as one line in defence. Young Australians do learn a lot through sport, Mr Speaker. So I am glad that we are starting the Papuan New Guinea Chiefs in 2028. No doubt it will have its challenges, and it's a big financial investment of $600 million over a decade for the Australian people. But done well, if we do this well, we can build a new institution with the Papuan people and deepen our partnership as neighbours. Thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, Speaker, I rise tonight to laud the Albanese Labor government on their $1.1 billion commitment to bolster and strengthen the mental health support being provided across this country. I can't think of a more important issue than to support people when they are suffering from mental ill health. And to highlight how this is assisting in my electorate, I want to share with the House an announcement that was made in the neighbouring electorate of Jallagran in Point Cook at the Point Cook Town Centre last week. This was to announce a perinatal mental health centre in partnership with the Gidget Foundation Australia. It was a proud moment for Melbourne's West to see something being done around to support mums and dads in those very incredibly exciting but often stressful and isolating time of near birth. And the statistics tell us that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 10 men report anxiety or depression during their parental journey. So this government has committed $42.9 million nationally to support another 20 of these centres nationally. They will make an extraordinary difference in the community of Wyndham and an extraordinary difference across the country. Similarly, in the electorate of Lawler, I visited our Headspace recently. It was actually on Mental Health Day that I managed a visit to Headspace. It was an opportunity to meet the dedicated local team led by Clinical Services Manager Priya Hastak and to see firsthand the incredible work they do every day to support young people in our community. Now, nationally, we've made a commitment of $72.7 million around Headspaces, and locally, that's a $442,000 commitment to the Headspace in my community. And it's more than just a mental health clinic. It's a safe place, a local hub and a trusted part of our community fabric. The team there understands the unique character and challenges of Wyndham, one of the fastest growing and youngest areas in Australia. The team works closely with welfare teams in local schools, community organisations and families to identify and support young people before challenges escalate to a point where clinical intervention is required. The comradeship and professionalism within the team were evident and gave me confidence, a group deeply connected to the community that they serve. I want to specifically acknowledge and thank the Werribee team for their compassion, skill and commitment to the well-being of the young people in Lawler. This is a government, the Albanese Labor government, that recognises that youth mental health must be a national priority. And this is why Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Emma McBride, announced that $72.7 million investment. It's also why she was with me in Point Cook, making the announcement for the Gidget the other centre that I spoke about. This funding, the $72.7 million, will provide additional staff to reduce wait times in Headspaces, fund new group and single session therapy programs and deliver capital infrastructure upgrades to make the centres safer and more welcoming, and expand inclusive programs for First Nations young people, LGBTIQA youth and those from culturally and linguistic diverse backgrounds. And on top of that commitment, we are also doing 50 mental health hubs, Medicare mental health hubs around the country. This is a government absolutely committed to putting the planks in place to support people wherever they live in this country. Under the former Liberal government, services like Headspace were left to do more with less. Wait lists grew, workforce struggled, and communities like Lawler were overlooked. The Albanese Labor government is reversing that neglect by investing, by rebuilding and delivering services close to home. For local families, it means shorter wait times and better access to support right here in my community. For our schools, it means stronger partnerships with mental health professionals who know their students and their circumstances. And I can't stress enough how important that is and how pleasing it was to hear that our Headspace was connecting directly with our local schools, to teachers and welfare teams who know the young people very closely and who can make those referrals in a really informed way. The Headspace team at Werribee exemplifies what community-based mental health care should look like: local, inclusive and deeply human. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Cook.
Speaker. First, I would like to pay tribute to Marie Simone, Lisa Black and the whole Sutherland Shire fundraising hospital team. Through Marie's leadership, generosity, they recently raised over $56,000 at a fantastic fundraiser I attended. The funds will go directly towards expanding Sutherland Shire's Cancer Centre. I thank Marie and everyone involved for what they're doing for our local community and our local hospital. But while our community is stepping up, the same cannot be said for the federal government. According to new figures just released by the Department of Health, Cook recorded the largest fall in GP bulk billing rates anywhere in New South Wales. I'll repeat that. My electorate of Cook had the largest fall of bulk billing rates anywhere in New South Wales, down 18.8% since 2022. Now, the Sutherland Shire has almost 250,000 residents, yet we have no Commonwealth-funded urgent care clinics, and we only have two bulk billing GP clinics in the entire Sutherland Shire to service 250,000 people. So families in my electorate, when they're told they would pay less to see a doctor, it is simply not true. They're reaching for their credit cards just to access basic care, and it's going up. Now, it shouldn't take a charity or a fundraiser to keep local health services strong in the Sutherland Shire. But thank goodness for Marie Simone and her generosity, because it stands in stark contrast to a government that's failing the Sutherland Shire or willfully overlooking it. The same spirit of contribution was on full display recently at Gunnamatta Park on National Tree Day. I joined local volunteers who planted over 400 native trees and shrubs, helping restore the Sutherland Shire's, one of the Sutherland Shire's most beautiful spaces. It was inspiring to see families, students and retirees all working side by side. Bushcare is a grassroots environmental stewardship organisation. Just ordinary people, local residents, rolling up their sleeves to create something lasting. Every tree planted that morning helped us achieve a healthier Sutherland Shire for the next generation. Another success story from my local community comes from Tarrant Point, the New Era Group, a homegrown business that has achieved national recognition. At the 2025 National Electrical and Communications Association Excellent Awards, the New Era Group won the Industrial Large Project of the Year for their outstanding work on the Parramatta Light Rail Stabling Yard. Congratulations to them. This project involved designing and installing and commissioning complex electrical and data systems that underpin the entire operation of the light rail network. The kind of quiet excellence that makes major infrastructure possible. To be judged the best in Australia is a remarkable achievement and a reflection of the skill and dedication of their local team. I congratulate them for flying the flag of Cook and for the strength of the Sutherland Shire's trades and small business community. Well done. Now, finally, I would like to draw the House's attention to an issue of national conscience. The Ramsgate-Rockdale RSL sub-branch, with the support of RS New South Wales, has written to me. They are looking to secure the recognition of approximately 2,500 national servicemen who served in Vietnam. These men did not volunteer. They were called upon by their government, by their country. They left behind families and carers, and careers, they served their country with courage and distinction. Yet many were never awarded the Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal because of a technicality. They fell just short of the 181-day service requirement and were never awarded this medal. Well, I call on the government to fix this travesty. These men faced the same dangers, endured the same hardships, put their lives at risk for their country, for their families, and for the betterment of our society. This is about fairness and good faith. I call on the government to exercise its discretion, which it can. Justice demands it, and there is precedent for doing so. Award these men and women the Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal. They deserve that much.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the Honourable for Patterson.
Thank you, Speaker. This year has tested the people of Port Stephens, Maitland and the wider Hunter like few others in recent memory. In January, our region was hit by a powerful and destructive storm system that tore through homes, farms and businesses. Thousands were left without power, roads were blocked, trees were torn down, and in some areas, entire streets were underwater. Both Port Stephens and Maitland were declared natural disaster areas. Then in May, it happened again. Heavy rain and flash flooding inundated parts of Port Stephens and Maitland, from Morpeth to Williamtown, closing schools, cutting off local roads. It came on top of months of recovery work still underway from the January system, compounding the strain on families, councils and emergency services. And this was all set against the backdrop of the 70th anniversary of the 1955 Maitland flood, which saw terrible loss of life and incredible destruction, loss of livestock, and was in fact so horrific. It was the first major natural disaster to ever be televised, and then it also bore the State Emergency Service. So we stopped to reflect on those 70 years only to be inundated and flooded again, and the trauma of the 55 was certainly brought back for many of our elderly residents as well. And while the two events that we had this year were the major ones, in January and May, we also experienced further weather events in early June and again in August. Torrential rain, relentless wind and widespread flooding reminded us that our region is no stranger to extreme region weather, and I suppose when you're called the Hunter Valley, you do expect to get a lot of water coming through the topography of our region. But it was certainly a testing time. Speaker, through all of this, one thing has stood out above all else: the resilience, the heart and strength of local communities. Neighbours checked in on each other. The SES, the RFS, community volunteers and countless others worked tirelessly around the clock. Local businesses stepped up to support recovery efforts, offering food, shelter and supplies. I saw firsthand the way communities in Port Stephens and Maitland banded together, people helping people, often before help could arrive. And it's what makes our region so special, those incredible people who are so pragmatic and practical. But while our communities are strong, the impact has been immense. Homes are still being repaired, roads are still being fixed, farmers are still clearing up, fencing and counting the costs. We're rebuilding and there's still work to be done, but we are getting on with the job. Our local councils have been incredible partners in this effort. Port Stephens and Maitland Council have worked glove in hand with the New South Wales Government and the Albanese Labor Government to access disaster recovery funding, repair vital infrastructure and support local residences and businesses. Together we're delivering real practical help where it's needed, fixing roads, restoring essential services and making our communities even more resilient for the future. Speaker, we also have to talk about what's driving this. The sheer frequency and intensity of these weather events, not just in my electorate but right across Australia, remind us how unpredictable and challenging our environment can be. We're seeing more severe storms, heavier rainfall and longer recovery periods, and our communities are the ones that are on the front line. It's a reminder of how it is so important that we plan carefully. And I just want to take a moment to thank both Minister Christy McBain and also Minister Julie Collins for the immediate support for the Paterson electorate. We have been investing in stronger local infrastructure, like the M1 that is finally being built after years of promises. Now we are delivering it as a Labor government. As the member for Paterson, I couldn't be prouder of what we're doing. But also, I say to our community, thank you. Thanks for your resilience and strength. We know there's another storm season and fire season heading our way as January soon rolls around. I say to people, thank you for being prepared and thank you for looking out for each other. Paterson is a remarkable community and I couldn't be prouder to represent it in this place.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, cheaper, better, fairer. That's the plan that we announced on the weekend as a national party. Very important issue that we all know. It deals with emissions reductions and our commitment to emissions reductions, and also because of that it feeds into a whole lot of areas and issues within our economy, not least of all, Speaker, as you would understand, is energy. So, Deputy Speaker, what we have at the moment is the government is committed to net zero 2050. Now, what that means is quite aggressive emission reduction targets, more than many countries, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, I don't know why I'm saying Deputy Speaker all the time, Speaker, but anyway. And I'll tell you 3 countries that aren't committed to net zero 2050, Speaker. China, India and the US. Now, why do I say those 3 countries? Because they're the biggest emission emitters that we have in the world. Now, Australia could literally shut down tonight. We could turn off every light, we could shut down every industry. And as a country that only has between 1% and 2% of total global emissions, we would not change the temperature of the globe at all. So this is a global issue that needs a global solution. And yes, as Australia, as the Australian economy, as Australia as a sovereign nation, we need to do our part. But what's happening, Speaker, as we race ahead and are putting mandates on, that means we will race ahead of many other countries in emission reductions, means we are exporting industries and we are exporting wealth and we are exporting to jobs to other countries. And this has to be unacceptable to everyone in this chamber. And why do I say that, Deputy? Why do I say that, Speaker? Because the evidence is in the paper almost every week. We've had the nickel industry in Western Australia that has been completely shut down. We have Tomago just last week in New South Wales, the aluminium smelter, who is going to shut down or looks like it's going to shut down in 2 or 3 years' time because it cannot, and I'll tell you why, Speaker, it cannot get an energy contract that makes it competitive. And we've had about 7 or 8 bailouts as well in the last few months of major industries around Australia, and Whyalla and Port Pirie and Hobart and in other major regional centres, where the companies have gone to the government asking for bailouts, and often in the realm of hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, what this tells you, Speaker, is we have a major issue in this country with competitiveness. We have major issues in this country of being able to have these industries survive. And again, I think it's all linked back to things like the safeguard mechanism and other things which are making these industries and our energy bills, which make these industries uncompetitive. So, Speaker, it has to be fixed. And again, what I love about our plan is we have emission reduction aims, and what we've done is peg it to emission reductions of like-minded economies and countries, that being the OECD countries. Now, we didn't actually even put countries like China and India into that mix or that formula, because if we did, we could put emissions up. China's emissions go up every year more than Australia's total emission output. So just get your head around that, Speaker, in the sense of what impact we have in the bigger picture of this. So what we've said is, as a responsible sovereign nation, we should do carbon emission reductions like-minded economies and like-minded countries being the OECD. So we would benchmark our reductions to the actual reductions of those countries. And what we believe will happen from there, Deputy Speaker, is we will maintain a competitiveness with energy prices, policies like the safeguard mechanism, which is a tax, or which is effectively a carbon tax on big companies here in Australia, those uncompetitive practices would not happen, which very importantly would keep those jobs and those industries in Australia, which is very important. So very excited about that. Very excited now to have a mature debate about this in this country, so that the Australian public can have an alternative to what has been, this commitment to net zero 2050. Deputy Speaker, I just want to conclude by lamenting that the Labor government wants to drop the default country road speed limit from 100 to 70 kilometres an hour across regional Australia. This would be so instead of fixing roads, instead of fixing our roads, they just want us to all drive slower, be slower when we have an emergency, be slower getting to work, adding extra cost to regional Australia for times for things to get around our regional communities. A disgrace from this government, Deputy Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm a proud Bosco boy, and in October the Bosco and the broader Engadine Heathcote community lost a treasured member of our community and an icon of our history. Father John Briffa, SDB OAM, who passed in the late hours of Wednesday the 22nd of October, founded two of the great institutions of Engadine and Heathcote, St John Bosco High School and St John Paul Village. Father John Briffa had been a part of Engadine life since 1964. He first came to Engadine as the resident priest at Boys Town, now the Dudley Centre, and became the parish priest at St John Bosco Parish in 1968. Father Briffa was someone who listened to the community's needs and took actions to meet them. He arrived at a time when Engadine and its surrounding suburbs were much less developed. He quickly identified the greatest challenges for Engadine: a lack of aged care facilities and no local Catholic high school. Members of the parish were placing elderly relatives in care in other parts of Sydney, and students were travelling out of Engadine for high school to receive Catholic education. Father Briffa took action, and he started institutions that have grown beyond anyone's imaginings. One of Father Briffa's most enduring legacies is the high school at which I had the privilege to learn. St John Bosco College, originally St John Bosco High School, was founded in 1978 under the initiative of the parish of St John Bosco under his leadership. When he arrived, the parish, the school system, the aged care services were all in various states of growth, but he quickly understood that this was a community in need of a strong, cohesive institutions and a sense of belonging. Bosco is a very important part of my life. I was baptised and confirmed there. I went to school there, and the library in the school is named for Father Briffa in recognition of what he contributed to it. He did not build so that his name would be on the wall. He built so future generations could stand on firm ground. He did not simply open a school. He saw it as a family, a community, something that prepared young people not only for exams but for life. And the Salesian ethos emphasises that education is not simply about curriculum but about relationships, pastoral care and opportunity. The school's motto, Gaudium et Spes, meaning joy and hope, reflects the vision of Father Briffa of a school being more than a place for knowledge gain. Father Briffa also saw to the needs of older members of our community. In 1985, the parish of St John Bosco in Engadine, under his leadership, opened St John Paul Village at Heathcote, a retirement and aged care village conceived to meet a local need for seniors to live with dignity in their community. Father Briffa had been taking calls from parishioners seeking somewhere for themselves and their elderly parents to live. A chance meeting with the Uniting Church minister, Reverend Keith Biddle, and saw the two churches join forces. 40 years on, the village, now operated by St Vincent's Care, is still serving the community. Today it's home to more than 400 residents in aged care rooms and independent living units. And I was fortunate enough to attend the Ruby Anniversary Spring Fair for St John Paul Village a few weeks ago. Father Briffa was the guest of honour at the celebration of the Ruby Jubilee Mass of the foundation of John Paul Village, which was also attended by Premier of New South Wales Chris Minns in October. When I knew Father Briffa, he was the chaplain of John Paul Village, a position he took up in 2001. He was still serving the community that he'd started all those years ago. Father Briffa viewed the parish as a community. He recognised that young and old people alike needed place, purpose and care, and he helped build the infrastructure that framed that vision. For Engadine and Heathcote, this was transformative. He acted when he saw a need. The aged care village was born because seniors in the parish had nowhere local to go. The school was born because the community needed a Catholic secondary option. He combined vision with concrete steps. We give thanks tonight for Father John Briffa's life, service, his humility, his steadfast dedication. His work remains visible in the classrooms where students learn, in the aged care village where seniors live, and in the parish gatherings that remember him. Father Briffa often said, "These are my people, this is the family that God gave me." I am deeply inspired by the power of his social initiative, the role community leadership plays when grounded in compassion, and that holding the aim of kind of community he forged, one that welcomes, supports, challenges and allows each generation to inherit a strong sense of community and belonging. The return on education from Bosco, the benefits from care from John Paul Village, the community that remains, these are multi-generational. For us in public life, that reminder is vital. We invest today for people not yet born. Father Briffa passing at the age of 97 marks the end of an era for Bosco, but it's an era that invites reflection on the legacy of education, justice, care and community building that continues to bear fruit. Father Briffa's funeral will be held tomorrow, Tuesday the 4th of November at 10 a.m. God bless the soul of Father Briffa, a man who lived the gospel and built communities that will carry his legacy for many years to come. May he rest in peace.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.